On behalf of both the Santa Elena Foundation and the University of South Carolina, Beaufort, I welcome a rare collection of scholars who will help us reclaim a portion of America's first century through the presentation of vignettes related to active marine archaeology, exposing shipwrecks off our continent's eastern and southeastern coast. I thank you all for being here, incidentally, and this is going to be a great day. Most of you know that I have made the claim that all of American history actually began in Beaufort, South Carolina. You've heard that. That's the Chamber of Commerce, Paul. That's many places described in today's presentations can make the same claim. This is the beginning of the settlement of America. We are accompanied, in addition to the distinguished scholars that you will hear make presentations today, there are others in the audience I would like to acknowledge. Karen Parr did not make it.
Karen is in North Carolina, sends her regrets.
Dr. Susan Parker, I don't know, I just talked to Susan out there, is the executive director of the St. Augustine Historical Society. They have been our partners in this business from the beginning. And one of the nation's great archaeologists, Dr. Kathy Deegan, is with her. Kathy's physical discoveries in Florida and the Caribbean over the last many years have literally changed the narrative of American history. Santa Elena and St. Augustine are twin chapters of the same story that you are going to hear today, the 16th century foundation of America. In the century before the English arrived, Spanish La Florida was roughly defined. There we go. That's roughly defined. Spanish Florida was roughly defined by all the lands from modern-day Maine to Texas. If you reviewed your program, the audience will know that our gathered scholars reflect the outlines of Spanish La Florida, from as far north as Montreal to as far west as New Mexico and as far south as Key West. In addition to the generosity of the scholars themselves, this gathering was made possible through collaboration with the South Carolina Humanities, represented by its longtime director, Dr. Randy Akers. Randy, stand and be recognized. He is our benefactor. Also by the South Carolina Institute of Archaeology and Anthropology, which has been our partner from the beginning in this enterprise, and their director, Steve Smith, is here. There's Steve. And the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute, which I know a good deal of this audience are enlisted or enrolled in. And their director, Andrea Cicino, is either here or working the front desk.
On the right,
there's Andrea. Thank you, Andrea. These are our benefactors. Santa Elena, 1526, or the English derivation, St. Helena, is the third oldest European place name in continuous use in North America. After La Florida in 1513 and Corpus Christi in 1519. Francis Jean Ribault trespassed upon Santa Elena from 1562 through 1564, leaving the indelible mark of Port Royal. For those of you who are from out of town, you're sitting on Port Royal Island right now. Santa Elena was Spain's principal colony from 1566 to 1576, then was slowly eclipsed by the better-known St. Augustine in the 1580s. Santa Elena was the first European capital city on the continent of North America, within the continental limits of the United States, from 1571 through 1576. If you want to visit the first capital of La Florida, you have to come to Beaufort, South Carolina. The main reason we know this is due to the collaboration and the work of 4 scholars in the 1970s. National Geographic's Joe Judge, SKIA's Stan South, and LSU's Dr. Paul Hoffman. And I would like to note that Paul, who is going to be making a presentation today is his birthday, so happy birthday, Paul.
Raise your hand, Paul.
And of course, the teacher of all of us, Dr. Eugene Lyon. Okie doke. April must be Historian Month. Gene Lyon turns 90 years old on Tuesday, April 9th. And he'll be coming out over there someplace in just a minute. There's Gene Lyon. This is the guy that got us all started. Gene Lyon is a Florida historian, but as I said before, both Santa Elena and St. Augustine are twin chapters in the common story of 16th century La Florida. Much of what I know about America's first century and most of what I know about our Santa Elena and Padre Island can be attributed to Gene's research in the archives of the Indies and his many publications. If America's first century has a face, it is Dr. Gene Lyon. It is with pride that I announce the 10 presenters today have asked that Gene Lyon serve as the honorary chair of today's Shipwrecks of America's Lost Century. We have a full day ahead, so I will propose to get started. It is now my privilege to get our proceedings underway by introducing our symposium's organizer and today's moderator, the official underwater archaeologist of the state of South Carolina, Mr. Jim Spyrick. Where's Jim? There he is. Thank you very much for being here. You're in for a great day. I was asked to make one other announcement. The now Santa Maria, the replica of Columbus's flagship, will be passing Brickyard Creek at 11 o'clock, and just about noon, we'll be passing down the Beaufort River behind us. I recommend that everybody hustle out. If it's not raining too hard, look out the river, and you will see what some of the Native Americans saw in the 16th century, a Spanish galleon in the Beaufort River. Thanks very much. Jim, you're yours.
Well, I don't know if they would have seen it from the direction it's coming from. It's coming from Brickyard Creek down, so they would have come up the Port Royal Sound harbor at one point in time. But I'm glad to see so many folks here this morning interested in the 16th century and shipwrecks as well. And of course, I'll attest that to the efforts of Santa Elena Foundation in making such a focal point of the early 16th century with Santa Elena, and then of course bringing it all together with La Florida. Another aspect, of course, of the shipwrecks part is, of course, being next to the coast and being aware of the dangers and treacherous nature of the ocean and what it can do to ships, another reason of your interest in shipwrecks. So today, scarcely 2 months elapsed after the discovery of the New World before its unfamiliar shores claimed its first shipwreck, the now Santa Maria, the largest of Columbus's 3 ships, while exploring along the north coast of the island of Hispaniola. Many other wrecks were soon to follow in the 16th century, the victims of accidents, warfare, scuttling, and a myriad array of other hazards and perils. Okay. Therefore, it is fitting to have moored alongside or shortly at 11 o'clock or so, the now Santa Maria, the resurrected now Santa Maria, that will serve as a symbol of these types of shipwrecks from the 16th century that lay hidden beneath the waves from the seafaring adventures that explored, contested, conveyed, and exploited in the New World. Today, my colleagues and I will present about our research and findings centered on the historical and archaeological record that illuminates these seafaring ventures and shipwrecks from America's lost century. In our symposium today, we will explore this fascinating time period in human history with the conquest and colonization of the New World, using as our medium historical resources and archaeological sites on shipwrecks. Oftentimes you might hear the media or archaeologists ourselves refer to shipwrecks as time capsules, which are deliberately placed items that reflect a period in time. Rather think of shipwrecks as an arrested event. In other words, it was a shipwreck going on its business, but was stopped in its tracks suddenly and became a victim of any type of numbers of accidents. So it didn't fulfill its purpose. So for example, we'll hear from Chuck Meade shortly about the French naval force that was sent to provide relief to Fort Caroline, but was instead struck by a hurricane off Cape Canaveral and did not finish its mission. And it's sort of up to us as archaeologists to complete that mission of the story that surrounds this shipwreck. So by using these archaeological techniques and combined with the historical record, underwater archaeologists and maritime historians work to learn more about the events surrounding the shipwreck. And as my colleague and former boss, Dr. Roger Smith, was wont to say, to let the shipwreck tell its tale. In today's symposium, we hope to let a number of shipwrecks tell their tales from this time period. Now, before proceeding further, might I see a show of hands from those that attended the first conference that we had a couple years ago? So good, about 40 people thereabouts. And I hope that we'll meet your expectations today with the group that we've assembled. So as you remember, that last conference was organized by my colleague at SCIA, Dr. Chester DePratter, as well as the Santa Elena Foundation, who gathered together a group of eminent historians and terrestrial archaeologists to discuss the historical records and archaeological remains associated with Santa Elena and La Florida, as well as, and we also went up to Jamestown as well to sort of put an end cap to the era. And I note that as Larry mentioned, we do have some of those scholars involved again. We have Dr. Paul Hoffman joining the program with us again. Of course, Dr. Kathy Deegan is here as well, and of course, as our honorary chair, Dr. Eugene Lyon. So the conference was held in connection with the 450th anniversary of the founding of Santa Elena, and although ultimately abandoned, the archaeological remains of the Spanish settlement, as well as Charles Fort as well, attest to the importance of Santa Elena during the 16th century by Spain, France, and later England to contest and control this part of the New World. So an acknowledgement of Santa Elena's role on the periphery of Spain's empire in the New World, conceived in part to protect the treasure fleet routes as well as the products going from the New World back to Spain, the Santa Elena Foundation wished to explore the maritime context of this 16th century. And so inspired by the success of the last conference, they asked me to gather together a group of my colleagues to discuss looking at it from a maritime historical and archaeological context. So today we are fortunate to have with us 11 eminent historians and archaeologists who are eminently qualified to talk about the period under discussion today. And as Dr. Don Keith mentioned, we have about 3 generations of us here. We have Dr. Eugene Lyon, our leader, and then we all go down the line in the pecking order, and we got some of the youngsters. We'll say Chuck Meade is our youngster, I guess. So in our symposium today, Santa Elena and La Florida do provide a touchstone for us, pretty much centered on colonizing efforts on the southeastern United States coastline. So Dr. Hoffman will be talking about the Lucas Vasquez de Ayon's expedition of 1526 to colonize along the southeastern coastline. We'll hear from Dr. Smith and Bratton with the 1559 Tristan de Luna expedition that started out in Pensacola, but with the ultimate aim to come here to Santa Elena. Mr. Meade will talk about the disastrous Ribault fleet of 1565 that was wiped out when trying to provide relief to Fort Caroline, and as well as my presentation about the French Corsair galleon Le Prince that wrecked off of Port Royal Sound in 1577. So although just predating the founding of Santa Elena, we'll hear from Dr. Corey Malcolm about a shipwreck that was owned by Pedro Menendez de Vilas just right before he started his Florida venture and founding Santa Elena and St. Augustine. Our symposium will also go beyond La Florida and head to the greater New World maritime frontier, with Dr. Keith talking about some of the earlier wrecks throughout the Caribbean, Mr. Arnold will be discussing about the 1554 treasure fleet that wrecked along the Padre Island in Texas in 1554. And Dr. Lewin will talk about the Red Bay shipwreck of a Basque whaler, San Juan, sunk a little further north and a little colder, and he isn't wilting yet under the heat yet. I heard somebody in Colombia coming for the March Madness game, and they said, well, it's going to be about another month wherever they come from. It'll be as warm as Colombia. So I don't know, it's going to be another half a year before it's as warm here as it is in Canada. And then we'll also have Dr. Phillips, who will provide us a general context of maritime seafaring during the 16th century. And we did, if you noticed in the program online, we did have Dr. Gordon Watts was going to be with us today. He was going to talk about the Western Ledge wreck, which was a small 16th century wreck that was sunk in Bermuda. But unfortunately, he had to deal with a sudden health issue, which he should be fine, but he had to withdraw from the conference today, and he sends his regrets that he wasn't able to attend with us today. And just concerning the flow of the program, we'll start with a general overview of the 16th century seafaring with Dr. Phillips, and then we'll go on chronologically more or less on some of the shipwrecks from earlier to later. We have also included a few breaks for your convenience, so we'll do a couple talks, take some breaks, and then lunch, and then when the Santa Maria is in eyesight, we'll sort of see about where we are. Yeah, and we'll see about, and of course, hopefully it isn't raining then and then. We'll also have a lunch break of about an hour, and we'll close those remarks with some remarks by Dr. Eugene Lyon and myself, and we'll have a little time for Q&A afterwards as well. So save your questions for them, write them down or whatever, and then afterwards we'll have a little Q&A. So at the conclusion of this symposium later today, I hope and trust that you all will have vastly increased your knowledge of the early development of the New World through these presentations centered on the seafaring endeavors and shipwrecks from America's lost century. All right, so now we'll go to our first speaker, who unfortunately isn't here today, but she agreed to do a recording for us. So she did a nice recording, and our speaker is Professor Carla Ron Phillips, and we all wanted to meet her. She's a very eminent historian on Spanish maritime endeavors, and so we're really looking forward to that. If we had had our symposium 2 weeks later, she'd have been here, but she did the next best thing and recorded herself, so we were happy to have that. Sort of we felt that she was the glue that sort of held us all together by sort of laying the foundation on Spanish and Portuguese, or you'll hear maybe Iberian seafaring techniques and all, and so that's what will be her presentation today. So Professor Phillips is a professor emerita at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities and is a faculty research affiliate at the University of Texas in Austin, and has studied and written extensively on Spanish maritime endeavors and overseas empire, including her one book, a nice reference book, 6 Galleons for the King of Spain, Imperial Defense in the earliest 17th century. So just a good overview of building these galleons for defensive purposes in Spain. So Professor Phillips' presentation is called Iberian Seafaring and Naval Operations During the 16th Century.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to have been invited to participate in this symposium, although I regret not being able to join you in person. I would have liked to have seen many old friends who share my interest in ships in the sea. Unfortunately, I had a hip replacement in March, and my surgeon won't let me fly for 2 months. As you know, the symposium is focused on shipwrecks in the Western Hemisphere. My colleagues will deal with several of those wrecks. I will focus instead on the historical context of the ships and men that left Spain for the Americas from the late 15th to the mid-16th century, the period known as the Age of Discoveries. At a time when the great ocean sea to the west of Europe, the Atlantic Ocean, was largely unknown, voyages sponsored by Spain and Portugal mastered many of its secrets, including the patterns of winds and currents. In the process, they adapted the ships and navigational techniques they knew from the Mediterranean and the eastern side of the Atlantic to the much broader and more diverse conditions of the Atlantic as a whole. By the terms of the Treaty of Tordesillas in 1494, Portugal explored southward and eastward around Africa to Asia. Spaniards had to concentrate on finding a westward route to Asia. but they soon realized that two huge continents lay in the way, so to speak. While still seeking a route to Asia, Spain began to establish trade and colonies in the Americas, and it was essential to develop ships and organizational techniques that would support that effort. Oddly enough, Spain has not always been considered a maritime power. I won't discuss the reasons for that peculiar point of view, except to say that it makes no sense. Seafaring and maritime concerns were important to Spain from ancient times onward, and its long coastline included not only the Mediterranean in the east and southeast, but also the Atlantic in the north, northwest, and southwest. As the Spanish maritime historian José Luis Casado Soto noted, Spain had two Atlantic traditions in the Middle Ages, one on the Cantabrian coast, focused on northern Europe, and the other in the south, based in Seville and focused on the Mediterranean and North Africa. To improve both Atlantic traditions, Isabel of Castile and her husband Ferdinand of Aragon founded the Universidad de Mercaderes, also known as the Consulate of Burgos, for northern trade in 1494, and the Casa de la Contratación, or House of Trade in Seville, in 1503. The House of Trade would oversee virtually every aspect of Spain's connection with the Americas, from licensing pilots, instrument makers, and settlers, to organizing fleets for trade and defense. Each returning voyage had to file reports with the House of Trade, adding to the sum of knowledge about the Atlantic world. Very soon after Columbus's first voyage in 1494, Spain's two Atlantic traditions began to merge. According to Pierre and Huguette Chonu, French historians of Spain's transatlantic trade, between 1504 and 1580, some 80 to 90% of the ships that sailed to the Americas from Seville and Cadiz were built in the northern ports of Guipúzcoa, Vizcaya, and Cantabria. Thereafter, the numbers fell to no more than half, but in the period we are looking at, ships from Spain's northern coast predominated. Those ships would become the workhorses of Spain's transatlantic trade in the early 16th century. Spanish ships in the new Atlantic trade were in constant danger from pirates and privateers from North Africa and France, particularly between the Azores Islands and the coasts of Iberia, when the crews were often short of supplies and exhausted from battling storms and other hazards on the homeward journey. Pirates and other enemies knew those waters at least as well as the Spaniards, and they also knew that the homebound ships carried rich cargoes. Merchants asked the crown for protection, and Spain's young King Charles I responded by sending a small armada to the Azores in 1524, and thereafter arranged to keep providing protection in exchange for a fee based on the value of the goods carried. That was the origin of the system called the averias, damages, which would continue to fund defense of Spain's Atlantic fleets. In 1557, Pedro Menéndez de Avilés, whose history is closely linked with the Santa Elena project, commanded 10 Cantabrian ships funded by the averias to escort the incoming fleets coming from New Spain, Mexico, and Tierra Firme, northern South America. Largely because of continued pressure from French corsairs, the patrols were gradually institutionalized after 1560. Although merchants complained about paying the averias, their trade was growing so fast that they could easily support the system at that point. Many distinguished mariners spent at least part of their careers in the Armada de Guardacostas, the Coast Guard fleet, or the later Armada de la Guarda de la Carrera de Indias, the escort squadron that accompanied Spain's fleets both to and from the Americas. As Spain's Atlantic trade grew and warfare demanded more and larger ships, bureaucrats and shipbuilders worked to develop vessels that would meet the new demands placed upon them. The 16th century was a period of great experimentation in ship design, and the Crown became directly involved in sponsoring debates about the ideal ship types and in regulating the types of ships that would be built for commerce as well as military needs. To understand the characteristics of those ships, we have to understand the words used to describe them. When I first started studying maritime history, I realized that Spanish shipbuilding had more in common with practices elsewhere in continental Europe than with England. Nonetheless, many scholars writing in English relied heavily on English treatises and definitions in studying Spanish ships. I try to avoid that tendency because English translations of Spanish words for ships, officers, and other maritime items can often lead readers astray. For example, the Spanish word for an armed fleet is armada, but English documents from the 16th and 17th centuries often translate that word as army rather than armed fleet, which can be very confusing to readers who are not expert in Spanish usage. Scholars have devoted considerable attention to the meanings of Spanish words and ship types, but even when we are in general agreement about a definition, we are still likely to disagree on particular points. So what types of ships were commonly used to cross the Atlantic in the early 16th century? We know about Columbus's now, his flagship Santa Maria, and the two caravels nicknamed Nina and Pinta. We also know, or think we know, about their sizes and characteristics. But what we think we know depends on how we define various words. The word now in Spanish and its equivalent in other languages was often used as a generic term for ship. At other times, the word meant a particular sort of ship, whose meaning differed somewhat in every language. In the early 16th century, a Spanish now was, generally speaking, a goodly sized sailing ship used for trade, though nows could be armed for warfare as well. By the late 16th century, however, the same word now could be used to describe much larger sailing ships, including galleons. The same variability applies to the word caravel, which could connote a very small sailing ship in Columbus's time, but by the late 16th century, there were some Portuguese caravels that were 3 times as large as Columbus's Nina and Pinta. The illustrations for galleons can also be confusing. The way I might make sense of the confusion is to keep in mind that many of the words in nautical terminology stayed the same over time, but their meaning changed. Think of the word floating along on the surface of time, unchanged, while the meaning below the surface shifted and changed shape like an imaginary sea monster. Words affected by these shifts in meaning include nao, caravela, fragata, bergantin, chalupa, pinaza, navío, and galeon, just to mention a few. The only way we can begin to understand what each word meant is to ask when the word was used, by whom, and in what context, and then try to figure out what the word probably meant to the person using it in terms of the ship's configurations and size in tonelada. And what, pray tell, was a tonelada? First of all, it had nothing to do with our modern calculations for displacement tons, light displacement tons, registered tons, or most other modern ways to describe and measure ships. Instead, describing or gauging a ship in toneladas indicated its carrying capacity in terms of volume. How much usable space did the ship contain? The calculation of toneladas used a unit of measure known as a codo, or elbow. Most scholars have decided that the codo was somewhere around half a meter long in modern terms, and that's probably close enough, given the range and variability of measurements in the 16th century. Several dimensions of the hull were measured in codos while the ship was still under construction, and contemporaries then applied a standard formula to reach a figure for toneladas. The basic dimensions were the beam, manga, the keel, quilla, the length on the lowest plank deck, esloria, the floor, plan, and the depth in the hold, juntada. Where and how to measure those dimensions in the ship's frame were the subject of debate even then, but we needn't go into those debates here. Sometimes documents in Spain's extensive archives discuss in detail the ship's type, measurements, carrying capacity in toneladas, and other characteristics that help us to make sense of other ships in the same period as well. We're lucky, for example, to have such documents regarding a set of ships built by Pedro Menéndez de Avilés in 1567. Known as the 12 Apostles, they were galeones agalerados, or gallied galleons, in other words, large sailing ships that could also use oared propulsion when necessary. Menendez had them built in Deusto, a district in the city of Bilbao in Vizcaya. They were ready by 1568 to use in the defense of La Florida and the Antilles, and would become the nucleus of the Armada de la Guarda. Because the design was experimental, their measurements were discussed at multiple levels of the Spanish government, as well as by master shipbuilders and experienced mariners. That same tradition was still current as late as 1698, when several government bureaucrats and master ship's carpenters sat in the shade of a tree on the north coast one afternoon and discussed the measurements proposed for two very large warships. The opinions of everyone present were included in a long memorandum sent to the Crown, which is how I learned about the meeting. As for the men who sailed back and forth to Spanish America between 1504 and 1580, the vast majority of them also came from Spain's Cantabrian coast. They were formed as mariners by a tough apprenticeship. An anthropologist colleague of mine tells a story about watching fishermen bring their small boats to the town's dock day after day. They'd come close on huge swells, and then at precisely the right moment, they'd gun the outboard motor and slide in alongside the dock to tie up their boats. At some point, my colleague asked one of them, "Don't you ever hit the dock?" The puzzled fisherman responded, "Why would I want to do that?" In other words, his skill was so natural and ingrained that he couldn't imagine hitting the dock unless he wanted to. The ancestors of that fisherman conquered the Atlantic and the world in the 16th century, mostly sailing from Seville. The number of people carried on 16th century ships varied according to the purpose of the voyage. An ordinary merchant ship sailing in peacetime might carry a fairly small crew and a sizable number of civilian passengers. A ship armed for battle, especially if it was a galleon, would carry more crew than normal, plus a large contingent of soldiers and gunners. In general, the number of men required to simply sail the ship declined over time, as changes in design made the equipment somewhat easier to use. We should remember, however, that crews worked extraordinarily hard, managing sails made of heavy canvas and lines and cables made of hemp and other natural fibers. One nautical treatise recommended using 67 pounds of cables and rigging for every tonelada of a ship's size. In other words, a ship of 500 toneladas would have carried rigging and cables that weighed about 33,500 pounds dry, and a great deal more when wet. Very few descriptions of the working life aboard early 16th century ships have come down through the ages. The crew and their officers were generally too busy doing their jobs to have time to write about them, even if they knew how to write. To the passengers as well as the soldiers, sailors were a different breed of human being, alien and largely incomprehensible. Cervantes called them heathen and inurbane persons who know no other language than that used on the ships. In good weather they are diligent, in squalls they are lazy, and in real tempests many give orders and few obey them. Their god is their sea chest and their lodging place, and their favorite amusement is to watch the passengers being seasick. Passengers on merchant ships had considerable time on their hands, but most of them were too seasick or otherwise indisposed to serve as chroniclers of their voyages. However, one remarkable observer of the working life of the ship was Eugenio de Salazar, a well-educated bureaucrat born in Madrid in 1530. After he and his family sailed to Santo Domingo on the island of Hispaniola in 1573, he wrote a long letter to a friend back home. Discussing the ship's pilot, Salazar wrote, "I have not seen a gentleman as well served, nor have I seen knaves who serve as well and so well merit their wages as these sailors. Because if the pilot says, 'Hey, you at the prow,' you will see them instantly come running to him like so many conjured demons, and their eyes are fixed on him, and their mouths hang open awaiting his commands. And he, with great authority, orders them to do a dozen different and complicated tasks. And when the pilot has provided these orders, you see them clamoring and chasing from one place to another by the rigging, some high and others low, so that they seem to be cats chasing through the trees or spirits of those who fell from heaven and remained in the air." The varied and extremely heavy work involved in handling the sails and rigging required all possible coordination among the sailors. For this reason, Spanish crews, like all other seafarers that we know about, used rhythmic chants as they heaved and hauled on the equipment. One sort of chant had a steady marching beat. Another type of chant had a slow, regular rhythm for tasks that involved standing in one place and hauling on lines hand over hand. A third sort of chant used a two-part rhythm, coordinating preparation time and action time for heavy jobs that required standing in one place and hauling with both arms at once, and then getting into position for the next haul. An ordinary day at sea had its own steady rhythm for the crews on a Spanish ship, punctuated by changes in the watch and prayers chanted by young boys called pages, the most junior members of the crew, whose job it was to turn the half-hour sand clock that kept time at sea, a crucial element in plotting the ship's course. As skilled and experienced as the 16th century sailors were, they needed tools to carry out their jobs. The scientific knowledge of the time, although it seems primitive to us, enabled them to track their ships at sea. Navigation in the early 16th century, often called an art, still accepted the definitions of the universe propounded by Claudius Ptolemaeus, or Ptolemy, a philosopher who had lived in Hellenistic Egypt during the 2nd century. His reputation was enhanced in the late 15th century by numerous editions of the Latin translation of his treatise on astronomy, called the Almagest. Ptolemy placed the Earth at the center of the universe, and the sun, the moon, the other planets, the stars, and the heavens themselves revolved around the Earth on perfectly formed crystalline spheres. To Christians, using Ptolemy's treatises, the location of each element in the universe reflected its role in the total system created by God. Although science and observation had begun to cast doubts on many aspects of the Ptolemaic universe by the early 16th century, it still provided the basis for surprisingly accurate navigation. In 1545, the Spaniard Pedro de Medina published the first practical guide to celestial navigation, the Arte de Navegar. Medina's work was in the mainstream of astronomical understanding for his time, and although he mentioned many ongoing disputes about the heavens and the earth, his knowledge was grounded in Ptolemy's vision. He designed each part of his discussion to instruct, and he took great care to write in terms that mariners could understand, discussing the names and qualities of the winds that mariners relied upon, and describing in detail the sea charts that pilots consulted to plan their voyages. Each of those charts carried a wind rose or compass rose, showing the orientation of known lands to the 32 points or winds of the mariner's compass. The lines emanating from those points, called room lines, could be used even by fairly inexperienced pilots to plot a course from one known location to another. The most important parts of Medina's manual dealt with how to calculate a ship's position at sea, beginning by observing the relationship of the heavenly body with the horizon. In Medina's time, the typical tools of observation included a cross-staff, an astrolabe, and a quadrant. The cross-staff was a simple square-cut wooden staff about a yard long, with graduated markings and sliding transoms set at right angles to the staff. The end of the staff was held in front of the eye, with the transoms pointing up and down. Then the appropriate transom was slid along the staff until its upper end matched the heavenly body and its lower end matched the horizon. The mark where the transom crossed the staff was then converted to degrees and minutes by using a printed table. The cross staff was typically used at night to observe the North Star, Polaris, the only star in the night sky of the Northern Hemisphere that seemed to stay in the same place. The astrolabe and quadrant were more complex instruments. In its simplest form, an astrolabe was a flat, circular ring of brass, hollow in the center except for a strip across the diameter to which was attached a movable pointer called an alidade, which had two viewing holes. To use an astrolabe, the mariner would hang the instrument from a ship's timber and hold it as steady as possible. Good astrolabes could weigh as much as 10 pounds because their weight helped to keep them steady against the movement of the ship. The person making the observation would peer through the two viewing holes on the alidade, or, when observing the sun, would adjust the bar until the sun shone through both viewing holes. As the bar was adjusted, it slid along a scale of degrees marked on the circular edge. Once the object was sighted properly, its angle to the horizon in degrees could be read from that scale. The quadrant estimated the degrees by means of a weighted string. By the observed angle, a mariner could ascertain the latitude or north-south position of his ship, either by calculating a change from earlier sightings or by consulting published tables calculated from the observations of others. As early as the 15th century, mariners had tables showing the position of the noonday sun in the northern hemisphere with relation to the horizon at various times of the year. These so-called declination tables were revised as better observations became available, and Medina included the tables that he considered most accurate. For plotting the ship's longitude, or position east to west, the pilot had to know how long, how fast, and in what direction the ship had sailed. The sandcloud gave an indication of how long a ship had maintained a given course. A visual observation of how fast the current moved alongside the ship gave an indication of speed, or the pilot might use what was called a log line, a rope wrapped around a spool and attached to a log or other weight at the other end. The weight was tossed into the water and the ship's speed was estimated by knowing how fast the rope unwound from the spool by observing a series of evenly placed knots in the rope so that the speed was gauged in so many knots, as we still do today. Direction was indicated by use of the mariner's compass, arguably the most important instrument of all. In Medina's description of the compass, he failed to accept the need to adjust for compass variation between magnetic north and true north, which many mariners had already proven to be necessary. Nonetheless, 16th century mariners throughout Europe found Medina's book so useful that they continued to use it, and it was translated into many other languages. The Ordine de Navegar was much more than a simple navigation manual. It summed up the whole range of scientific knowledge and practical experience that enabled mariners to understand their universe enough to sail through both familiar and uncharted seas. Although most of the ships traveling back and forth to Spain's colonies in the Western Hemisphere completed their voyages safely, catastrophes did occur, especially during hurricane season. Most of the disasters happened in coastal waters at one end or the other of the transatlantic passage. Traversing the open ocean was a much safer part of the voyage. Large ships often carried divers as part of the crew. In the case of minor damage to the hull at sea, they went over the side to patch the ship sufficiently to reach a port for repairs. When a ship suffered extensive damage in shallow water, some or even all of its cargo might be salvaged, along with reusable parts of the ship's rigging and equipment. Salvage operations were not always possible, of course, but they helped to make the best of a bad situation, enabling merchants, passengers, and the crown to recoup at least part of their losses after a shipwreck. My colleagues will tell you about some of those wrecks. What I hope to have provided is their historical context and a bit about what it meant to sail the Atlantic in the age of discoveries. Thank you for your attention.
Well, I will be sure to send Professor Phillips your applause. Like I said, I think it was a very good overview of 16th century seafaring during this time, and so we'll sort of touch stones when we mention things. You'll sort of know what we're talking about when we mention these vessels. Also, she was quoting extensively from Eugenio de Salazar's letter It's available at the library. It's translated, so you have a Spanish version and an English version, but it's a very good synopsis or of an account of a passenger sailing from the Canary Islands to Hispaniola, and a very good and an amusing letter. So if you ever come across it, I'd suggest giving it a good read. It's a very short but very funny at times. So our next speaker will be discussing about the navigation in the New World that proved dangerous with an array of hazards and perils, especially during the early days of exploration, of navigating along a new unfamiliar shoreline. And our next speaker, Dr. Don Keith, will address some of these early shipwrecks associated with the early exploration of the New World. Dr. Keith is president of Ships of Discovery and is a research affiliate at the Turks and Caicos National Museum. He has been involved with exploring shipwrecks from the early days as a graduate student at Texas A&M University, as well as through his organization, Ships of Discovery. So some of the various earliest scientific investigations of these shipwrecks have been led by Dr. Keith. So Dr. Keith's presentation is titled Early 16th Century Shipwrecks in the New World. Don?
Thank you, Jim. Okay. I'd like to thank all of you for coming and for this opportunity, and thank the organizers. How's the volume? Yeah. Can you hear me back there? I see a hand waving. There's one person. Okay. All right. Well, that one person back there, talk to the others and tell them what I said. All right, just getting familiar with the gizmos. That's all right. That's all right. It doesn't matter. Okay, I have to start with a confession. Okay, now we're on track. I never liked history very much when I was in school. I assume everyone here has some interest in history, but it might not be enough to become a historian, or you might not even realize why you're so interested. But I thought it was boring and irrelevant. And this unstaged photograph, a picture of a colleague of mine at Texas A&M one day, reflects that attitude, and I'm sure you know what that means. Eventually, though, I had a kind of epiphany that history is one of those subjects that cannot be fully appreciated until your knowledge achieves a certain critical mass, and then suddenly it starts to connect up, make sense, and can even become, well, exciting. All of these contraptions are a little bit different, and this one, there we go. Okay, now we're getting there. All right, and that's what my presentation today is all about. It's the story of how a small group of graduate students in the Nautical Archaeology program at Texas A&M made substantive contributions to that critical mass of knowledge, specifically pertaining to ships of exploration and discovery. All over the world and all through time, different seafaring peoples had various traditions of boat building that maritime historians have grouped into families based on their salient design features. For example, Arab ships like this one with their characteristic lateen sails and hull planks sewed together rather than nailed or pegged. And Far Eastern Chinese ships with their heavy interior bulkheads and massive batten lug sails. Pacific Island watercraft favored outriggers and multi-hulled configurations. And the Vikings, who reached North America 500 years before Columbus in their low, open longships that could be rowed or sailed. The student body in the nautical archaeology program was small when I arrived there in 1977. It was a new field, and we were all trying to figure out where we fit in. But there was this one student who knew what he wanted to do before he even got there. Roger Smith pointed out that although each of these seafaring traditions had its strengths and weaknesses, and all accomplished amazing feats of seafaring, he was here to study the Iberian caravel, a ship type that figured prominently in the European age of exploration and discovery. He was obsessed with these ships that conquered the seas and connected the old and new worlds permanently. Surprisingly, in spite of their accomplishments, they were poorly recorded at the time and were soon replaced by larger ships more suited to commerce and the requirements of colonization. In fact, we know less about them than we do about Egyptian boats from 4,000 years earlier. And that's because we've actually found the Egyptian boats. So what did we know about these ships? Let's start with what they looked like. This is the Juan de la Cosa map of 1500. The New World is on the left. Europe and Africa are on the right. North America is the dark mass toward the top, and South America is the mass toward the bottom, and that's the Caribbean in between. And just off the northeast coast of South America, the artist painted two ships that are faint in this picture, but let's look at them more closely. They are very similar to each other, and remember this dates to 1500, with high forecastles and stern castles, 3 masts, bowsprits, and a lot of standing rigging. The sails are furled, but the fore and main masts carry yards for square sails, while the mizens carry lateen yards. Other details are a little less distinct. It wasn't long before several of us got interested in these ships of discovery. We reasoned that one could compile a history of seafaring for the New World based on nautical archaeology, just the way our professors had done for the Mediterranean. These ships then would represent the beginning of that history. But how do we get started? At first, we were limited to book learning only until a serendipitous event occurred in 1980 when the Institute of Nautical Archaeology asked me to take a quick trip to the Turks and Caicos Islands to look at a recently discovered shipwreck found on Molasses Reef and advise the governor on what to do with it. After visiting the site long enough to map it and determine it had the characteristics of a 15th or 16th century ship, including a spindly shanked anchor 15 feet long and wrought iron breech loading cannons on top of the ballast mound, I advised the governor that the wreck appeared to be one of the oldest ever found in the New World and largely intact. As such, it should have proper archaeological investigation. A year later, this led to a confrontation at sea directly over the site with nomad treasure seekers, gun-toting Americans from Florida who claimed it was Columbus's ship Pinta, that it was loaded with 2 tons of red pearls worth millions, and that it was all theirs. In a ridiculous attempt to disguise their shabby trawler as a Coast Guard vessel, they painted this stripe on the bow. Not so laughable, though, was this guy in the bow of the dinghy coming toward us with a M1 carbine in his hand. This was law enforcement at sea, 15 miles from land. Nomad knew there wasn't any treasure on the Molasses Reef wreck, They were merely hoping to capitalize on the baseless claim that it was one of Columbus's ships. Within a few days after this showdown at sea, Nomad fled back to Florida, and the governor asked the Institute of Nautical Archaeology to excavate the site. We prepared to start the excavation in April of 1982, but when I arrived at the site, we found it had been blown up by someone, probably the treasure hunters. We found the remains of their improvised explosive devices, pipe bombs, simple pipe bombs, along with the wires and the detonators used to set off the charges. It was a vicious attack. You can see that they broke the shank of the anchor, the wrought iron anchor. They bent the barrel of one of the large wrought iron cannons, dug a hole in the center of the ballast mound, and damaged many of the artifacts on the site. They took their time. Treasure hunting is the scourge of archaeology, certainly in the Caribbean, and one that we would run into repeatedly over the years. Although it was an inauspicious beginning, even severely damaged, the site was too important to abandon. Over 4 years, between 82 and 86, we returned 4 times to continue the excavation, spending more than 6 months in total on this lonely reef. We recovered thousands of heavily encrusted artifacts, but remains of the ship's wooden hull were scanty and poorly preserved. Here you can see those remains under sandbags that we used to hold them in place while we mapped them. Because there were no facilities in the Turks and Caicos Islands where the artifacts could be conserved and studied, or even stored for that matter, we were granted permission to take everything back to the U.S. And we converted this old abandoned fire station at the Texas A&M Research Annex into a conservation laboratory and brought all the artifacts here, where we spent the next 6 years cleaning, stabilizing, and analyzing them, proving something we actually already knew, that the real excavation takes place in the lab. For every month you spend in the field, typically you will spend a year in the laboratory. The problem with archaeology is the artifacts. My colleagues, I think, will back me up on that. I think of them as orphaned children. You have to spend years taking care of them first, and eventually figure out a good home for them to go to when they're finished. Here we are laboriously chipping away the incrustation from the iron artifacts prior to putting them through electrolytic reduction and other treatments to stabilize them. So what were we learning, though, from all this work? The site plan, this site plan, showing the distribution of the various elements of the shipwreck, tells us about the ship itself, its dimensions and capacity. The remains of the wooden hull trapped under the ballast provided dimensions of the oak frames and planks used to build the hull, but nothing remained of the most important timbers, the ones that tell us the most about the ship, like the keel, the keelson, and the end posts. From the volume of the ballast stones, the gross dimensions of the ballast mound, and hull remains, we estimated the ship was between 60 and 70 feet in length, with a beam of about 20 feet at the waterline and less than 100 tons displacement. The most salient feature of the wreck is its impressive complement of weaponry. Everything from swords and crossbows and arquebuses and grenades to large breech-loading cannons and their breech chambers and shot, to smaller swivel guns, hand cannons, and even shot molds. This was surprising because conventional wisdom about ships of the period dictates that they were not heavily armed, that firearms were considered more of a liability than an asset, and probably not needed anyway. The anchor and artillery are large and impressive, but cannot be tightly dated or even definitively assigned a country of origin. So what artifacts provided the best clues? The ceramics, such as these humble fragments of a type of Iberian bowl called an escudilla, are some of the best indicators of both date and origin, but there are other clues too. No single artifact from the Molasses Reef Wreck could be assigned a specific date, just a date range, which is a period of time during which it was in common use. On this chart, artifacts are listed on the left and with a little diagram of what they look like, a silhouette, and their date ranges are represented by the horizontal green and red bars. The vertical black line between 1510 and 1520 intersecting the date ranges of all the artifacts that were found on the site, but not the date ranges of the types of artifacts that are found on later sites, those are the bars in red, means that the Molasses Reef Wreck is unlikely to have sunk later than about 1520, but could have sunk earlier. While we were concentrating on the artifact conservation and analysis, and even though the Molasses Reef Wreck gave every indication of being a very early example of a ship of discovery, we realized that one site's a pretty insignificant sample size in determining if your objective is to determine what the period of exploration and discovery was all about. So we needed to take a step back and look at the big picture. One day, Denise Lakey, our archival researcher, looked up from the documents she was studying and asked, just what is an exploratory ship anyway? Does it have to be a ship that was used by a recognized explorer? Does it have to have discovered something? Does it have to be a particular type of ship? Or does it have to answer yes to some combination of these questions? So we started to compile a list of all the ship losses in the New World between 1492 and 1520, including who the explorers were and where the losses occurred. Turns out there are a lot of candidates, and we were surprised. Confining the literature search to the primary and secondary references in our library, we easily came up with 112 known ship losses, and the list is far from conclusive. We needed to find a way to narrow the list down to specific targets that we stood a chance of finding. Because more is known about Columbus's 4 voyages than those of the less well-known explorers, we tried to determine which place where he lost ships would be the most likely to harbor the remains of an undisturbed, identifiable, and datable caravel. We created this table to compare the 5 sites where Columbus lost or abandoned caravels. The columns at the top list the 5 sites in Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Panama, and Jamaica. The rows on the left are the 11 criteria we used to compare the sites. You can see what the different factors we considered were. We rated them all 1 through 5, 5 being the best result for that category, and 1 being the worst. Much to our surprise, Rio Belén in Panama came out as the winner, the place where we would be most likely to find a bona fide Columbus ship. So now we were looking for test excavating or evaluating 3 shipwreck sites that appeared to be old but were still unidentified, and 5 well-documented places where Columbus is known to have lost ships. In any given year, in the 80s, we might be working on 2 or 3 of these sites, and eventually we looked at all of them. Each had something to add, but some were more informative than others. The Hybern Key Wreck was not a Columbus ship, but it revealed more about how ships of the period were built than any other site. This is the beautifully preserved main mast step cut into the keelson with 3 massive buttresses on either side. So we're at the bottom of the ship, which was protected by the load of ballast on top. Like the Molasses Reef Wreck, the Hybern Key Wreck was stripped of its artifacts long before we got there, and it has never been positively identified, other than it was of Iberian origin, and the artifacts are typical of an early 16th century or even late 15th century date. We had less luck with our search for bona fide Columbus ships. Roger led several seasons searching at St. Ann's Bay in Jamaica for the 2 caravels Columbus abandoned there in 1504, but they remained elusive. We had a similarly disappointing result searching for the 2 Columbus sites in Panama. We conducted 5 seasons of field work in Rio Belén using remote sensing equipment, divers, and this device that we call the probe barge. But after the first thunderstorm, the locals started calling it El Rayo, the lightning rod. In the end, we found no trace of La Gallega, the caravel Columbus abandoned here, but we did find Iberian ceramics typical of the late 15th, early 16th centuries in association with Native American artifacts at a freshwater source the locals called El Pozo Viejo, the old well. These finds were encouraging, but could not be linked directly to Columbus or La Gallega. So we came back empty-handed in the end, but certainly not for lack of trying. These ships are hard to find. Archaeology and history have their limitations, but they are not the only tools science has to answer the deeper questions we had, like what were the ships really like to sail on? What were their secrets to success? What were the real motives of the explorers? Why did they take these chances? What can we learn from them that might be relevant to us today? It was time to employ a technique called ethnographic parallels, that is, looking in the present for examples of the ways people did things in the past. Fortunately, in the late 1980s, with 1992 and the 500th anniversary of Columbus's first voyage on everyone's mind, we started working with John Sarsfield, an American who was building a replica of a caravel he was going to call Nina in Valença, Brazil, incorporating the evidence we and other archaeologists and historians had compiled previously. Using ancient traditional design and construction techniques, the ship John was building would also be a good exercise in experimental archaeology, enabling us to test the conclusions we drew from historical and archaeological evidence and find out what they were really like at sea. We filmed much of the construction process for this ship and brought the well-known illustrator and author David Macaulay to Valença to gather material for a book he was writing called Ship. Launched in 1991, this vessel, the Nina replica, turned out to be a tremendous success for experimental archaeology. Better, I think, than the official Columbus fleet, the replicas that were built for 1992 in Spain for 3 ships. Having already sailed thousands of miles, the Nina is still going strong 28 years since it was launched. At this point, we had used all the tools available to find out about the past, about these ships. We used written history, art history, archaeology, this thing called ethnographic parallels, and finally experimental archaeology. And it was time to start reaching some conclusions. We determined that 5 key technologies allowed the caravel and its successors to accomplish so much so quickly, and some of these were touched on by Dr. Rand Phillips. The hull design and construction, the use of square and lateen sailing rig, instrument-enhanced navigation, superior armaments, particularly firearms, and improvements in health and hygiene. The eagerness with which their designers, builders, and crews adopted these technologies gave birth to something we started calling the Atlantic ship, which was a combination of Northern European, Iberian, and Mediterranean shipbuilding and seafaring traditions. Today, images and replicas of the ships of the exploration period are boringly familiar. But in their time, they were unlike anything the world had seen. We also couldn't help but see numerous parallels between the age of Columbus and the space age we are now in, one of which had to do with motivation. Exploration is dangerous and expensive. There has to be a reason to do it. 500 years ago, these are the four elements that every voyage of discovery sought to accomplish. Seek something out of value, extract it from whomever already had it, record its location so you could return for more, and finally, the most important part, return home safely and convert it to wealth and prestige. This summer will be 50 years since men first walked on the moon. The only motivation behind that was to beat the Russians to the moon. As soon as the US government accomplished that, it quit. And let's face it, the space program sort of went moribund. Now that sailing the sea of space is no longer limited to the capricious whims of governments and militaries, we're finally seeing bold entrepreneurial interest in exploring and colonizing the moon and Mars, just as that spirit evolved 500 years ago. Yes, the risks are great, but so are the potential rewards. The Ships of Discovery team took quite a few risks and suffered hardships over the 11 years it took to complete the work on the Molasses Reef Wreck and get the artifacts back to a place, a safe repository near where they were found. But there were rewards too. One of the biggest is the fact that we helped to create the Turks and Caicos National Museum. It didn't exist before the Molasses Reef Wreck was brought back to the islands, and it became the nucleus of that museum, the Turks and Caicos National Museum, where you can see it today. It opened in 1991. A bonus was working with David Macaulay, the great explainer he's sometimes called, assisting him in creating his book, Ship, a beautiful blend of our underwater field work, laboratory, and archival experiences with those of building Sarsfield's Nina. It tells two stories at the same time. One about how an early 16th century Spanish caravel was designed, built, and ultimately wrecked on a lonely Caribbean reef, and the other about how a group of nautical archaeologists discovered it and brought its story back into mainstream history. The physical and intellectual journeys of exploration and discovery that Roger and his caravels took us on rewarded us with the opportunity to make original contributions to science, spinning off 6 master's theses, 3 PhD dissertations, 4 books, and more than 100 scientific and popular articles and book chapters. But nothing lasts forever. The scruffy people in this photo from 1983 include some of the most dedicated individuals who envisioned the Ships of Discovery Research Project. 10 years later, most had moved on to do other things, but the nonprofit organization, Ships of Discovery, is still alive and well. We don't have a motto, but if we did, it would probably be something like, making history is a lot more interesting than reading about it. Thank you.
I've lost the mouse. Come on. Wes, anything special? The mouse has disappeared on us. So it'll just take a minute for him to come up and get the mouse working again. But I'd forgotten about that book, Ship. It came out about 1993 or 95, somewhere in there. And I bought it for my daughter when she was about 3 years old or thereabouts. And I still have it on my bookshelf, but it's an excellent book if you're thinking about something for a present and for upcoming holiday gift. Interested in the 16th century. It's an excellent book on the drawings and everything, how you put together the shipwreck. You know, we're talking about keels and keelsons and end posts and things of that nature. Very good illustrations on that. Plus then the process that Don and his team and Roger did is an excellent book. So it's probably about, I'd say, a level for about a fifth grader, sixth grader, somewhere in there, and profitable for, you know, elder people as well. Yeah, there you go. That's mouse. That's. All right. So as Spain colonized the islands in the Greater Antilles and along the Spanish Main in the early part of the 16th century, conquistadors seeking wealth and prestige looked for other areas to colonize. And our next speaker, Dr. Paul Hoffman, will address the early voyages and efforts to establish a Spanish colony along the southern United States coastline from 1521 to 1526. Dr. Hoffman is a professor emeritus of history at Louisiana State at Baton Rouge, as I like to say, get the inner Cajun going in me, and has devoted much of his career to studying Spanish endeavors in the New World, particularly in the early years of La Florida. Dr. Hoffman has published extensively, and especially relevant to our symposium today, are two books, New Andalusia and A Way to the Orient, the American Southeast during the 16th century, and The Spanish Crown and the Defense of the Caribbean from 1535 to 1585, Precedent, Patrimonialism, and Royal Parsimony. Dr. Hoffman's presentation today is entitled Lucas Vasquez de Ayllon's Discovery of the Southeastern North America, 1521 to 1526. Paul? This seems the damn clicker is working. I guess ready.
Oh, there we go.
Okay. And then just hit enter if you want to, or the clicker, yeah, and just hit there.
Okay, all right. The first thing I need to do is to raise this a little bit. There we go. Oops. They said if we drop this that they will send us off to purgatory, so don't want to do that. Oops. It's a great pleasure to be here again at Santa Elena, Beaufort, where everything began, and also at this conference. And it's a particular pleasure for me to be here on the occasion when my longtime friend and sometimes a colleague in historical crimes, I guess we would call it, Eugene Lyon is being honored for his long service and particularly for the work that he did in bringing Santa Elena into public knowledge. Now, this is a symposium about shipwrecks, and you may wonder why I'm talking about what I'm going to do. Well, why I'm doing what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to start with the shipwreck, and then I invite you to join me in looking at the backstory of the shipwreck, and then we'll take a little deeper dive to try to figure out where the shipwreck actually took place. Okay? All right. On Thursday, August the 9th, 1526, which is the festival of San Roman in the Spanish calendar of saints of the time, a Spanish fleet of 6 ships of various sizes, carrying as many as 600 men, women, and children, and a few African slaves, approached the Jordan River, an estuary on the southeastern coast of North America. Nearby was a headland, given the name of Cabo de San Roman to commemorate the date of the arrival. Behind it, to the west and stretching northward, was a bay. A river delta was slightly southwest. As the ships were working their ways over sandbars into the bay, the Capitana grounded and subsequently broke up. At least that's the story that the official historian of the Spanish Empire, Gonzalo Fernandez de Oviedo, I put these names up because they're not familiar to you, recorded in his manuscript General History. On the other hand, the Dominican friar Antonio de Cervantes and the layman Alonso Espinosa Cervantes, both of whom were on the expedition, recalled 35 years later that the Capitana had been lost at, quote, the entrance, unquote, to the new land, a much less specific indication of where it went down. Espinosa Cervantes, perhaps elaborating on a good story, added that this had happened at night during a storm. Now, the expedition was led by Lucas Vasquez de Ayllón, who was a licenciado, and is a judge of the High Court or Audiencia of Santo Domingo. Santo Domingo, of course, is the capital city of the Dominican Republic today. With him was a Native American from the area who said that inland was a supposedly large, prosperous Indian kingdom that the Spaniards understood was called Chicora. This man, Francisco El Chicorano, as he was recorded in the literature, quickly deserted, leaving Ayllón without the guide that he had expected to lead the Spaniards to Chicora. Scouts sent inland reported that the immediate area seemed to offer neither Indians nor soil suitable for a Spanish town. Ayllón then ordered a ship to be built to replace the lost Capitana and sent other ships south to see if they could find a better place to settle. When those captains reported that they had found such a place, Ayllón sent the ships with the women, children, and the ill to that place. He and a party of able men with horses, the horses that had survived the voyage, went overland until they reached the settlement the Spaniards named San Miguel de Gualdape. There things went from bad to worse, with many deaths among the colonizers, including Ayllón's. And soon after his demise, the survivors sailed for the Antilles. This was the third expedition to the Georgia Carolinas coast in which Ayllón had invested. So here we get to the backstory. The first voyage was a slaving venture sent to the Bahama Islands in 1521. Finding no Indians to enslave, the ship's captain, Francisco de Gordillo, happened upon another slaver, Pedro de Quejo, whose equally fruitless voyage had been funded by the licenciado Juan Ortiz de Matienzo, who was also a judge on the appeals court. Both judges, who had other investors in these ventures, were taking advantage of Governor Diego de Colón's decree allowing slavers to finish clearing the Native American population from the Bahamas, which were considered to be useless islands, unlike Hispaniola, which still had gold mines and other uses for enslaved Indian labor. Now, as it happened, Quejo had a supply of food that could be used to extend both voyages, and Gordillo had knowledge that in about 1516 or so, Captain Pedro de Salazar had sailed northwest from the Bahamas until he met the coast of North America. There he had captured Indians who were later sold in the Antilles. Ayllón had ordered Gordillo to check the truth of what were rather vague but potentially valuable information, because the Indians that Salazar had enslaved were taller and perhaps stronger than the few remaining natives of the Bahamas and the Antilles. In any case, new sources of Indian slaves were needed and could be profitable. So the Quejo-Gordillo expedition duly followed Salazar's general track, and on the morning of June the 24th, the feast of St. John the Baptist, or San Juan Bautista in Spanish, they found themselves off of a river with a headland to the northeast and a bay just to the west of that cape, and a cape that had shoals that reached 6 to 9 nautical miles to the south and southeast. Over the next few days, the ships were worked into the bay, and while waiting out a new moon in the bay, each man took possession of the new land for his employer. Quejo went further on June the 30th in 1521, calculating the latitude as 33.5 degrees north, probably using a noon solar sighting on land, which means that it was fairly accurate. That reading and the description of the land that they found placed the ships in Winya Bay, near modern Georgetown, South Carolina. The river that they had first approached would thus be the Santee River. With the rising of the moon came a raising of the sails and anchors and the capture of at least 60 Indians, lured onto the ships by the promise of clothing. Taken to Hispaniola, most of the captives died from disease, overwork, or depression, or perhaps a combination of some or all of those things. But Francisco El Chicorano not only survived, he apparently learned a working vocabulary in Spanish. He it was who told the tale of Chicora, a place whose attributes were enhanced by Ayon's use of various then contemporary ideas from world geography. Dr. Phillips mentioned Ptolemy, that's who he was talking about. And also by Ayon's lie, and it was a lie, that the discovery had been made at the latitudes of Andalusia in southern Spain, which is roughly where Virginia is today, or same latitude as Virginia, and thus might yield the same agricultural products as that fabled part of the peninsula. From this discovery arose Ayon's contract with the Spanish crown, signed on the 12th of June of 1523, and the second voyage that he sponsored. The contract required exploration to begin within a year and cover a distance not to exceed 800 leagues, which is about 2,500 nautical miles, bounded on the south by lands that Spaniards had already explored, and on the north by the jurisdiction of the King of Portugal under the terms of the Treaty of Tordesillas of 1494. This is a modern rendition of where the line was in the 16th century. They thought that the line actually included some of the Canadian Maritimes. But be that as it may, that was the restriction to the north. Now, the findings on this exploration had to be reported to the Crown within 2 years, and a settlement site selected, and then permanent settlement begun within 3. For various reasons, Ayon could not send Francisco Gordillo on this voyage, but in 1525 he did send Pedro de Quejo with instructions to explore 200 leagues of coast. We know only the most general outlines of this voyage, but it appears that he made his first landfall at the Savannah River on the festival of the Invention of the Cross, which is May the 3rd, 1525. He named the headland that he found there the Cabo de Cruz, again for the Invention of the Cross, and then returned to the River Bay Cape complex that he discovered in 1521, evidently arriving on May the 9th, which is the festival of San Nicolas. The name was given to the headland or the cape. We know that over the next few weeks, Quejo ranged north as far as the Delaware Bay and as far south as the northern end of Amelia Island in Florida, which he reached about May the 22nd, and there he bestowed the name the Cape of Santa Elena, apparently for a different Santa Elena than we're going to come to, a French virgin martyr from Auxerre in France. Well, along the way, he encountered and captured persons from the 4 linguistic groups that we know existed among Indians along that stretch of the North American coast. When he got home, he wrote a report that included basic details of his voyage and the coast that he had seen. Juan Vespucci incorporated this report into his 1526 world map. This is the Western Hemisphere version of it. This is a rendering of that with some things pointed out. The names are pointed out to you there. And this would be a, whoops, how do I back up? Now, nope. There we go. This is his map, but enlarged so that you can see where the names are and read them, okay? Thus provided with what seems to have been a detailed picture of where Indians lived along the southeastern coast, as well as some of its various estuaries, Ayon was ready to try to create a Spanish town, whose residents, following royal policy of the time, were to engage in peaceful trade with and evangelization of the Indians, and further explore inland to check on and thus exploit the native kingdom that Francisco was said to have described. Success in this endeavor would not only increase Ayon's wealth, but would also give him and his heirs offices and status in the Spanish Empire at a time when men of lesser social origins were making names and fortunes for themselves by finding and conquering new peoples and lands. The men on that third expedition, like the Licenciado, staked some or all of their personal fortunes on the venture, and Ayon, in fact, had gone into serious debt. The Dominican friars who were on the trip hoped for a harvest of souls, as well as proof that, as Friar Bartolome de las Casas was arguing, it was possible to peacefully convert Indians, and thus have them join not only the kingdom of God, but also the kingdom of Castile. For these reasons, and perhaps others which are now lost in time, Ayon was approaching land on August the 9th, 1526. The loss of the Capitana's cargo foreshadowed the failure of the expedition later that year, She carried a lot of the food that had been loaded on the island of Hispaniola. Now, you'll notice that I haven't said which of the various rivers and bays along the southeastern coast was the Jordan. Knowing the full story, we who are just a few miles north of the cape or point of Santa Elena would not say, as Jean Ribaud said in 1562, that the cape and the river, Jordan, were side by side, as well as the gateway to Chicora, whose characteristics as a place of abundance were used to persuade some 27 of his crewmen to stay at Charles Fort, which we do know was out on Paris Island, or is out on Paris Island. So why did Ribaud think that the Cape of Santa Elena and the Jordan were in the same place? The obvious answer is that he and the men he was in contact with in France and England had Francisco Lopez de Gomera's General History of the Indies and the Conquest of Mexico at hand. This was first published in Spain in 1552, banned almost immediately because of what it said about his conquest of Mexico, and then in Antwerp the next year. This is the edition of 1553, and in various editions in the years that followed. The book stated that Ayllón had been at a land, quote, now called the Cape of Santa Elena and the Jordan River, unquote. Gomera also said that the cape was at 32 degrees, which made it either Tybee Island, most likely, or possibly the southern end of Hilton Head Island. What is puzzling about Ribaud's use of this information is that Spanish maps, and I'm going to show you 3 of them in a row here. This is one of the Ribeiro maps. You can barely see the outline of North America. It hadn't been flushed in on that one, but it was on this one. Spanish maps, such as the Ribeiros from 1529, and this one from 1562, which we've also seen. No, this is some more of the Ribeiro. This is Gutierrez. Or maps derived from these maps had shown that the Jordan and the Cape of Santa Elena were at some distance from each other, with the Jordan well to the north. Gomera, there we go, yeah. Let's see where, Gomera evidently meant to bracket Ayllón's land as between the Jordan on the north and the Cape of Santa Elena on the south, but the way he expressed it, you could easily misunderstood as the two being together. Well, by 1586, when René de la Donnière published his account of Ribaud's and his own voyages to Florida in 1562 to 65, in a book called The Three Voyages in English, he and Jacques Lemoyne, who drew this map for that text, knew very well what the correct geography was. So probably did Antonio de Herrera and Tordesillas, Oviedo's successor as the official Spanish historian of the Indies. Nonetheless, in his general history of the deeds of Castilians in the islands and the mainlands of the Ocean Sea, which he began to publish in 1601 and which ran on until 1617, Herrera states that Ayllón had sailed to the point of Santa Elena, which he said was 100 degrees north of La Florida, and that, as Gomera had declared, the Jordan River was, quote, found in this area, unquote. Now, evidently, Herrera did not have access to Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo's manuscript materials on Ayllón's adventures, although he did to Ayllón's contract and to Peter Martyr's book, published in 1530, of what Ayllón had said in 1522-23 about the area of the discovery of 1521, including the fact that it was further north than it really was. And once again, Herrera seems, as Ribaud had, to ignore the cartography that continued to show the Jordan well to the north of the point or Cape of Santa Elena. Fast forward to the early 19th century and the work of the Spanish historian Martín Fernández de Navarrete. His collection of voyages and discoveries that Spaniards made by sea by the end of the 15th century, which was published in 1825, contained in it a new discussion of Ayllón. Now, Navarrete indicated that he had seen documents in the Archive of the Indies in Seville, for example, Ayllón's contract, which he published, and also he'd seen Gonzalo Fernández de Oviedo's account, which was still in manuscript and was not published until 1851 to 55, as the Historia General y Natural de las Indias. This is the big set, not the short version of 1537. From these sources, and from Oviedo in particular, he derived a latitude for the Jordan River of 1526, 33 2/3 degree north. That is roughly the Cape Fear River. Then, in a complete misreading of Oviedo, he stated that the expedition of 1536 had sailed north to the area of Cape Lookout. The publication of the documents in Navarrete's collection and then Oviedo's work should have cleared up most of the questions as to where Ayllón had been. In particular, Oviedo gives a detailed account of the voyage of 1526, including the shipwreck at the Jordan River. He also gives latitudes, not only for the Jordan, but also for the Cape of San Roman as 33.5 degrees, and the Cape or Point of Santa Elena as 33 degrees, and indicated that Gualdape, Ayllón's settlement of 1526, was 40 to 45 leagues west, toward the west, that's really southwest, from the Jordan, but wasn't on any map. Now, these latitudes introduced new errors. We know that Oviedo was reading a copy of the official Spanish map of the Indies, the so-called Padrón Real or Padrón General, which is more like the Ribeiro maps than the Gutierrez maps, but somewhere in between, and that he delighted in correcting what he viewed were errors in that map. How ironic, then, that he was misreading the map, as I will shortly show. Not surprisingly, given his contemporaneity with Ayllón, whom he knew personally, Oviedo became the new standard source, especially for 1526. By the time Oviedo's text was published, fragments of a lawsuit between Ayllón and Matienzo, dating to 1526, were available. They clarified that the landing of 1521 was at 33.5 degrees, but were misread as saying that the river of 1521 was named the San Juan Bautista, whereas the text says that the land was so named. Fray Cervantes and Espinosa de Cervantes' testimonies had also surfaced. In sum, Navarrete and later scholars of the Ayllón voyages had these materials at their disposal. I'm sorry, there's so many of them all jammed in together, but I thought that was better than multiple slides. But because the devil is in the details, otherwise excellent scholars continue to make mistakes, not least because they relied on their presumably better informed predecessors. For example, in John Gilmary Shea, writing in about 1886, is perhaps the best of the late 19th century students of Ayllón and other explorers of North America, picked up Espinosa de Cervantes' declaration that the settlement of 1526 was at a place called Guandape. To that he added Francisco Fernandez de Asija's statement, he's another Spaniard, that Jamestown was located at a place called Guandape. Ergo, per Navarrete, but contrary to Oviedo, Ayllón went north in 1526 to the Chesapeake Bay, rather neatly connecting the second Spanish attempt at settlement in what is now the United States with the first successful English one. That's a very nice story, but it's absolutely untrue. During the 20th century, scholars slowly began to correct the earlier errors, such as the direction of the expedition's travel after the initial landing of 1526, and the error of claiming that the river of 1521 was the San Juan Bautista rather than the Jordan, the name that cartographers had assigned as early as 1526 when von Vespucci uses it on his map. But Oviedo's latitude for the Jordan remained essentially unchallenged, and if it was used at all, and some writers basically said we can't know where they were anyway, so why bother? But that wasn't true. And that is where things stood when by chance I met the late Dr. Ursula Lamb on a street in Madrid in the late 1970s. Now, as senior scholars should do when they meet junior ones, she inquired about my project, which was trying to understand why Ribault had chosen Port Royal Sound as a place to leave his men, with all that followed from that, including Spanish Santa Elena. Well, as I explained my interests, she said that I should look at a newly published text by a man named Alonso de Chavez. It was a manuscript rudder or coastal pilot, which dates internally no later than 1537. She knew that Brazilian scholars, for example, had made use of Chavez in delineating certain voyages of discovery along their coasts, and she had recently given a paper about that document. She was certain that Chavez's book had information on the east coast of North America. So I got a copy of Chavez's book, right there. And sure enough, there was the material used to build Vespucci's map of 1526, the Ribeiro maps of circa 1529, and the Padrón Real that Oviedo had used and criticized. Chavez's table from the east coast has two endpoints. Let's see if I can make this thing work. Yeah, up here, this one right there, that is the Cabo de Cruz, which is down near St. Augustine, and this one down here is the Cabo de San Roman, which is, we'll see, just to the north of here. Okay. Now, the Cabo de San Roman and the Jordan River, which is just south of it, can be related to, but are not the same thing as the Cape Fear River, which has been, up to this point, had been the presumed favorite for Ayon's Jordan of 1526. Now, all the intermediate points are referenced off of these two, sometimes directly, but also in chains of interconnected points. And most of the points are also given latitudes, which are actually fairly accurate. Well, I quickly found out that if you try to plot just the named places using his system of references, the result is chaos. This is obviously not chaos, right? Here are some examples of the connections, and you can see how these things relate to each other in various ways. There's another set over there. And you'll notice that there are two Capes of Santa Elena, there are two Rio Secos, there are two Mar Bajas, okay? Now, how can this be? Well, the answer is, it turns out, that what Chavez was doing was collating data from the various voyages using names which were assigned by the pilots in question without taking time to reconcile the distances between the named points, the references that he was making between different points. If there were conflicts in the distances among his sources, and there are, okay? In this case, the data comes from 1525, that voyage of 1525 for Cajo, and 3 voyages of 1526 that are mentioned by Oviedo. The pilots in question knew a common vocabulary, it actually comes from 1525, and the common vocabulary of place names, and applied them on the basis of oral descriptions and, less certainly, latitudes. They also added at least one new name from a saint's day on which they visited a particular place. Well, once I'd realized what Chavez's method was, I could untangle his data and find, in quotes, the voyages of 1525 and 1526. And I started with the endpoints, particularly with the northern one, which is the Cabo de San Roman at 33.5 degrees north. Now, on line 32, which you won't be able to read, unfortunately, Chavez says that, quote, on the west side of this inlet is, on the west side there is an inlet, and it has the Jordan River, unquote. He adds that the Jordan is a, quote, great river, which certainly would fit the Santee, and it has the Jordan, and it is called the River of Ayon because he died there. That was not true. Somehow he picked that idea up. Chavez gives its distance from the Cape as 4 leagues, which is about 13 nautical miles, which is west of the Cape of San Roman. This description fits exactly with our friend here, the South Santee River, Winya Bay, and North Island complex. Further, a Spanish coastal pilot from 1609, a different one, agrees as to the distances and the extent of the sandbar off the point of North Island, but not with the same names. But North Island is clearly Chavez's Cape San Roman. Most but not all of Chavez's named coastal features are referenced from the Cabo de San Roman Jordan River feature. That's what we expect, of course, but given what we know about his sources. I'm not going to go into the details of how all this connects up because it really gets kind of confusing and hard to deal, but suffice it to say that Chavez tells us where the Jordan River of 1526 was, which is also where Cajo took possession of the land in 1521. Same pilot, same place, right? Chavez also shows us that the second of the scouting parties of 1526 entered what we know as Port Royal Sound and named it the River of Santa Elena for Helen, or Elena in Spanish, who was the mother of the Emperor of Constantine, who was famous for discovering the fragments of the true cross when she was in the Holy Land looking for relics from the time of Jesus. Okay? That's the connection with the Cabo de Santa de la Cruz. That's on the 18th of August, 1526. Thanks to a third expedition from 1526, the name of Cabo de Santa Elena was applied to Hilton Head Island, also touched on August the 18th in 1526. 1526. Further, Chavez' material allows us to understand why Vespucci put a Cape of Santa Elena so far south rather than here at 32 degrees, where Gomera says it was. Vespucci was mapping, Vespucci was mapping, okay, all right, yeah. Here we go. Vespucci was mapping the voyage of 1525 and the report that came from that. Like Cao's 1526 and other 1526 voyages, 25 voyages and the 1526 voyages, it was hidden in plain sight in Chavez's table. So I think our mystery is solved. Oops, this is some more on Vespucci. These are the voyages of 1525. The mystery is solved. The shipwreck that wrecked Lyon's colonial venture was on the shoals off of the Santee River, Winya Bay entrance, and North Island complex. Okay. Shameless commerce. I have a book on this called The New Andalusia and a Way to the Orient. It's a little long in the tooth, but if you're really interested in all the details, I suggest you might get a copy and read it. And also, I brought along and hung up over here the map that I used originally to disentangle Chavez. You'd have to look at it, yes, during break, and we'll probably have it someplace else if you want to look at it. But thank you very much for your attention, and remember, it all started here. Well, sort of.
So probably one of the more well-known aspects of Spanish seafaring, which the public is enthralled with, was the shipping of gold and silver from the New World back to Spain. And it oftentimes is one of the first questions we receive as an underwater archaeologist. Have you found any treasure yet? So in the case of our next speaker, I think he can truthfully say that yes, he has found some silver coins and maybe some gold bullion here and there from the 3 treasure ships that sank off of the New Spain fleet on Padre Island, Texas in 1554. Bardo is the director of the Texas Instruments at the Institute of Nautical Archaeology at Texas A&M University, which during his but prior to that post, he was the longtime state marine archaeologist at Texan for many years, and he started out working on the Padre Island shipwrecks there at Padre Island, and he and a co-author put together a book, The Nautical Archaeology of Padre Island, the Spanish Shipwrecks of 1554, which document their work in historical as well as the archaeological work on the site. Bardo's presentation is titled 1554 Floater Wrecks, Padre Island, Texas. Bardo.
Well, now we get into the Wayback Machine. It's part of this story of the Padre Island shipwreck started in '67, and then the Antiquities Code of Texas was passed in '69 in a response to a huge controversy that blew up when some treasure salvers did that work in 1967. And it's appalling to think that that's 50 years ago. And the excavations that I took part in were in '72, '73. I was Carl Clausen's assistant. He was the state marine archaeologist then. And so I was on those digs, and we'll see how much I can remember about it. In the meantime, there have been a few things I've worked on as state marine archaeologist, and as from '72 until the mid-'90s, I was with the Texas Historical Commission and the Texas Antiquities Committee. Then I moved over to the Institute of Nautical Archaeology at Texas A&M University, George Bass's outfit, and that's where I still am. And I've been working on a Civil War blockade runner in Galveston there. And just a couple of slides to show the more recent things. There's some Civil War ships around Galveston. The reds are runners, and the yellows are Union Navy ships that were lost. And we've looked at a lot of those, and this one in particular, the red one up there at the top, is the Denby, the blockade runner, that has just consumed me in the recent decades. Now, also in the meantime, there were the LaSalle shipwrecks, La Belle, that I did some work on. And this is some of the preliminary work there, but it shows you the crystal clear waters of the Texas coast. I know you guys have real water, but, you know, our visibility is like this if you're lucky. And so that's one, I just love that slide for that reason. Then we had the cofferdam for building, you know, excavating in air. This is where La Salle's ship was in Matagorda Bay. I was actually on a Southwest Airlines flight between Houston and Corpus Christi going down to see Don when I got to take that picture, so that was nice. This is one of the cool things that we found during the test excavations on the La Belle. It helped us identify the ship. And Chuck, who you'll hear later, was the guy that, this is, you know, partly buried, and the lifting dolphins were about all that was sticking up. And Chuck came up from diving one day, we were testing anomalies, magnetic anomalies, and he said, I think we've got a cannon. And I went down, and I could tell it was a decorated bronze piece, and there it was. That was La Salle's ship. We'd only been looking 17 years or something. We immediately had, we've really made solid attempts for public outreach. So there was a little traveling exhibit along the coast as the work was being done. And Don helped do that in the laboratory there in Corpus Christi. Now, the timeline for the 1554 wrecks, take a look at 1519, you've got Cortez conquering Mexico, and then it's interesting to follow the mechanics of how one of these fleets was organized. So in February of 1552, preparations started to send a fleet to the New World. And then that fall, in early November, 54 ships left Spain, and of those, 16 were bound for Veracruz, but only 5 of them were going to make the round trip. The rest were either going to stay in the New World to be used, or they're going to be scrapped. So that's kind of cool to know. Only one of the 5 ships was able to offload its cargo and reload the outgoing cargo in time to sail that same spring, which was what they ideally hoped to do. But they just weren't organized well enough to do it. So that guy made it back to Spain fine. The other 4 were in big trouble. The outbound fleet of 52 arrived in February and March of 53. And then after that one turned around right away, the next year, the other 4 ships, which are listed here, sailed from Veracruz, hoping to return to Spain via Havana. Their combined cargo was almost 2 million pesos worth. And sadly, on April 29th, they encountered a major storm off the Texas coast. 3 of the 4 ships were wrecked, and only one made it into Havana, and it was so badly damaged it had to be scrapped. Interestingly, the one that did make it to Havana was the Captain General's ship, and part of the documents that we ultimately found on all this was the captain of every other ship had to promise in writing to follow the lantern of the Captain General's ship. Well, clearly, when they got up there in this storm, the Captain General went one way, and these guys thought they knew better and went another way and were blown ashore on Padre Island, Barrier Island in Texas. There were maybe 300 people on the 3 wrecked ships, estimates only at this point. There's a lot of documents, but a lot of details that we would like to know aren't covered. Most of the survivors died in the process. They got crosswise with the Indians and decided they needed to walk back to Tampico, which they thought was one day's sail away. In reality, it's several hundred miles, and they're on a desolate barrier island with no food and no water, and the Indians after them. And most of them died. There were a few survivors, a handful anyway, including a friar who wrote a long account of this, which turned into a really notorious incident. The church promoted this really nice long account of the survivors and what happened to them on the beach. And they used it because they were beating up on the conquistadors who were out pillaging and conquering, instead of converting the Indians to the true church, which is what all the church officials wanted. And it got to be so famous that over almost 100 years later, there was a map of the New World that was put together in Italy. And the only shipwreck reference on this whole detailed map of the New World was right here on the South Texas coast, and it says where the 3 Spanish ships were lost, in Italian, of course. And so, just like we're still talking about the Titanic, people were still talking about the tragedy of this float on the South Texas coast. There was a salvage expedition that was there right away, same year, and that's one of the great documents that we do have, is what all went on in the Spanish salvage expedition. They got about half the cargo up. Okay, moving to the modern start of the controversy in 1967 was when Platoro, a treasure hunting term, excavated one of the ships. And that began an epic 18-year-long legal battle between the state of Texas and the treasure salvers as to who owned the artifacts. And ultimately, I could talk to you for an hour about that. It's really interesting, but we're not here to study law. The treasure hunters were awarded a cash settlement from the state, and the state got to keep the artifacts, which is the way it ended up, and that was maybe a reasonable conclusion to it. In 1969, the Antiquities Code was passed. Because of this huge controversy, the produce of state lands, and the tidelands are the biggest part of it, is dedicated to the school children of Texas. So that was easy for the legislators to understand and get behind. And so as a result, we had have a very strong Antiquities Code protecting state lands in Texas. Summer of 72 and 73 was when we did our excavations out at Padre Island of a second ship. And you may wonder what happened to the third shipwreck. It was destroyed, dug up, when the Mansfield Cut was dredged in the 1940s. And you might they pulled up some anchors and stuff that we were able to recover later, but you might wonder, did they aim that small little pass right at that shipwreck? Something to think about. Here's a map of the Padre Island National Seashore, and you see the area where the shipwrecks were and the Mansfield Pass, and the border is just off the bottom of the map, the Rio Grande. So it's 25 miles from the wrecks to the border, and then hundreds of more miles to Tampico. The way we found shipwrecks in Texas is not accidental with shrimp trawling or divers, because the visibility is so poor there's no divers close to shore. We use magnetometers, positioning systems to coordinate the magnetometer data, and we'd know where it was. We even did one mag survey when we were looking for La Salle early on from a helicopter. And this, of course, was before GPS and satellite navigation for the common usage. Later, we had GPS when you can see Tom Ertling over here with our GPS when we were out looking to find the blockade runner in Galveston. You tow the sensor behind the boat and you go up and down, up and down. The excavations themselves were conducted from a barge that we anchored over the site. We had our crew boat going in and out every day. We were close enough to the shore to have survey stations on shore, and the water was shallow enough, only 12 or 14 feet, to have just put up a rod. We were able to map every artifact in place and set up a grid system without a physical grid. We just put down stations conveniently to do our trilateration measurements from. In the morning, we had to leave a couple people on the barge to make sure the equipment was okay, and we'd bring them breakfast in the morning. Everybody liked that. We had an A-frame on the back of the barge for medium-sized objects that we could lift out ourselves, and then at the end of the season, the really big ones, conglomerated anchors and so on, were picked up by a research vessel of the University of Texas called the Longhorn, which they loaned to us for a day or two. We did use a blower, but we had our archaeology students down there underneath it all the time. It was like diving in a washing machine. So it's a controlled use of the blower, as you may know that there's a constant amount of debate and controversy about whether that's appropriate or not. And in some circumstances it might be, others it wouldn't. There were almost no hull remains involved with this ship. And it had been in the surf zone for all those centuries, and so it was pretty stirred up. But the ballast pile was intact, and the bigger objects stayed right where they were. These are the good days of visibility. So basically, we don't have any underwater photographs. There's a diver coming out the dive ladder there, somebody getting ready to dive. Some young guy over there on the right. On the upper left is Carl Clausen leaving the dive ladder, going over to the down line to go down to the site and do some work. In the middle on the bottom, there's one of the aluminum rods that we used as measurement points. We had, a foot or two or three of sand and then really solid Pleistocene clay underneath. Once you cleared off the sand, it was like working on this floor right here. The artifacts were just all laid out there, and almost none of them were penetrated into the sand itself. Into the clay. We used slates and pencils and brought the data up and constructed our site map, which you see at the top here, sections of it, just as we went. So we were able to plan, know where we'd been, where we were digging. This is, I guess, a lot more primitive than anything that even just a few years later, Don and others could use in the clearer water. But we did plot every artifact. On the bottom there's Carl Clausen taking some notes, finishing up his notes when he came up from a dive. Carl was in Texas from 72 to about 74 or 75, and he returned to Florida after that. And that was when I kind of got promoted a bit. Carl was a good mentor to me and quite a character. he's had an unfortunate ending period in his life, but really a great guy to drink a beer with. Really, he knew a lot about it. He'd been the state marine archaeologist in Florida for a long time, and so it was great to have him run this project in Texas. So here's a wrought iron cannon being lifted out after being floated up with a 55-gallon drum, brought over to the back of the barge and just lifted out. Of course, all of these iron objects are the nightmare to clean in the laboratory. It takes a lot of work to get the incrustation off, and then lots of time in the electrolytic bath to get the chlorides from the salt water out. On and on and on. Interestingly, on the lower right, you can see that the incrustation preserved some of the ropes that were tying it to the wooden balk. It was just a big timber underneath it that was used as a carriage. So there was some preservation of perishable kinds of things like that, but not a lot. Of course, there was. I mean, the whole purpose was to bring the treasure back from Mexico. So there was some silver bullion and a few hundred silver coins. You know, after having been in the surf all those years, the thousands of coins that must have been on this ship were just scattered all over the place. And the coin beaches, the beaches opposite these three wrecks, were well known. In fact, when the U.S. troops went from Corpus Christi to the Rio Grande to start the Mexican War in the 1840s, they found some coins that were from this beach. We figured there's probably maybe one coin for every 10 dump trucks full of sand on Padre Island, just right opposite the wrecks. The bullion's interesting because it has stamps, some of which we could figure out. I think there's been a lot of more work in Florida on that because there's a lot more examples of bullion. I'll tell you the story of the first dive we did on this wreck. It was we got the barge out there, we got the blower down, and it was way late in the afternoon. But Carl decided we were going to do our first dive, and it was dusk even by the time we got finished. So Carl and I went down, and we were swimming around the slowly expanding hole of the sand being blown away, trying to hold on and stay in there. And I was just sticking with Carl because I had no idea what to do. I was a land archaeologist up until this moment, and he picked up that silver piece of silver bullion. It wasn't encrusted. He handed it to me, and my eyes got wide. I had worked for a year. I just worked for a year in the laboratory cleaning the artifacts from the Platoro collection that were at UT being cleaned and studied during the start of that lawsuit. And so my eyes got round, and I went like that, and Carl went like that. So, we got up finally. We got up after our dive, and I said, well, why did you throw away the silver disc? And he said, oh, was that a silver disc? But on that dive, we also, we had used a magnetometer to pinpoint the site and where we wanted to start digging. So we came down on a clump of anchors right in the middle of the site. It was perfect. And so we found that first dive, we knew we were on the center of the site, on the anchors, and we went back down, and Carl picked up the silver disc, and we took it home. And also in that first hole, there was a sounding weight. So we had, lots of times you pick up some encrusted iron object, and you have no idea what it is till you get it back to the laboratory. But we started out with a bang because we knew our iron object was an anchor, and we knew it was a lead sounding weight about that size, and we knew it was a silver bullion because it wasn't encrusted at all. So it was a great way to start the project. This is one of our students found a clump of silver, encrusted together silver coins that had a corner in them, so you could tell that they stayed in a box, a buried, partly buried box at least, in the bottom of a shipping box, and long enough to encrust together. So that was kind of a cool example. And we got it back to the lab and, you know, did all the cleaning of the incrustation and then the electrolysis, even for the coins. And that's what they turned out to look like over there on the right. We had almost exclusively 2 real and 4 real coins. That's 2 bits, 4 bits, so quarters and half dollars. They weren't even minting in Mexico 8 real coins at this point. There was the odd 3 real coin, maybe 4 or 5 that we found, but probably in somebody's personal baggage. It had been circulating. Most of the coins were crisp and new, just like the one in the picture there, but the 3 reals tended to be worn, so you knew that they had been in use. Here are the encrusted iron objects, and a whole vat full of them. Have to keep them wet, of course, or they'll fall apart. Once you get them back to, a lot of times it's a clump of artifacts like this, and you get it back to the lab and you do an x-ray, and then you painstakingly do the excavation in the lab, like Don was just saying about, and then lay them all out when you're finished and see if you can figure out what's going on. And it was a pile of nails and spikes and barrel hoops and a few other odd things. Way on the side over here, there's a key, and up in here on its, sort of half on its side, is a part of a nodule of obsidian that had been polished and made into a mirror by the Aztecs. And it was probably, at the time, a better mirror than the Spanish could make. It was certainly a curiosity that somebody would take home with them. So there are a few personal possessions in there, a couple of coins, and a couple of small lead shot, so on. Some of the more interesting artifacts, these are from, I think the porringer, the little bowl on the right, is from our collection, and the plate maybe from the Platoro collection. And many of them, some of them, are marked with the Tudor rose with the crown. They call it the crown Tudor rose. So they were made in England. And England's famous for quality pewter. Now, they weren't supposed to be trading with the New World, so either somebody brought their pewter with them when they came to Mexico, and they were, of course, going to take it back with them when they went home. There were passengers on these ships. The people, the conquistadors with their ill-gotten gains that the church were complaining about in their treatise on this whole disaster, who came and pillaged and went home with their treasure. So these are just some of the overview type of the more fun artifacts, the treasure artifacts. This is the gold bar that I happen to be the diver that found it under a couple of ballast stones. In one of the incrustations was a broken cross. It's wood with gold foil around the outside. And then there was an actual crucifix in the Platoro collection. I think it's over there. Oh, yeah, up here too. Interestingly, during the litigation, the treasure salvers wanted copies of this crucifix for themselves in case, and so we arranged for the James Avery Jewelers outside of Austin to make replicas for them, and then they put it in their catalog. So if you're interested in, it's the actual replica has little pearls hanging from these loops, and which would have been there but didn't survive through the wreck. And you can actually order one in silver and gold from James Avery. I love replica artifacts. That's the way for the general public to enjoy, instead of owning the actual artifact, which needs to be in the museum, which these are. You can have a high quality replica, and it's just as much fun to look at. This is the one major piece of the ship that was preserved. It's the stern post and the back of the keel of the ship, which is a great one to have if you want to kind of speculate about some of the measurements, try to take off from the measurements of those timbers and the angle of it and so on to make a reconstruction of the hull, which we had a group of graduate students from INA come and do, which that was real fortunate for us because they were, the world experts on that without question. We had a research team in Spain. This was a very confused story at first. The treasure hunters were pushing a misinterpretation that there were 23 wrecks from this fleet on the South Texas coast. And a lot of times, treasure salvers exaggerate things to encourage investment. This one I don't think got that far, but when we did get our research team over there and found a whole bunch of records about this, the details that emerged that I was showing you earlier. It's interesting, the script is very difficult. It really takes a specialist to read that Spanish script. We had two traveling exhibits. This is one of them. This was one prepared by the Austin Children's Museum, and it was a participatory deal. So they could go and do different activities. They could map artifacts in the square, and we had tiny wetsuits and empty Coke bottles, plastic Coke bottles for their tanks. And also, they loved the conservation lab. Just not shipwreck artifacts, but just random metal things in plaster. And they would get in there with their little tiny lab coats and their hammers and chisels, and they'd chisel that. Boy, you don't have to have grad students do this. You can get kindergarten students to do this. There was also a really nice big traveling exhibit that started even before we finished the conservation. It traveled for several years all around the Southwest, not just in Texas. So that was a really good one. And then we also participated with the Corpus Christi Museum in a really big, nice exhibit, permanent exhibit, for the Platoro collection and our collection from our ship, which is there to this day. And it's quite an extensive, nice underwater archaeology exhibit. They put a lot of money into it, and it's sometimes interesting to realize that it's not money down the drain. It's not government money down the drain. And here are some statistics on this particular instance. They used $2 million of bond money to expand their museum and build this exhibit, and $500,000 from the Friends of the Museum for a total of $250,000. The American Association of Museums, Association of American Museums, whatever, estimate, they have economic studies that each museum visitor was worth $10 to the tax base. This is in the early 80s. So the first year, the museum had 223,000 visitors and almost paid themselves back to the tax base just from that first year of visitors. And that was in 80, and so 40 years later, people are still going to that museum to see that exhibit. It goes on and on and on. And so not only is there the body of the artifacts in the museum for further study, which there have been several over the years of different details that we didn't get to when we did our study, it's there. The essence of science is replicable results. If you're in an archaeological situation and you sell the collection, nobody can ever again go and study the collection to check your results or for other questions that are raised later. So I think there's a strong case to be made for the public interest in not letting the historic ships, the really old ones, be exploited strictly for the immediate undoubted economic gain. And so there they are. There's Padre Island at dusk, and a couple of coins in the surf. This is my contact information. I'd be happy to talk to any of you all about all this. In addition, of course, we had the artifacts in the museum for a display and further study. We had 5 or 6 or 7 books that came out of this, and endless papers at conferences and journal articles. So I'm happy to have shared part of this story today. I did remember a few things from 50 years ago, and glad to be with you.
So following the unsuccessful Lyon expedition and other early explorations in La Florida, Spain still wished to colonize North America, and with an interest particularly to protecting those treasure fleet routes. In 1559, the Tristan de Luna expedition optimistically set out from Veracruz to establish a colony in Pensacola Bay with an ultimate aim to move overland to Santa Elena, but a disaster struck a month or 2 later when the hurricane struck, destroyed 7 of the ships with their supplies and other goods. And our next speaker, Dr. Roger Smith, will address the history and discovery of the first shipwreck that was associated with this doomed fleet. Dr. Smith has recently retired after many years as the state underwater archaeologist of Florida, working for the Florida Division of Historical Resources, and he led the team that helped discover the first Luna shipwreck back in, I'm forgetting now, 92, or was that 92? Yeah, 92. And which has just recently come out, a book called, that he helped edit, or that he edited, The Florida's Lost Galleon, the Emanuel Point Shipwreck, that documents the wreck, investigations on this first wreck. And as you heard with Dr. Keith's talk, Roger Smith was intimately involved with early investigations of Columbus era Age of Discovery shipwrecks, and that was on his dissertation. He also led 2 investigations in Jamaica looking for 2 Columbus ships there. And part of his research and all developed a book, put together a book, Vanguard of Empire, Ships of Exploration in the Age of Columbus. Dr. Smith's presentation is titled, The Old Spaniard, Exploration and Analysis of the First Shipwreck to be Discovered from the 1559 Expedition to Colonize Florida. Roger?
Good morning, everyone. Who wants to come with me to Florida? Come on, let's go. When I first took my post in Florida, the division director asked me, Roger, what is it you want to do here? And I said, well, I think we need to be surveying for shipwrecks. And he said, well, where do you want to go? And I said, we should go to Pensacola Bay. There hasn't been any surveys done there. This is probably one of the deepest, safest harbors in the Gulf of Mexico, aside from Havana, Cuba. And so we went to Pensacola and started the Pensacola Shipwreck Survey and talked to the divers and talked to the fishermen. There were things like this battleship USS Massachusetts there that hadn't been recorded properly. And the first year we didn't use any instruments, we just followed up on leads that we got from the local people. We had a crew of very young people and started out making an inventory of these shipwrecks. Jim Spyrick was a student of Gordon Watts at East Carolina University. They came to help us dive on some of the targets we were getting with sonar. And one day we asked them to dive on this one target. And the students came back up and started talking about their equipment and talking about the fish and so forth. And after a while, there was this very quiet, large fellow that came to me on the boat and described to me what it was that they had found. And it was a midnight reef, boats and other things that fishermen had put together and sunk in a special secret place so that they could fish on it. But Jim wrote to me later, back in the days when people wrote letters to each other, and asked if he could come back and volunteer on the project. And I remembered him and wrote him back and asked him if he would like to be the field director of this project. And he showed up very quickly after that and put together a team made up here of Della, who sat in the front row of my first class at the University of West Florida, and now is the deputy director of the Florida Public Archaeology Network. And Chuck Hewson, who kept leaving notes under the door of the headquarters, asking if we needed help. He wanted to come and scuba dive with us. And he would run after us on the dock as we took off with the boat. And so finally one day I said, "Where's your diving equipment?" And he said, "They're in my car. Want me to get them?" And so we quickly found out that Chuck had an uncanny ability to find things in the water. And he was the first one to dive on this old Spaniard. Amy Mitchell Cook came, and she came from the University of Florida. Today, she's the chair of the history department at the University of West Florida. So we started surveying off the coast of Pensacola proper in the bay, and we found all kinds of things that had been discarded, a lot of abandoned things, a lot of construction material. In this sandbar situation here, offshore of a freshwater bayou, we began to get this kind of signal with a magnetometer. And Jim told Della and Chuck to get in the water and check it out. And we had a way of jumping in the water after our anchor, and when we reached the bottom, we would see that there were fish swimming around, wondering what this anchor was all about. And if we followed them, they would take us to where they lived, and that was the target. Our target looked like this, a very low mound of ballast stones that were encrusted together with marine mollusk shells in very shallow water. Later we found out that the magnetic anomaly came from this little iron poking up out of the sand, which it turns out was the tip of the fluke of the ship's anchor. We knew then that we had a shipwreck instead of discarded ballast stones that ships would offload before taking on cargo in Pensacola. And this anchor looked to us very similar to the ones from the Padre Island wrecks from 1554. In roaching around in this ballast pile, we began to realize that material left behind in the shipwreck was very well preserved. Those organic things that don't survive very well in the warm waters of Florida, like bones, leather, hemp, and what are these on the lower right? What are these? Olive pits survived very well on this shallow water site in Pensacola Bay. We were looking for diagnostic artifacts, and one of the things that we like as archaeologists to see are ceramics because they change very quickly in style over time, and shape and function. On the lower left, you can see on the right, most of the sherds that we found to begin with were stained dark by tannic acid in the water. But if they were bleached a little bit, we began to realize that these were the traditional olive jar forms of Spanish colonial America. These were transport containers, and they changed over time. The way in which they changed, and we could tell, in this case, the doctoral dissertation on the right from known dated shipwrecks, you can see that they change kind of quickly about this time period here. And ours are right in here, on the early end of a middle style. So our ballast pile, Jim decided that we needed to make a test trench right in the middle of the pile. And sure enough, he was right about that place, because that's where the main mast was stepped in the ship. This would be the pelvis and the spine, a place where the spine fit into the pelvis of the ship. And you can see here very quickly, this is the mortise for the main mast, and these are the pumps. Let's see, no, I'm not doing this right. This is the mortise for the main mast, and the pumps right here and here, these were hollowed out tree trunks that went down in the bottom of the ship to collect water and have it pumped out. But over here, on this side of the ship, we found an area that the ship had broken away, and there was nothing but sand there. This architecture was familiar to us from the Highburn Key wreck, which Dr. Keith described earlier. And what you see there is the mast step with its mortise, and on either side, these buttresses that supported that critical area of the spine and the pelvis connection. Same with the San Juan in Red Bay, Labrador, which Dr. Lyon will tell us about this afternoon. And you can see there these buttresses, but in between them are little filler boards that fit over top. Had Dr. Watts been able to come today, he would tell us about the Western Ledge wreck in Bermuda, and you can see that same configuration. These are 16th century Spanish ships, and so we started calling our site the Old Spaniard. And you can see it's very well preserved under these ballast stones. There's a cross in the mainmast mortise. We excavated one of the pump shafts and found the remains of a protective box that carpenters had built underneath the pump sump to protect it from becoming clogged. But on that one side, the ship had broken away, and you can see beneath the frames and the planking, it's broken. So we wondered how that happened. This wasn't rocks or a reef, this was a sandbar. And this ship evidently came up on the sandbar very violently and broke its left side, broke its back. And so we wondered what kind of episode this was. Afterwards, the superstructure of the ship disarticulated and washed away, leaving the lower hull with its ballast stones pinning it in place to become a substrate for marine mollusks. And it became an oyster bar. For hundreds of years, these critters lived and died right there, creating a calcium carbonate cap which preserved this ship entombed in the shallow water of Pensacola Bay. And that's why it became so well preserved. So we were looking at a 16th century ship. What happened in the 16th century? We knew there was the royal attempt to colonize Florida, and this was after the episodes that Dr. Hoffman shared with us earlier today. This was a royally funded, serious attempt to put people in Florida and occupy it, led by one of the main soldiers from the Coronado expedition in the Southwest that arrived in Pensacola intending to make a bridgehead in Pensacola and then move to Santa Elena and control the Atlantic coast in 1559. There were 11 plus 1 ships and 1,500 people. 500 of those were soldiers. Can you imagine 1,500 people? These were the first European boat people to land in Florida, to set up a colony, a serious colony. They completely stripped Mexico, where they took off from, of all of its tortillas, which were packed on these ships. When they landed, they began to set up on a bluff overlooking the anchorage, their town site. But about a month, 5 weeks after they landed, a hurricane struck. And this is one of the principal friends of underwater archaeologists. The reasons why ships wreck. A very good one around Florida and this part of the world is the hurricane. So 7 of these ships, a few of them had already gone back to Mexico to announce the arrival, were lost. One was thrown up on shore intact. And so in looking at our small site, we began to orient it with the anchor towards shore, thinking that it had been anchored when a storm caused it to break its back. And we began to explore the stern. Everybody thinks that the pointy end is the bow. That's not true. The pointy end is the stern, which directs water to the rudder. And in this case, we found also the ship's rudder, which had been wrenched from the stern, and that's a replica of it. You can see what its size was. We were finding these things, but we really didn't have a good laboratory in Pensacola. And we needed some help with conservation of these very well preserved but fragile artifacts. And so I looked up my conservation professor at Texas A&M and asked him, "Who is your best student?" And he said, "Well, John Bratton is my best student, but he's going to be taking a job with the Champlain Maritime Museum in Vermont." So I decided to invite John to come to Florida. Come on, John. Come check us in Florida. And we packed a picnic lunch and got in the boat and went out on the beach near the old battleship USS Massachusetts. And all of the female team members wore their swimsuits. And we gave him some fins and a face mask. and encouraged him to come and work with us in Florida instead of in Lake Champlain, where they might have a week or two of summer. We also had the help of Gigi and Mike and Rudy, who helped us all put things together, a laboratory. We decided that we would try to get interns. This is an inexpensive way to, of course, get the help that you need. And so we advertised and got 12 interns, the first of which was Clifford Smith, who came in the wintertime. Nobody wants to come in the wintertime, but he came in the wintertime, and now he's a very distinguished Sarasota City historical official after working in Bermuda at the Maritime Museum for years on their shipwrecks. We managed to get from the local community money to bring in consultants. And one of the first consultants who came was our very own Bartow Arnold, as well as Chris Amer, who worked at Red Bay on the San Juan whaling ship that Brad will tell us about this afternoon. In return for their way paid to come and visit us, they had to give a public lecture. And also they had to teach a class in our field school with the students. And Carl Clausen, who is an old Florida veteran, came over and helped us there. We wanted people who had worked on 16th century shipwrecks, like some of the ones you see here today, to advise us. Tell us what you think. Look at what we found. We invited Abraham Lopez from Cuba, who was working on a 1552 Spanish shipwreck on the north coast there. And Corey Malcolm, who's here today, and will speak to us this afternoon about a Spanish shipwreck in the Bahamas dating from 1562. Juan Vera from Puerto Rico, and Don Keith, whom you heard already today from Texas, being shown around the lab by Dr. Bratton. So what kinds of things did we find on the old Spaniard, which we soon called the Emanuel Point ship because that was the name of the bluff up above the ship? Ammunition, but no guns. Projectile points of crossbow bolts. So we knew kind of what weapons had been aboard this ship, but this ship was only in 4 meters of water, very shallow, close to shore on the sandbar. And so, of course, it was salvaged. And one of the first things that you would attempt to recover are weapons and ammunition. But as archaeologists, you know, we understand that people don't clean up after themselves very well. And that helps us to do our work. So we found clues like pieces of obsidian, which is a characteristic hallmark of Mexico. Some ceramics that we hadn't seen before, and neither had the Mexicans. These are Aztec ceramics, which is a burnished, polished redware with graphite paint on the back, on the surface of it, and they seem to be in the shape of human heads. Here is a mouth on the lower left with teeth painted in, and here is a forehead with some sort of marking on perhaps a tattoo. And we finally managed at the National Library in Paris, France, to find a codex that had been made by some potters in a suburb of Mexico City in 1561 that complained that the pottery that had been ordered by the local Spanish mayor had not been paid for. And they drew the different pots that they had made for him, including pots that looked like Spanish figures on the top and African figures on the bottom. This kind of ceramic was probably a very ceremonial type, not an everyday piece of tableware, but very unusual, and nothing like it has been found to my knowledge. We also discovered, and Jim decided how to collect these drops of quicksilver in the bilge. Now, what is it about quicksilver? It was being brought from Spain to Mexico to try a new form of silver amalgamation. Silver ore was being mixed with heated mercury to extract the silver. Germans helped with this process, we learned, 1545. But what is it about quicksilver? It wants to go to the center of the earth. And it will get out of anything that you put it in. It's very oxidizing. It wants to escape. And in this case, it had escaped down into the bilge, among other things, and we managed to find it again. So we have excavated a little bit in the stern on the right, and we sort of interrupted the first campaign to raise some money and also to organize in a very rational way how to use this shipwreck in Pensacola to convince the University of West Florida to develop a maritime archaeology program. Meanwhile, we were looking in the archives for additional documents. Gene Lyons helped us with this, as Kathy Deegan had helped us with the ceramics, consulting to sort out what we were dealing with here in Pensacola. The media also wanted us to say, this is a Tristan de Luna ship. Every story that came out wanted us to call it the Tristan de Luna ship. This is what they want. How much is it worth? Did you see any sharks? Is there gold there? All of the usual things that the media wants to portray underwater archaeology as. They wanted us to pin a name on this ship. And I kept saying, well, look, the ship is going to tell its own story. That's why we're calling in experts to consult with. And that's why we're being very careful in our research not to jump the gun. We don't do John Wayne archaeology, where you have one talking head. We work with all kinds of scientists to sort out what it is that we have. So in this case, this document is a list of possessions that belonged to Captain Diego Lopez, who was the master of the flagship of Luna's fleet, who drowned when the ship hit the bar. And this is an accounting of what was in his sea chest. For the second campaign, we managed to entice another expert to come and work with us as field director, Joe Causey, who had come to volunteer with us. And the first day he was at the headquarters, I noticed he was in the bathroom scrubbing everything, the bathtub, the toilet, and stayed with us for a week, diving with us every day. And later on, when we needed another field director, I called him, and he was working on LaBelle as the assistant archaeologist for that whole project. But we managed to convince him to come and work with us, which he did, fortunately. Keith Plaskett, a charter boat captain, an ex-Navy diving expert who could fix anything. You couldn't hide it from him. He wanted it to, so he could fix it better. To be our boat captain and barge captain. And David Pugh, who had been writing to me from Miami for 2 years. And I said to him, come on, let's go. So I don't know how many archaeologists get to be on first name basis with university presidents. But in this case, the president of University of West Florida, Morris Marks, managed with the help of Judy Benz, their lead archaeologist, and me, to see how this shipwreck could be a cool thing to adopt and create a program around. And of course, sooner or later, Dr. Benz herself became the president of the university, which is a very good place now to study marine archaeology. So what kinds of interesting things did we find? Amongst the carpenter scraps in the bilge where the pump box had once been built, we found this small carved silhouette of a ship, left behind probably by the workmen who were building this pump assembly. And it's quite interesting because if you compare it to the only real live three-dimensional model of a 1550 period Spanish galleon, which was a votive model, which is about 3 meters large, to the same scale, you see that whoever was whittling this little carving at lunchtime before the supervisor stopped them and said, get back to work, knew the hallmark characteristics of a Spanish galleon. That forecastle, that stern castle, and that large beak in the bow. And this perhaps was the kind of ship we were excavating. The kinds of stores that this ship had. These ships hadn't been unloaded when the hurricane struck because the best place to keep your food away from everybody else is aboard the ship where it had been stored and inventoried. In the bilge, of course, we found stowaways. Dr. Bratton can tell you more about these. It's very interesting. We found the remains of what people would call a house mouse, but it's really a ship mouse. Incidentally, this month's National Geographic, if you take a look, has a very interesting article about rats. And the whole issue is about cities and how wherever there are people, there are also rats. And it's been that way, and it always will be that way. Other kinds of stowaways were the remains of insects that John and Jim collected from the bilge, well preserved. And in this case, we sought the help of the House of Insects in Gainesville at the University of Florida. And they told us we had the remains of Periplanetus americana, the American cockroach. And really it was from Africa, but once it got to America, it had to get bigger and better and badder, right? And they told us there that the first of these insects had come over during the slave trade in the 1700s and didn't believe us when we said that we had found these bad boys in a 16th century context. Other things included this steel breastplate, piece of armor, unusual for its time. None of the parent metal is left, and Dr. Bratton will explain why. And we managed to get the shape of it and have a replica made, and learned that on the upper right, this steel armor was not very successful against the local native Mexican people. And so pretty soon they changed the armor to be a padded quilted armor that the Aztecs themselves were using. Everybody wants to find coins because coins have dates. But in this case, the remains of a very low denomination copper coin minted in Spain between 1471 and 74 was way too old to have been cargo. What's it doing aboard a 1559 ship? Well, I kind of think that it came in with the ballast. Ballast was recycled, and this ship took on ballast that had been recycled from many ships over the years. The cookware, we wanted to find the galley, and I was working in one part of the wreck one day, and Chuck came swimming up to me and tapped me on the shoulder and started shouting in my ear. And I didn't understand what he was saying, and so he took the regulator out of his mouth and put his mouth in my ear and said, "Can you say copper?" And he had found the first of many copper cookware utensils that belonged in the galley. And you can see here the Peter Bruegel's engraving. There are a couple of the similar type containers, concave on the bottom for heating up liquid. We called this one the Admiral's coffee cup because it was shaped that way on the bottom to prevent capsizing at sea. So the cookware, galleyware, very interesting. And we found in excavating in the forward section where the galley was that the starboard bow of the ship had fallen away from the ship. And you can see there, and in this site plan, what it looks like on the bottom. Unfortunately, the stone crabs also found it. And we were constantly at odds with them because they wanted to eat part of this section that had fallen down. So after 2 campaigns of work on the old Spaniard, the Emanuel Point ship, you can see we managed to look at the stern and find the stern post, look at the bow and find the stem post, look at the middle of the ship and find the mainmast step, because what we wanted to determine was the overall dimensions of the ship. And what we needed were the scantlings, the measurements of the timbers, the distance between them, how they were put together, that would give us, as Dr. Phillips told us earlier today, the cargo capacity and dimensions of these parts of contemporary 16th century Spanish ships. But you see, we only excavated a small portion of this shipwreck. And most of it is still there within this ellipse. We estimate we explored maybe 40% of it. And that was enough to give us what we were looking for. The dimensions of a ship that would help us to get an idea of what it really was like. The artifacts helped us to date. And you can see, this is similar to Dr. Keith's artifact chronology. And in 1990, 1990, we received a visit from the King and Queen of Spain, escorted by the governor of Florida, to come and look and see what we had found. And we were very pleased, and the people of Pensacola are very, very supportive of this kind of effort. So we managed to turn our research into a public project. And Dr. Bratton can tell you how many volunteers knocked on the conservation lab door, how many volunteers showed up at the dock. Some of these people were retirees in the rain to go out with us onto the barge. So there are reports that you can read about each of the campaigns. There's a book, Florida's Lost Galleon, that was published just last year, and also a book called Submerged History, which also features this shipwreck, among others, in Florida. So thank you very much for your attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming back. Hope you had a good lunch at either the food truck or the cafeteria, and ready to get our next second round. And so we're going to start with Emanuel Point 2s and 3s. So the search continued for those remaining 6 shipwrecks that were part of the Luna expedition, and they were under the direction of our next speaker, Dr. John Bratton, and his colleagues from the University of West Florida, and also, of course, through the support of Dr. Smith and the University, and the state of Florida as well. So they eventually discovered a second and then a third shipwreck that were near the first shipwreck. And then later, I guess a couple of years now, they discovered the actual settlement site that Luna expedition was for about 3 or 4 years, intermingled in with the neighborhood that was on Emanuel Point Bluff. And so Dr. Bratton today will give us a little more fuller understanding that these 2 additional shipwrecks give us, plus the settlement that we sort of were first preliminary findings from the Emanuel Point 1 shipwreck. So Dr. Bratton is a professor at the University of West Florida and has been intimately involved with the archaeological investigations of the Luna since when Roger brought him in as our conservator to work on the Emanuel Point 1 wreck. He then moved over to become a professor when the new program was started at the University of West Florida, and has been the director of that for a number of years now. And he's been leading other numerous archaeological investigations, but then also intimately involved with the first and second shipwreck, or second and third shipwreck discoveries. Dr. Bratton's presentation is entitled Ballast and Timbers Beneath the Sand, Exploration and Analysis of the Second and Third Shipwrecks to be Discovered from the 1559 Expedition to Colonize Florida. John?
Well, good afternoon, and I've been set up well. Jim gave a wonderful introduction, and then Roger showed pictures of me when I was younger and skinnier, and so I was talking with Don Keith that I've kind of been in the best of both worlds. I have been doing this now long enough that I've worked with these guys. Don Keith took me to the Turks and Caicos, and I got to see the artifacts there from the molasses reef wreck, and Roger hired me in 1994, and it's worked out great. And so mine will be a little bit different today because I'm part of the university program, which Roger encouraged that for us to start to train students to do shipwreck archaeology. And my background is I used to be a high school science teacher, and so I've sort of combined the idea of science behind the archaeology, and I was hired to do artifact conservation. I didn't plan to be an artifact conservator. I just showed up at Texas A&M on a whim because I was single and it sounded fun, and because of my background, I knew how to make a solution of hydrochloric acid already. I was hired. But it's worked out really well. So Roger did a wonderful job, Dr. Smith, of telling us about the Luna fleet in 1559 into Pensacola. So now we have Beaufort, we're talking about Howell in the first place, and then Chuck Meade's going to speak after me, and he's going to tell you about St. Augustine, America's first city and all this. So it's real competitive. And just last week, Pensacola, Florida came up with a brand new city motto: first in history, first in the future. So there's a little bit of error there. But so we're talking about 1559, and first Emanuel Point ship found in 1992. We worked on it until 1998. And then we worked on a number of different ships in Pensacola. But with grant work and using magnetometer to do a similar search, and we're looking in the area where Emanuel Point 1 was found, we found Emanuel Point 2. And we call it Emanuel Point 2 because it's right there by Emanuel Point. And until we definitively determine the names of the ships, we're going to refer to them by that. So I've got a couple of artifacts there I wanted to show you. So the one that looks like a Swiss Army knife, so that was a wonderful find that came from the ballast of the second ship, and it's made out of ivory. And it's an ivory manicure set, a little personal hygiene kit from the 16th century. And so as a conservator, you know, my job is to take artifacts like this, remove the salts, and if necessary, give them a consolidant, something to give them some strength and things like that to clean it up. And so we're looking at this, and we're comparing it to other finds like this. We're missing one of the arms, though, but you have an arm there that is for a toothpick, and one's for, you know, you can clean between your teeth, you can clean your fingernails, but the fourth one that should be on there's a little spoon, which would be used to remove earwax. And so maybe we'll come across it. So we found lots of things that compared wonderfully to Emanuel Point 1. I like the things that surprise us, the personal items. So this is obviously a spoon, but this is a sailor spoon who lost it on board there, and it's hand carved, and they didn't have forks, but they would have their own spoon, they would have their individual knife, and you know, it's just that personal touch to a person I like. And then we found different types of shot, again, like the stone cannonball, to compare to Emanuel Point 1. We found Emanuel Point 3 in 2016, and so we've been really lucky then. And you know, if you remember from Roger's talk, there were 11 ships that came in and probably one that was towed as a 12th. 7 were destroyed, 6 of them went down in the bay. The Spanish documents don't really say the ships sank so much as they ran aground, and that's what we're finding. And so we now have the third one to work, and I'll show you what it's like. So I'm sure most of you are familiar with this. We're using a water induction dredge. This site is only in 7 feet of water, and that's how close to shore it is. And what we have is the bottom portion of the ships, 2 and 3, that's protected underneath the ship's ballast. But the organic preservation for these sites is incredible. The wood's in wonderful shape. We have outer hull planking. You're seeing some of the frames, the framing structure here. And so a lot of this is done actually with hands. We use trowels sometimes, but we try to record in place all the larger artifacts. Smaller things sometimes will go up in the dredge, but we have mesh bags and we use screens, and we look for things that we would otherwise, that we might miss. But you can see the beautiful preservation of this. Give you a taste of it. In 7 feet of water, we can work all day and don't have to worry about other things. It's well into the bay. So the site plan, and it's always scary when they give me one of these things, but this is the stern, this is the bow, this is midships here. As we were looking, this is a rudder gudgeon, one of the iron straps that would have held the rudder to the ship in place there. But we started finding a little bit of timber out here because we were looking for the ship's rudder. We found the rudder on Emanuel Point 1, and it kept going and going and going. Well, we thought we'd found a third shipwreck. This is not. This is actually the stern of the shipwreck from the port side that was torn off and then fell behind. What's wonderful about that, this is a lot of the upper part of the ship that we wouldn't otherwise probably have survived if this hadn't happened and buried. So we have a lot of information. Most cases today, we don't excavate the entire site. We can always go back to it. We leave part of it closed, so new questions may come up, and we have that option to do that. But mass step, much like Roger was showing earlier from Emanuel Point 1, and then the comparisons that he made as well. So for us, it's about training students. We're not in a hurry. We have summer field schools. If we have a grant, we'll work year-round sometimes. But it's training students to do nautical archaeology and involve them in their research. And that's some of the part I want to tell you about today. So this is Charles Bendig. He's a former student of mine. He's now a PhD student at Texas A&M University. But the technology has changed so much, and I don't have to know how to do it, but my students learn how to do it for me. But this is photogrammetry where he's taken the timbers that comprise the pump well housing. Individual timbers, he's photographed them in every direction, but he uses the computer to reassemble it and makes the reconstruction models for us. And very accurate, state of the art, good fun stuff. Off the stern then, we're taking artifacts like this. This is that gudgeon you saw, this large iron strap. You know, this takes several years really to do the work, remove the concretion, determine everything that's encased in that. It's not just iron. We have lead sheathing, we have canvas, we have tar, we even have some traces of what we think was lead paint as well. And so we look for all those things. There's that gudgeon. We have a variety. On the first ship, we found the crossbow quarrels, the tips to these crossbow arrows. And they're made out of copper, which suggests that they were made in the New World as being European. But on the second shipwreck, we found all the actual arrow shafts for those. And then the variety of these things, and this shot's kind of interesting. It's called a badoque, and they're only found on 16th century Spanish shipwrecks. Okay, it's a lead shot, but inside of it is an iron cube. And so they put an iron cube in a mold, pour the lead around it, and we don't really know why. Is it designed to mushroom out? Is it supposed to spin when it shoots? Does it whistle? Why did they make these shot this way? So we did experimental archaeology. We made them, and we found a cannon. And so we went out to my in-laws' farm, and we shot things. We measured the velocity, and we looked at the impact, and we found out these things are quite powerful, black powder, and but we couldn't tell any difference between a solid shot and one of these combination shots. The olive jars, on the land site, you won't find this, but underwater you find traces of what the Spanish called pez, it's pine resin. If these olive jars, these large storage jars, carried a liquid, they coated the insides with this pine resin. So my student Cassandra has taken samples of this pine resin. We're looking at pollen. Perhaps by looking at the pollen trapped in the resin, we might be able to identify the original contents of the jar. Now, this particular vessel had lots of pollen in it, and the pollen was special because it's pollen that's transported by insect. It's not wind-borne pollen. So if the pollen was transported by insects, what was this jar carrying? Honey, very good. Sarah Linden, we had availability of a portable XRF, X-ray fluorescence, and so we can look at the specific composition of metals. She did tests on all the metal artifacts from the first and second Luna shipwrecks, and then she compared them to finds in Alabama and Georgia, because after the hurricane hit, the colonists really in a search for food traveled all the way up to North Georgia and traded with the Native Americans. So she's found from mound sites and other archaeological sites, even some from collectors in Alabama and Georgia, artifacts whose chemical signature matches that of those of the Luna expedition, so we can kind of follow the route of some of the Luna folks in the 2 years that they were here. We do collaborative work sometimes to help other people. This is Professor Nigel Nailing. He teaches at Trinity St. David, University of Wales. He's involved in a project called 4C Discovery. He's trying to take large samples of the shipwreck timbers to do radiocarbon dating. Well, we know when the ship sank, 1559, but because of that, that's why he wants to take it. They're looking at 16th century forestry practices. They want to know what type of woods were the Spanish utilizing, but they also want to look at this, and they can take a tiny, tiny sample from each ring, and they can do radiocarbon dating on that. Using that data, they can calibrate the world's radiocarbon dating scale. Right now, if I send a sample off, I might get a date of 40, plus or minus 40 to 50 years, but eventually, using data from shipwrecks like this, we may be able to make it 1 to 5 years. But this wood is 459 years old, and you see the preservation, the pores here and the rays characteristic of a fast-grown white oak. Roger mentioned that we'd found mercury, quicksilver, okay? And we found actually quite a bit of it. That's 250 milliliters from the first wreck, from the stern, 7 pounds. But we found mercury on all 3 ships now, Emanuel Point 2 and Emanuel Point 3. The second 2, it's been in the form of tiny drops. And so I thought, you know, what is this mercury really used for? Where did it come from? So it's being shipped from Spain at this point. Later on, there was tremendous amounts of mercury found in the New World, but originally it was shipped from Spain. So we'd see 1545, azote, which is mercury, being shipped to the New World. And Roger mentioned this process, the patio process of using mercury in the amalgamation of gold and silver. But this is actually too early for that. 1559 is really too early. It's being carried for a different reason. It's being used to treat syphilis. And syphilis was brought back to the old world by Columbus's voyages. And so that's what it's for. And they were finding out they were using mercury for this. This is a nasty looking image here, but this poor man was placed in an oven. It says for 30 days, baked in an oven, breathing mercury fumes, often led to death due to heat failure, heart failure, dehydration, and suffocation. But more commonly, the mercury was used to treat syphilis as an unguent. Basically, this was made up of various chemicals, and then it was applied to the ailing person. So we found these recipes for the syphilis unguent. And so mercury, 3 to 4 ounces, pig lard, 8 ounces, cow lard, laurel oil, chamomile, dill, and such. And then the directions say, if the patient is able, have him apply it himself. So even the physicians knew that mercury was not safe to use, but it might be somewhat effective in any case. And my favorite, this is the 16 recipe for the rich. And you notice the difference here. It has ginger, cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, dried red roses. So it would smell good, at least, while you're doing that. So other things we look at, artifacts that may not be the most exciting artifacts, but we look at the ballast. Ballast is interesting. It can be traded, it can be moved, it can be sold. So you have to be careful how you interpret the results. But I've had students interested in how the ballast was placed on the ship, the proper way to balance everything, but also to try to figure out where it comes from. And so you can do what's called argon dating. All 3 ships have lots of basalt as part of the ballast, and you can date basalt. So the ballast from the first Emanuel Point shipwreck was dated to a geological source that comes from Salvador off the coast of Brazil. The ballast from Emanuel Point 2 comes from Lanzarote, from the Canary Islands. And we just got the date back for EP3, and it comes from the Tenerife Shield volcano, also from the Canary Islands. Roger showed the breastplate that was found off the stern of the first Emanuel Point shipwreck. We took that to a hospital in Pensacola, and we had it CAT scanned. It was based on those CAT scan images that we were able to determine the shape, information that suggested it was made about 1510 in Italy. Well, we had the original. All the original iron is gone. It's completely a type of bacteria converted into iron sulfide. We have this concretion that acts to preserve the shape, though. But it's just been recently that a graduate student of mine, very patient student, has now completed work on the original. And we now know the replica is incorrect. And so ours has what's known as a medial ridge on it. And so we've been able to match it up to Spanish armor from the Duke of Alva collection, compares well as opposed to the Italian ones we were looking at earlier. So the work goes on for years, and so this started in 1992, but I'm still working on artifacts from Emanuel Point 1. So we found cow bones and sheep and these things. And so we have a faunal specialist who looks at some of the faunal remains, and then she tells me what we've found. And so one day she said, John, I'm really excited. I want to tell you, you found from Emanuel Point 2, dog vertebra. And I thought, this is really cool. We have a ship's dog, and it's just a nice thing to think about. There was a dog on board to catch those rats. And I knew the Mary Rose had a ratter. It was a dog they called Hatch, because it was found close to the hatch of the wreck. They took DNA from its tooth, and they were able to say what size dog it was, and that it was a male, and it suffered from a genetic disease, but lots of good information. And so I thought, well, we've got dog parts. I'd like to do that too. So I looked for other 16th century dogs, and I found this one. This one's from a wreck called the Catwater Wreck, 16th century coastal trader. This one, they found 4 bones, but a puppeteer made this really interesting puppet of their dog, which is kind of creepy, but fun too. But they took dimensions from the limb bones of one of the limb bones that was found, and they were able to get someone to say the stature of the dog based on that. I thought, well, I want to do something with my dog vertebrae. So I sent images of mine with all kinds of good measurements to Auburn University, to the veterinary college. I said, can you tell me anything about maybe the size of this dog based on these? And so they were very eager and happy to participate, and they sent me back an email, and it says, John, you have a cat. So they're very close, but the veterinary anatomicists are a little more have better comparative collections anyways. So I have a ship's cat. So I thought, well, this is good. I like cats too. And, cats are good for rats. And so I'm thinking, writing a children's story, telling about the ship, based on this cat, experiencing things like this, getting excited, thinking about a cat's name. And so I was talking about this, and we have I have a collaborator in my department, John Worth, who's extremely good with documents. And John said, there is another possibility. And I said, what's that? And he said, well, I found only one mention of cat in the documents I'm looking at. He says, but it's in a cookbook. So, roasted cat, how it should be eaten. And take a cat that is fat and cut its throat. And after it's dead, cut off its head and throw it away, because it is not for eating, since it is said that he who eats the brains of cats could lose their brain and judgment. And they roast it, and they actually put some garlic on it and olive oil, and they beat it with a stick for a while, and so it says, then you can eat it because it is a very good dish. Well, I'm thinking maybe my cat wasn't actually a meal, but was there a ratter. But again, I want to find out more about my cat. So I contacted Paleo Barn, which is a group that works out of Oxford, and they look at DNA. And Gregor Larson, his specialty is he's looking for the earliest evidence for domesticated dogs. So I told Gregor, this was before I knew it was a cat, I said, we have these dog vertebrae. Could you do DNA? And he said, possibly. He goes, it's really going to depend on the preservation. He says, but yeah, we'll take a look at it. And then I found out it was a cat, and so I emailed him back and I said, well, it's a cat. And he says, well, I have a PhD student, and Alex, and she's interested in cats, so go ahead and send them on. So our cat vertebrae are in Oxford right now, and I'm waiting results for that. Greg and I also discussed the idea that chickens are very interesting. So chickens come from the old world, from the new world, the old world. And so when did chickens actually arrive in the new world is a question. Some people think they came via Polynesia, and they were brought early, maybe as early as 1300, things like that. But that report, there's some controversy over that. Or did the Spanish actually bring them, and which chickens types are these and such? So we're going to look at our chickens as well. So as it turns out, I have an undergraduate student who is real eager to work on a project, and I said maybe we could find someone that could look at the chicken DNA. As it turns out, we have a visiting biologist on our campus who specialty happens to be forensic DNA. So Erin went to the grocery store first, and she bought chicken, and she boiled it. And so we first did a test to see how well she would be able to extract the DNA from a modern chicken, which she did. So to do this, it's a step that involves liquid nitrogen, so you can crush them into a powder. But the thing was, she was able to get DNA from all the samples. It worked really well. So we gave her some of the samples from the second shipwreck. And so we've crushed those, but they picked the most intact ones. They're from the femurs. Quite surprising is we still have remnants of marrow inside these chickens. And so we have DNA. And so I know that right now. We have to do something called PCR. We have to determine 100% sure that it's chicken DNA and it's not a contaminant like bacteria. But they're really confident it's going to be chicken DNA. And then we have to find basically the comparative chicken gene database ancestry DNA thing. But to find out how this chicken relates to the early chickens. And so that's the type of things I'm doing with my students with the shipwrecks, besides looking at the hull remains, which I love doing. So now I'm going to show you a map. I should have probably shown this earlier, but this is Emanuel Point 1. And so the vessels, Roger said 4 meters of water. And then we found Emanuel Point 2 in 2006. It's also, these are marine terraces. They're basically sandbars for us, but ancient marine terraces. And the hurricane drove these ships up here. They pounded, they broke apart, and that's why we have them. EP3 was quite a surprise because that's only in 2 meters of water. We really weren't expecting to find some that shallow, but that's what you learn in archaeology. You got to look everywhere. And so we have that one. That's going to be our prime target this summer, as we're going to do our investigation on it with our field school. So if you're dive certified and you have 10 weeks to spare, you can come work with me this summer. Jim Spyrick mentioned, we have the land site. Now, it's right there. It seems real obvious at first. Okay, we have one ship, we don't know where the land site is. We don't know where the rest of the fleet is, because the hurricane could have blown these ships some distance. But it turned out Emanuel Point 2 is a half mile away, not that far. Well, as it turns out, the land site is right there, and it's actually in a very good location. So here's the land site. This is Emanuel Point. This is our shipwrecks. This is the view from the land site. But this is high ground. It also affords a great view for them to watch who's coming in through the pass here. And so it was a good choice for the Spanish to pick. There's also fresh water not too far away. So since 2016, we've been conducting field schools on that site with students who are interested in terrestrial archaeology. But we also offer a special field school for undergraduates. They can do a combined field school. So if they're a certified diver, they can do 5 weeks on land. They can choose to work on this land site of the same Luna era investigation, or then they can spend 5 weeks with us on the underwater sites working on a lunar shipwreck. So it's really a unique field school that we do, and it's a great experience. So without going into huge amounts, but they're finding great things, and so we can compare what we find on the ships to what's found on land. Some things preserve better on the land site that we're not going to find on the ships, and vice versa. But they have artifacts associated with the Aztecs. We have those on the ship. They have metal. They actually have iron in some of their artifacts where we don't usually. We'll find the concreted forms of it, though. Olive jars, which are side by side, we can compare. The Pez that we'll find on the shipwrecks, that doesn't survive on land. But great to go back and forth between the two sites. They found armor fragments, pieces of chainmail. There's an enema pump nozzle was found. This is a balance scale weight, so it's believed that we may have the treasurer's house location on the land site now. and goods that were designed to trade with the Native Americans. There's pins and beads and such. So it's really going to help tell the whole story of the Tristan da Luna expedition to start, which was, as mentioned, they were going to drop off the people, and then before the hurricane messed this all up, and then they were going to come and actually start Santa Elena at the time in 1559. So that's what I've been doing and keeping busy. So thank you very much.
So I don't know if anyone recognized my hand with that quicksilver. But that was a party trick, because people would come and I'd hand it to them and they'd like almost drop it because it was so heavy. So it was one of our little tricks that we do on incoming, some of our fellow scholars that come with us. Here, grab this. So moving over to another shipwreck, go to Spain's Carrera de Indias, or the route to the Indies, consisted of two segments. There was the New Spain fleet that was headed to Veracruz, and then there was the Tierra Firme fleet that was headed to Portobello, Nombre de Dios, or along Panama or the Venezuelan coast. In 1564, there was a homeward bound Tierra Firme fleet vessel that wrecked in the Bahamas. And under the diligent excavations and research efforts of our next speaker, Dr. Corey Malcolm, discovered the Shipwrecks association with that fleet, as well as its identity, the Santa Clara, and that the vessel was owned by Pedro Menendez de Aviles right before his Florida adventure in establishing St. Augustine and Santa Elena. Dr. Malcolm is the director of archaeology at the Mel Fisher Maritime Museum. During his tenure, he's led many investigations on other shipwrecks around the Keys and elsewhere, including a shipwreck originally called the St. John's Bahama wreck. So we were working on the Emanuel Point site, and then we hear about the St. John's Bahamas wreck, and that's maybe what you've sort of figured out is we're so interlocked. All these wrecks are similar, so we all sort of refer to each other to develop more understanding of these wrecks. And so we had Corey working on that. Emanuel Point, how do they compare? And so through his research, determined that it was the galleon Santa Clara, which also provided the subject matter for his recent PhD dissertation. Dr. Malcolm's presentation is titled On the Eve of La Florida, the Wreck of Santa Clara and the Tierra Firme Fleet of 1563 to 1564. Corey?
Good afternoon, everybody. Again, my name is Corey Malcolm. I am the Director of Archaeology for the Mel Fisher Maritime Museum in Key West, Florida. Our organization is a not-for-profit research and education facility. We're tasked with the mission, basically, to explore maritime heritage, and the things that we find we share with the public. I am proud to say that Dr. Eugene Lyon was one of the founders of our organization, and thank you, Eugene, and I hope we're living up to the original vision today. So anyway, I'm going to give you today a brief overview of one of our museum's more substantial shipwreck projects. We're going to start here at the red X, at the western edge of the Little Bahama Bank, about 20 miles northwest of the western end of Grand Bahama Island. And back in 1991, a Florida-based shipwreck salvage group named St. John's Expeditions had been granted the rights by the Bahamian government to search through that area for sunken ships. In the summer of 1991, they made an interesting discovery. They weren't quite sure what it was. Shipwreck buried under the sand in about 15 feet of water, very shallow. And they called my office and said, hey, could you help us here? And so I wound up ultimately going over, dove on their discovery, and could see almost immediately from artillery that was on the site and things that, other things that they had found, that this was a wreck that was almost certainly from the 1500s. Even if we didn't know anything about the ship, the date alone made it not only interesting but significant. And I encourage them to stop working, don't do any more digging on this site, let's try to figure out what might be best for it. Other historians and archaeologists came in after, and they offered the same assessment. And so after many months of back and forth and talking about what the best thing for this shipwreck would be, the men of St. John's expeditions decided that they wanted the Melfisher Maritime Museum to do the archaeological study of this shipwreck under my direction. So once all of that plan had been green-lighted by the Bahamian government, we laid out a set of research questions to guide our work. Pretty basic. We were really just trying to figure out what the ship was doing, how it wound up where it was, and could we possibly identify it. In May of 1992, the formal field work started on this site, and that field work then continued across the period of 8 years. And so we spent 6 different seasons across 8 years doing the excavation. We used many different work boats throughout that time, but our methodology stayed the same across all of the excavation. We used 2 4-inch diameter water-fed Venturi dredges. They basically acted like vacuum cleaners to suck the sand off the surface of the wreck. And then once that upper surface of the wreck was exposed, usually defined by the stone ballast, it was divided into 1 square meter units. And then the wreck was taken apart 1 square meter at a time. And everything was mapped in. All of the artifacts were mapped in to scale. We had these pre-printed unit forms, all the tag numbers logged and recorded, and of course all that information was entered every evening into a master log as well. So we got a very good look at these 1 square meter units. And across the entirety of the project, we wound up doing 255 square meters. So a lot of work done. We used other systems as well to take measurements, larger features of the wreck, artillery, rigging, some of the ship's hull. These things we sort of ran spider web measurements across just to make sure that we had redundant data to keep everything nice and tight and make sure that our notes were accurate. We also encountered quite a bit of the ship itself, wooden hull remains. These hull remains were very, very fragile, very waterlogged, abraded. They really couldn't be moved without causing considerable damage to them. So what we did instead was simply uncover them, documented the face that was presented to us, and then reburied them as they were found. But we documented them thoroughly, mapped, drew, mapped, measured, everything down to the spacing of the nail holes. So these timbers are well documented. They've been photographed, videotaped, but they are still on the site as they were found. Here's a brief video to give you a sense of what it was like underwater on the site. You can see the water is quite clear. I got wonky tech issues here. Anyway, the water is quite clear. 200 feet of visibility was common on this site. It was warm. Divers could spend 8 to 10 hours a day underwater. It was really good conditions. Here you see artifacts in situ being documented. We could support 5 divers on a hookah system, air fed down to us from the workboat. You see everybody doing different things. Here's one of the dredges in action, sucking sand off of some of the hull structure. the 1 meter system in effect, documenting the pieces within that grid. Here's a piece of a ceramic jar as it was found. So overall, really wonderful conditions on this shipwreck, and it allowed us to do, I think, some really wonderful, detailed field work. Now, once we had all of our notes compiled and our measurements and our drawings, we were able to come up with an overall site plan of the areas that we excavated. And what we found was a very well-preserved shipwreck site. We had a lot of hull structure, planks still butted side to side, and ultimately it represented about half of a ship, the starboard half to be specific. And a lot of the artifacts that were found within that were still very much in their original arrangement. So we had a site that really had not been disturbed much and was quite well preserved. Now, another aspect of this project would start at the end of every field season. And on the last day of the project, we would take all of the artifacts that had been excavated, bring them up onto the boat, and take them to the laboratory, the conservation laboratory. And there, hopefully, things like we found on the sea floor on the left could be turned into pieces like you see on the right. And I'm not going to get into the nuts and bolts of conservation. It is its own story entirely. It's very complicated, and it is very fascinating, but it's not my specialty. But I do want to stress that the conservation, the stabilization, the restoration of these pieces is absolutely essential to understanding them, and it's essential to their being preserved for the future, for any other understandings that might come along. So without doing conservation, there's little point in recovering these materials. Now I'm going to go through some of the artifacts from this shipwreck site, and we're going to look at ones that have been conserved and talk about what they are and what they mean. We're going to start here. These are the large cannons from the shipwreck site. These are generically called bombardettas. They are wrought iron cannons. Just to give you a little bit of scale, the one on the bottom is 11 feet 2 inches long, so quite long. 3 different sizes of gun, obviously. We have 3 different sizes and types of shot, and there seems to be a correlation between gun size and shot size. This is how the bombardettas worked. You can see at the top, they were actually a 2-piece cannon. So you have the barrels that I just showed you right here, but there was a separate breech chamber, wrought iron as well, that was filled with gunpowder. That was wedged up against the back end of that tube, that pipe, and then it was actually the breech chamber that was fired, went boom with all the gunpowder, and the pipe just sent the ball in the right direction to whoever you didn't like. And we can see here, pretty spectacular when one of these was fired. We have other smaller wrought iron cannons. We call these versos. These are about 5 to 6 feet long. We found 8 of them on the shipwreck. You can see these 2 were breech loaders. They had a separate powder charge. And what's neat about versos is they mounted on the ship's rail, and they could be pivoted side to side, up and down. And we see from our finds on this wreck that they fired small iron balls, lead balls, or lead pellets. So these things were probably used for closer range fighting. The arquebus. We have a number of arquebus barrels that have come from this wreck. The arquebus was an early handheld matchlock firearm. It was the forerunner to the musket. It's quite a bit smaller than the musket. And we have a number of lead shot that were associated with these, as well as a couple of handheld iron shot molds, so the crew could make lead shot in their spare time. These guns were used primarily from the 1510s up into the early 1600s. Crossbows. We found 8 steel crossbows on this shipwreck. These bows were the bow only. The wooden stocks were deteriorated long ago. But we have some of the cocking mechanisms, we have some of the firing mechanisms, and we also have the iron bolt points, or the arrowheads, if you will. And when you add all those different parts together, it becomes pretty clear that our crossbows on this shipwreck look very much like what you see in that drawing there. The elegant weapons, the rapiers, the swords. These are very obviously used for hand-to-hand combat, but what's important archaeologically about rapiers is that the hilts, the framework that went around your hand to protect it while you were fighting, as well as the pommels, the counterweight to the blade, those were very stylized, and those styles changed through time, and those changes are very, very well documented. And when we look at the types of hilt and pommel combinations that we have on this ship, we see a date range of somewhere between 1540 and 1580. So very dateable. And we also have down the blade on this one a maker's mark. We thought it might have been an owner's mark originally, and we thought maybe we could identify somebody on the ship, but it turned out it says Andres, A-N-D-R-E-S, Garcia. And a little research showed that Andres Garcia was a swordsmith working in Toledo, Spain in the middle of the 1500s. This is an iron billhead, much like a halberd. It mounted on a long wooden shaft. Nasty piece of work. It has a cutting edge running along the bottom face, spikes coming out everywhere else. And the idea was to use this in hand-to-hand combat. And if you used it right, you would cut somebody's Achilles tendon with that curved blade. And then once they were down on the ground, you could finish them off with the spike. So pity anybody that came on board this ship. Iron helmets, as well as multiple breastplate fragments from this shipwreck, and we can see pretty clearly our people could have looked very much like this man here. Again, archaeologically, what's important on the helmet design in particular is it's dateable, and we see parallel examples, ones that are almost identical to that, ranging from between 1530 and 1600. It's not all about fighting and weapons. We have other artifacts as well. This is an olive jar from the shipwreck. This is our only intact olive jar. Now, olive jars were earthenware amphoras. This one held roughly 7 gallons of liquid. They were used by the Spanish to transport primarily wine on their ships, sometimes oil, vinegar, foodstuffs, but mostly wine. Again, this is our one intact one. We have about 120 others represented in the collection in the pieces. But what's important here is olive jars, again, they, like the other things, they changed in design through time. Those changes are fairly well known, and the style that we see here, as well as in our other pieces, all cluster around the middle of the 1500s styles. We have lots and lots of other ceramics. These are a few examples of plates that were on the ship. These are a finer grade of earthenware we call myolica. We have 2 different schools of design here. At the top, you have a more crude-looking combination bowl plate, and this is a type of plate that comes from the Moorish tradition. And the Moors were the Arab occupiers of southern Spain, and they were kicked out of there in the late 1400s. But their traditions persisted for many, many decades afterwards, and that's what we're seeing on this ship, is a Moorish tradition still reflected in the ceramics. But we have here a much more modern-looking plate. Shallow, nice flat brim, beautiful white glaze, probably influenced by Chinese porcelain. And you really, wouldn't see this overlap between these 2 design types until you're pushing into the middle of the 16th century. Food, hazelnuts at the top, grape seeds, olive pits, all very Mediterranean. We found pig's teeth as well on the ship. We found cow bones. So we have a good sense of what was being eaten on board this ship. And of course, with food, you get bugs. And here at the top, you see the beetle wing covers, the hard shell on the back of a beetle. And then we have the cockroach egg casing fragment from the American cockroach. And so certainly no surprise that there were bugs on these ships. I think we've seen from some of the other wrecks presented here. And I think all colonial ships really had to deal with insects. It was just a hard reality of sea life at that time. What was a surprise was this. This is a small bone, tiny bone. We thought it might have been a chicken bone originally, and we sent it off for analysis and identification, and it came back as the femur from a baby caiman. And a caiman is a South American crocodilian, and with that, it was like, we know they weren't eating these things. There's absolutely no record of them roasting caimans, unlike cats. You know, why was this on board the ship? And the best that we can come up with is that it was simply a zoological curiosity being transported from one place to another. This is the treasure from the shipwreck, and what you see at the top is a type of silver called plata corriente. And plata corriente was nuggets of Andean silver that had been stamped, and it was used as de facto coinage. It was used in a time when they were mining silver, but there were no formal mints to turn it into coins. And so instead what they would do, I mean, they were as early as 1545 mining silver in South America, and the first mint didn't come online until 1568 in Lima. But people wanted to spend some of that stuff, so they simply got the nuggets, made their own stamps, and would spend that amongst themselves. We see on the bottom more formal coins, fragments of coins, but we're able to see from the designs that these coins were minted in Mexico City. And we got lucky on these fragments because each one of them still bore the assayer's mark. You see the O there and the L. The assayer was the person who was in charge of the mint, supervised the striking of the coins. And we know generally when these people worked. And to have a coin, a Mexico City coin from assayer O and one from assayer L, was not possible until after 1554. So that is a very solid bottom date for our shipwreck. Lots of other artifacts, so many day-to-day things. We have dozens of pieces from this wreck. These are just wonderful. Here you see a fish spear on the right, scissors in the center, an oil lamp, straight pins, tools. We have lots of tools from the ship. And all of these really illustrate how people were able to sort of move themselves through the day at sea happily and healthfully. So wonderful pieces that illustrate what life was like on board. Now, when we take the artifacts that we can date, and you know, we have date ranges for these things, and we sort of stack them on top of each other, we should get a clustering around when our ship was most likely to have sailed. And what we see here is we do get that clustering indeed, and it's in that 1555 to 60 to 1570, 75 period, and that was quite telling. So what does all this physical evidence say from the field, from the lab, from the artifacts? Well, our ship was Spanish. We have Spanish ceramics, Spanish weapons, Spanish treasure. It sank sometime between 1555 and 1575. It carried objects from the Americas and was most likely traveling to Spain. We can look at the hull remains and we see it was a sizable ship, somewhere between 250 and 400 tons. The ship was obviously well armed. The wreck wasn't destructive. Now what I mean by that, it wasn't scattered over miles or even hundreds of yards. It was all kind of in one lump. And everything was still much as it had been when the ship was under sail, so very well preserved. There's no evidence that people died We never found a human bone. We never found jewelry. We never found buttons, buckles, or any clothing hardware. Nothing to indicate people perished at the site. And there was no significant treasure. A handful of odds and ends, but no obvious cargo. So, with the help of Dr. Lyon, a list of ships that sank in the general time and place was assembled. And you see that list here. But ultimately, once we started looking more closely, we could rule out a lot of them. They were either too early, they were too late. Some of them sank in deep water, mid-ocean. Some of them carried a lot of bronze artillery. Some of them had large losses of human life. But one really stood out, matched everything we were seeing, and that was the Santa Clara right here, sank in 1564. And so delved a bit more deeply into the Spanish archives and looked at the documents relating to Santa Clara, and there was a lot there. We have hundreds, actually thousands of pages relating to this ship and the fleet that it sailed in. And when we added up all of the evidence from the historical record and combined it with the archaeological evidence, it became abundantly clear that yes, the St. John's ship is indeed the Santa Clara. So what can we say about Santa Clara? Well, Santa Clara was owned by this man, Pedro Menendez de Aviles. He was a trusted advisor to King Philip, and King Philip asked him in June of 1563 if he could organize a fleet to sail to South America. And he wanted that fleet to leave in September. Menendez said, yes, I can. I have 3 ships, the San Pelayo, the Santa Clara, and the Magdalena. We can use those. And so the agreement was reached. But very shortly after, or at about the same time, actually, Menendez wound up being jailed by rivals at the House of Trade on trumped-up smuggling charges. Menendez was held in this building right here, the Adoranzas, during that time. But the preparations for the fleet continued. That fleet wasn't going to stop. And Menendez was released periodically to supervise those preparations. But ultimately, he didn't sail with the ships. His right-hand man, Esteban de las Salas, was put in charge of the fleet. And Menendez remained jailed. The purpose of the fleet was to carry this man, Lope Garcia de Castro, to carry him to Panama. He was the newly appointed viceroy of Peru, and he needed to get to the New World to do his job. So at last, in November, over 2 months late, the 3 ships left Spain for the Americas, and no sooner did they get out to sea than they encountered horrifically stormy weather. They were battered, they were beaten, and it took all they had to limp back to Spain, and then they had to undergo months of repairs. But finally, around Easter of 1564, they were able to leave. They crossed the Atlantic successfully. They stopped first in Dominica, and then at the settlement at Santa Marta, and then they went to Cartagena, Colombia. There they did some trading with the colonists, conducted official business. The Viceroy Castro wrote a very long letter to King Philip from here, telling him about the political situation, what the business affairs were, how the natives were being treated. A very rich document from what was an important colony at that time. From Cartagena, they sailed to Nombre de Dios. At Nombre de Dios in Panama, the Viceroy Castro got off the ship and eventually made his way down to Lima, and he was able to serve as Viceroy for 5 years. So our ships did their job in that respect. While they were in Nombre de Dios, they did trading with the colonists. They wound up picking up passengers who wanted to return to Spain, and they also loaded the 3 ships with treasure from South America, silver bars, gold bars, and boxes of plata corriente. From Nombre de Dios, they decided to leave and return to Cartagena to pick up supplies and other passengers. The Magdalena suffered some unknown damage shortly out of port and had to return to Panama for repairs, but San Pelayo and Santa Clara pressed on. They arrived in Cartagena safely, they did their business, and on September 20th of 1564, they left Cartagena and for the voyage back to Spain. On October 6th, at 3 o'clock in the morning, between Florida and the Bahamas, Santa Clara ran aground at a place called Mimares. That was wonderful. It gave a location, but where is Mimares? So we combed through many maps and charts and documents, and it became quite apparent that Mimares is the area of the western Bahama banks, and you can see here right off the western end of Grand Bahama, it says very clearly, Mimares, exactly where our shipwreck is. So what happened? What happened to Santa Clara? Well, the ship simply struck a shoal in the night. It was sound, everybody was okay. San Pelayo didn't realize what happened, so they kept sailing on. So the people on Santa Clara lit a lantern and fired a cannon to signal San Pelayo. Those people got the message. They turned the ship around. At dawn, everybody inspected Santa Clara, found that it was undamaged, and decided that they were going to tow it off the reef with San Pelayo. But they quickly realized that this was a bad idea because doing so would require bringing San Pelayo over the same reefs and into danger. So everybody talked and they all agreed, let's just abandon Santa Clara. And that's what they did. They anchored San Pelayo off the reef. They used the rowboats from the two ships. They rowed all the people off Santa Clara. They rowed all the treasure off Santa Clara. And that afternoon, they said goodbye to Santa Clara and, to quote the documents, all of its artillery, munitions, and equipment. San Pelayo then headed northward. On December 5th, they arrived in Cadiz Harbor. Everybody survived. All the treasure was delivered safely. Esteban de las Salas told King Philip and Pedro Menendez the news of the ship's loss. Menendez was understandably upset, but his disappointment was short-lived. On February 3rd of 1565, King Philip and Menendez began formal negotiations for an expedition to colonize Florida. And in June, 9 months after Santa Clara was lost, Menendez, on board San Pelayo, headed across the Atlantic to establish the first successful and enduring European North American colony at St. Augustine, Florida. There's every reason to believe that Santa Clara would have been part of this venture if it hadn't been lost. Whatever the case, the lost galleon gives us insight into a little-known aspect of Menendez's story, and it helps to characterize the ships and the material culture used by the Spanish to colonize this particular part of the world. And in a broader sense, understanding Santa Clara lets us see quite clearly how ships in the early Spanish maritime system worked to link the Americas with Europe and the rest of the world and help to usher in our modern era. Thank you.
So although Spain claimed the vast territory of La Florida, France contested those claims by arguing that only through occupation could a country claim those lands, that you had to have a physical presence there. And as part of that doctrine, France established the short-lived fortification at Charlesfort on present-day Padre Island in 1562, and at Fort Caroline, located on the banks of the St. Mary's River near present-day Jacksonville, Florida in 1565. Both ventures turned out badly for the French, and our next speaker, Chuck Meade, will discuss the disastrous outcome of the naval force under the command of Jean Ribault, sent to provide relief to Fort Caroline in 1565. Chuck is the director of the Lighthouse Archaeological Maritime Program at the St. Augustine Lighthouse and Maritime Museum, where he's conducted numerous archaeological investigations of shipwrecks and other sites in local waters of St. Augustine and other areas. He also launched the search for the Ribault fleet, and although found later by an outside organization, has kept his hand in the project, working with the state of Florida folks on the case of assisting France claim sovereignty of the 3 shipwrecks. Chuck's presentation is entitled Jean Ribault's Lost French Fleet of 1565, the search for and discovery of the earliest French shipwrecks in Florida. Chuck?
Thank you, everybody. I guess everyone can hear me, yes? It's wonderful to be here. What a wonderful place to come and talk about a subject that is so dear to my heart. As a Jacksonville, Florida native, we love the stories of Jean Ribault and Pedro Menendez, and it really is a very special honor to have Gene Lyon in the audience. It really means a lot to me, Gene. Please. It's almost silly for me to stand up and talk about Ribault and Menendez to Gene. He's the one who told the story first and told it best. And it's been inspiring me since I was a 4th grader. And so it's wonderful to have you here and to talk about these fantastic characters. 16th century France was a vigorous expansionist nation, eager to assert their right to a New World empire. And indeed, they were quite jealous of Spain's New World empire with its vast land masses and vast array of mineral wealth. And of course, as we've heard, the Spanish would extract this wealth, organize an annual convoy system, and send it back across the Atlantic, where it went straight into the King of Spain's coffers. And of course, France wanted a piece of the action. France was also on the fault line of the religious tension that was, and really critical and violent religious tension that was between the new Protestant faith and the traditional Catholic faith. And so that caused a lot of problems in France, and indeed, during the reign of Charles IX, there were no less than 3 wars of religion that broke out during the same period where the king is trying to focus on a New World empire. There's this very significant domestic crisis at home. This is Admiral Coligny, who is a very well-known Protestant or Huguenot, and he was critical to the king, the French king, in organizing these overseas ventures. And he also saw this as possibly a way to help with the religious problem, reduce religious tensions at home, and allow the Protestants to have freedom of religion overseas. And so this is one of the first great stories of that American tradition of Europeans seeking freedom from religious persecution by coming here and living the American dream. The first settlement attempts, believe it or not, were in Brazil. So the French started a colony in Brazil that ended in failure when the Portuguese stifled it, but it did result in Rio de Janeiro, which is not too bad a failure. And I believe that was 1555. And then the focus was on Florida, La Florida, Le Floride. The first expedition was run by René de Laudonnière and Jean Ribault. And very famously, they sailed up the coast of Florida, reconnoitered the river they named the River of May, the St. John's River in present-day Jacksonville, put the stone column that marked this as territory of France, and continued on to this area, where they erected another stone monument and started the settlement known as Charlesfort. Well, the leaders of the expedition, Ribault and Laudonnière, went back to France expecting to return with supplies and more men to help keep that fledgling colony alive, and instead they found the country enmeshed in another of these religious wars, and they were in the thick of it. So Laudonnière was involved in heavy fighting. Ribault, at one point, things got pretty hot for him, and he went across the English Channel expecting aid from the Protestant Queen Elizabeth, and instead she ended up throwing him in prison. So while in the Tower of London, he wrote his memoirs, the true account of the discovery of Florida. Well, back in Charlesfort, things weren't doing so well without supplies. And it got so bad, they were starving and hostile Indians and the usual problems with these colonial ventures, that they made makeshift vessels to get back across the Atlantic, resorted to cannibalism before they got back to Europe, and they were eventually captured off the coast of England. So the Charles Fort venture ended, though of course we know it would be reborn with Santa Elena. So the second expedition was led by Laudonnière because Ribault was still indisposed. And this time, Laudonnière came back to territory that he had reconnoitered before, the River of May, and with 300 colonists, he established the colony of La Caroline, or what folks in Jacksonville call Fort Caroline. And this is the iconic depiction of the fort in the Debray engravings or the Lemoyne drawings. Again, the classic stone monument, the depiction of the natives as noble savages who are worshiping the monument that the French left beforehand. And things didn't go that well, or again, typical colonial problems. The French didn't have a problem meddling with local politics, and so that began to destabilize the region. They were more interested in searching for gold because they were certain, of course, there must be gold in the hills of Florida. And there's the hills right up there if you don't believe me. If you're from Florida, you know it's also a low country, no hills. And so instead of planting crops and setting the stage for getting through their first winter, they were out exploring, and they ended up having to rely on the natives for food, and that, of course, caused the usual tensions, and things became pretty violent. So in the end, the French couldn't even leave the confines of Fort Caroline unless they were in a large, well-armed party. So things were not going that well. There were mutinies. Some of the French decided this wasn't what they signed up for. And so at more than one occasion, mutineers left, stole a vessel, went to the Spanish Caribbean where they could go a-pirating. Of course, that might have been a good adventure for them, but when they ended up being captured and interrogated Spanish Inquisition style, they spilled the beans, and then the King of Spain found out about the presence of the French fort. That would not be good for Fort Caroline. It got so bad that Laudonnière regrettably made the decision that he had to abandon the fort. And so they had taken everything of value, gotten in their ships, about to give the order to weigh anchor and set sail when there was a fleet on the horizon. At first, there was a moment of panic when they thought it might be a Spanish invasion fleet, and then they rejoiced when they realized it was Jean Ribault, having returned to Florida in the nick of time, saving the day with fresh troops, fresh provisions, weapons, munitions. The resupply fleet, which they had been waiting for months, had finally arrived. We know a lot about this fleet. There's a lot of great documentary evidence, in large part because the French court leaked like a sieve. There were Spanish spies everywhere, and so we have great accounts of the numbers of men and the numbers of ships, settlers, 500 soldiers, 200 seamen, 300 colonists, including craftsmen and farmers who brought livestock, women and children, 7 or 8 priests of the new faith. It may be an exaggeration that there were 200 bronze guns, but certainly it was a well-armed expedition, and this alarmed King Philip. There were 7 ships in Ribault's fleet. These aren't actual depictions of those ships, but period drawing. 4 of them were larger than 100 tons. So you can see Trinité on the right, the flagship, Le Mérion, and I will apologize to Brad and Sylvie for my poor French pronunciation. The Falcon, there were 2 ships by that name, Les Trout, or the Trout, the Greyhound, the Pearl, and my favorite ship name perhaps ever, the Shoulder of Mutton, or the Lamb Chop. I mean, only the French. But again, we have a rich documentary record. My friend and colleague, Dr. John Debray, has found a lot of these documents from the National Library in Paris. You can see King Charles' signature there, Admiral Coligny's signature, Jean Ribault's signature, More documents relating to the artillery that were on board the vessel, mentioning Trinité and John Ribault. So we know a lot about these ships and what they carried. That's helpful for archaeologists because, in particular, iron objects. That's how we find these shipwrecks. You've heard some of my colleagues up here talk about using magnetometers to search for shipwrecks. Well, if, these vessels, 24 iron cannons, almost 1,000 cannonballs, pikes, sets of armor, forge and stock iron for the forge, anvils, all of those kind of things could make it. Well, it's never easy to find a 16th century shipwreck. You may have learned that today. But certainly it gives us some potential for finding it. And we do know from both French and Spanish sources, it does seem that they were unable to unload the Trinité and the larger ships. So we expect most of the munitions and equipment to be on board still. Enter Pedro Menendez, the nemesis of Jean Ribault. Little known fact, they actually met on the field of battle, or at least a maritime field of battle on the English Channel. They were in opposing fleets in 1558. And in that encounter, Ribault bested Menendez. Ribault was able to carry out his mission and prevent Menendez from doing what his goal was. Of course, it wouldn't turn out that way the next time around. The King of Spain had already had intentions to make an Atlantic coast settlement and had Menendez organizing this fleet. And then when he found out that the French were there, that there were French interlopers and let alone heretics in his land, the nature of the fleet became more military. And it really was a race across the Atlantic. They both knew about each other. They both, spies in each court were keeping the others informed, so they knew, the Spanish knew about the French knew about the Spanish, and Menendez knew that he had to beat the French. And he left about 2 weeks behind, and as Eugene Lyon has written, every fiber in Menendez's body was set to beat the French. He was determined. Ferocious Atlantic storm scattered his fleets. He lost perhaps 2/3 of his forces because of these storms. And when he arrived in Hispaniola, he didn't hesitate. He went straight to Florida to intercept the French and cut off those supplies from Fort Caroline. But he didn't win. Ribault got there first. And so they encounter each other on the 4th of September, 1565. And there's a small afternoon thunder squall like we get in Florida that kept Menendez from attacking at first. And then as the storm died down, he got close and night was falling. So he decided he would anchor very close to the French, within hailing distance, so they could speak to each other. And they did. They called out across the water to each other and asked who the others were. And there was certainly no subterfuge. I am Don Pedro Menendez de Avilés. I have been commanded by His Most Catholic Majesty, King Felipe II, to burn and hang all French Lutherans I may find on this coast. And tomorrow, surely, I will board your vessels and carry out my orders. To which the French responded, well, why not do it right now, eh? You Spanish pig dog? That's not a direct quote. We don't know exactly. But there were taunts flying back and forth. Menendez decided to attack. The French fired a volley before they didn't want that big galleon to get too close and be able to start pouring men on their decks. And the French cut their anchor lines and made a quick escape. And Menendez is now in a pretty precarious situation. His ships have not quite been crippled, but they've been heavily damaged by the storm. And so he doesn't have the maneuverability really to even chase down the French ships. And at this time, Laudonnière is marching all of these fresh troops that have been offloaded down on the beach to send a message to Menendez that, hey, we're ready for you. So Menendez had a contingency plan. He didn't go back to Hispaniola. That was kind of their worst case scenario. He wanted to deal with this situation in the here and now. So he went to the next inlet to the south, which he had just quickly reconnoitered on the feast day of St. Augustine. And thus, on the 7th and 8th of September, 1565, St. Augustine was founded. And very hastily, his men began earthworks to try to make a defensive position, because he did not obviously have a defendable land position, and the French, of course, did. Menendez figured that he had probably about 3-4 days that he could unload San Pelayo, because there's no way a 900-ton galleon can get through the St. Augustine Inlet. This is from Drake's raid, 1586, so just 20 years later. And you'll notice all the English galleons are outside the inlet, and they sent them in rowboats to go attack the city. So you have the same situation here. After 2 days of unloading San Pelayo, Menendez decides, that's about as much time as I can take. The French could attack any day now. And in retrospect, Menendez made the right decision almost at every juncture. As soon as he sends the San Pelayo away, the French arrive on the other horizon. And they bear down on Menendez, who is in much smaller vessels, chalupas, but they're not small enough that they felt they could safely get over the sandbar. So Menendez is almost captured. But he throws the dice, goes over the sandbar, and makes it. And so now it's a stalemate. The French can't get in the inlet to attack Menendez. Menendez can't do very much to the French. And the French decide they're going to chase down San Pelayo, and maybe they can capture that vessel. And that is when the storm strikes. It was a sudden, vicious, powerful storm. It may have been a true hurricane. It may have been a nor'easter. It may have been like we suffered with Hurricane Irma on the exact same day, September 10th, in 2017. It may have been a back-to-back hurricane and nor'easter. But it certainly changed history. Menendez, who was first and foremost a sailor, who had first gone to sea at age 14, knew that there was no way the French ships, no matter how good a mariner Ribault was, there's no way they could claw their way north, and that left the Fort Caroline, undefended. So he seized that window of opportunity, marched his men through swollen rivers and flooded swamps, and they sacked Fort Caroline. Meanwhile, the French ships, they meet their own doom. They are cast ashore, stranded on the beach or in the shallows. These are the 4 largest ships. So the Trinité wrecked the furthest south off Cape Canaveral, and we do have one document that puts that place name to the wreck site. And then the other 3 ships wrecked in a cluster a number of leagues to the north of there. So we think there's 2 spots of shipwrecks. And, no spoiler alert, I think we all know how this ends, but, at the Matanzas Inlet, which if you speak Spanish, you know that means slaughters, but as the French make their way north and they try to parley with the Spanish, we just want to get back to our fort. Well, I regret to inform you, your fort is under new management now. That will no longer be able to seek refuge there. And eventually, Menendez demanded an unconditional surrender and promised whatever mercy God would put in his heart. So if a Spaniard ever tells you that, you want to run the other way, because they were cuffed and taken in groups of 10 or so and put to the knife. And that's why Florida was Spanish for the next 200 years. So this is the geographic region we're talking about, from Fort Caroline down to Cape Canaveral. And I'm going to focus just for a bit on the Canaveral National Seashore there between Ponce Inlet and Cape Canaveral, and fast forward to the early 1970s when a gentleman named Armstrong, who was kind of an amateur archaeologist, he was a metal detectorist, and he and his friends would go out in the woods and find artifacts. But he thought like an archaeologist. He took notes. He paid attention to what he was finding. He paid attention to context, and he realized they were finding French artifacts of the right time period, and artifacts that had been modified perhaps to make trade goods. And ship spikes, perhaps having been salvaged from a shipwreck that had been modified with a forge, a technology that was beyond the capacity of the local Surique Indians. And so he interpreted this site as French shipwreck survivor camps, and that's how the National Park Service interpreted those sites as well once they got that territory in their jurisdiction, once the park was formed. And so in 2014, there was a lot of interest in going out and finding these shipwrecks. We at the Lighthouse launched an expedition. Dr. Roger Smith with the state of Florida launched an expedition. We decided to search close to the area where the survivor camps had been found, while Roger was searching off Cape Canaveral in the vicinity where the Trinité was. We did 3 weeks at sea, living on the boat, so that we could maximize our working time out there, dragging the magnetometer, doing survey, and diving on potential shipwreck targets. Facing sudden storms, which is frequent in the area. Relatively poor visibility, though, believe it or not, it was pretty good compared to the visibility we're used to in St. Augustine. Having to probe beneath the sand when we had magnetic targets. And you can tell from my sad face there on the top right, we did not find any Ribault shipwrecks. We found a shrimp boat, but we're pretty sure Ribault didn't have any shrimp boats. But at least we knew the equipment worked, you know. But then an announcement was made that a shipwreck had been discovered, and we had heard some rumblings about this, but a group of treasure hunters called GME, Global Marine Exploration, made an announcement originally that they had found the Ribault ships, and they were kind of bragging that other archaeologists had been looking for these ships and had not found it. And we certainly didn't think that was very good news. We would much rather have important, significant shipwrecks be excavated by archaeologists than be dug up by treasure hunters. But they and they were searching off Cape Canaveral, or where they found their shipwreck was right off Cape Canaveral. So we immediately thought the Trinité. Some of the things they found, bronze cannons that had markings that definitively identified those cannons as French 16th century, right time period, 1550s, 60s. Iron cannon that seemed to be the right time period. Swivel guns like the Versos that Corey was talking about early. A lot of generic shipwreck things, cannonballs and grinding stone and a pick head, which could be a pike or it could be a piece of mining equipment we know they were bringing. But certainly one stone monument got everybody's attention. And it had the French coat of arms on it. But then the treasure hunter story changed, and they said, oh, well, when we initially found it, we thought it was a Ribault ship, but our experts have determined there's no way it could be a Ribault ship. And instead, it must have been a privately owned Spanish vessel that was carrying war booty from Fort Caroline back to Cuba. Now, they didn't really have any evidence for this because there was no evidence of that. There's no known ship that would have been taking material from Fort Caroline anywhere else. It was well known Menendez was trying to get more artillery from the governor of Cuba, and he did not get along with him, so he wouldn't be taking the artillery he needed there. And we also know what happened to the artillery at Fort Caroline. It ended up being taken during a French raid by de Gourges, who took them all back to France. So their story didn't hold water. They didn't really have evidence for their story, but they did have a clear motive, and that would be this law, which mandates that if there is a historic shipwreck that belonged to a government, so it was a naval vessel, the U.S. recognizes that it still belongs to that government. So if it was indeed the Trinité found, it was a French warship, clearly the documents show it was the King's vessel, then it still is considered to belong to the Republic of France. And France is not in the treasure hunting business. They would not allow their cultural resources to be impacted by treasure hunters. The evidence seemed pretty clear. Again, there's the French fleur-de-lis. These are from the cannons. That's King Henry's crest. More markings that definitively identify them as French. That's the founder's mark there, that B. And then there's the stone monument with the French coat of arms on it. That's pretty definitive. And we also have a document that was recently brought to our attention after these events happened by a scholar in France that indicated that Ribault had 5 more of these stone monuments on his ship when it wrecked. So we believe that's one of those monuments. So I got to go to Paris that was pretty exciting. There was a great opportunity to attend a United Nations Underwater Cultural Heritage meeting. And there's my colleague John DeBray, who I mentioned had done the archival research. We were joined by some other colleagues, a State Historic Preservation Officer for Florida, Tim Parsons, and Dr. Jim Delgado, who at the time was with NOAA, federal agency, and now is with the company Search. And we all had a shared interest in this shipwreck. And at the United Nations meeting, we had a chance to talk to Michel Lour. He's the federal underwater archaeologist in France in charge of underwater archaeologists. So he's the head guy. And I met him 20 years ago when I worked on La Belle. And when we began talking with Michel, he told us that he certainly could envision an arrangement like that, which had been worked out between the Republic of France and the state of Texas when working on La Belle. And essentially, the Republic of France exerts their ownership of all of the artifacts and of the ship, but they appreciate the good, responsible stewardship of the state of Texas, so they allowed the state of Texas to excavate that ship and keep the artifacts in Texas where the people of Texas could see them, because they recognized, just as they recognized with the Ribault ship, that heritage has an important place in Florida's history and the history here in South Carolina. So we toasted ourselves, and the fellow in the middle there in the pink shirt, his name is Gaëtan Ribault. So he is the direct descendant of Jean Ribault. That was pretty amazing, and you may wonder how he could be alive since Jean Ribault, but his son Jacques escaped Fort Caroline and made it back. So the Ribault line continues, and he has a vineyard with a great bottle of wine, delicious wine that we are toasting with here, that has the picture of the stone pillar and the Indians and the French on it. So I've got a few bottles that we're saving for when we actually bring up that monument, hopefully. So, of course, this ended up in federal court, and that went on for a year and a half. And we were able to assist the Republic of France, their lawyer, Jim Gould, just by providing historical data. So again, we tried to devil's advocate what we thought the treasure salvers might say. For example, we can account for the cannons at Fort Caroline. So it can't, the cannons on the seafloor can't be the ones from Fort Caroline. Well, they can't be the ones from Charles Fort, because those cannons were carried back with the survivors from Charles Fort. It can't be the stone monument from Charles Fort, because that one made it to Cuba, and I was recently told then made it back to Spain. And so the ruling came down. The judge agreed that the preponderance of the evidence was indeed that this shipwreck must be the Trinité, and that it just is unrealistic to think there would be another ship with the exact same kinds of things that would have been on board the Trinité that wrecked at pretty much the exact same time as the Trinité in the exact same place as the Trinité. So France is now the custodian and owner of this shipwreck. We received the news while we were at the lighthouse by sheer coincidence, hosting a fellow who is the direct descendant of Laudonnière. So both of these descendant families are alive and well and very enthused about the potential archaeology that this shipwreck holds. And just to bring you up to date with the most recent information, in December, France and the state of Florida worked out an agreement where they have decided to jointly manage this shipwreck and to work together, and again, to keep the artifacts in Florida. And in February, on the 28th, the week before that, I got a call from the French consulate saying that the French delegation would love to meet with me at the lighthouse, so that was exciting. And we ended up, the state archaeologists were there and Search archaeologists, and we met at Search's headquarters in Jacksonville with the French, and then came to the lighthouse and showed them our facilities. And so nothing is official yet with my organization, but we are excited about the prospects of being a good partner on what has been called l'équipe du rêve, the dream team of Florida archaeologists, working together on this very exciting shipwreck. Yeah, we came up with that, not the French. And so that's about where we are now. I will let you all know as soon as I know anything more, or as soon as we have official agreements in place. But there is enthusiasm. There's talk as possibly as soon as this summer, artifacts coming up out of the water. That seems ambitious to me because there's a lot of fundraising and a lot of planning and a lot of formalizing of plans. But it's exciting because this project appears will become a reality. And there's so much great underwater archaeology in Florida. It's really a wonderful place to have these very, very significant shipwrecks. So with that, thank you all very much.
So besides exploiting tropical and mineral resources in the warm climes of the Caribbean, Spanish seafarers sought another valuable resource, whale oil, in the colder climes along the northern coast of Labrador in present-day Canada. The Basques from Spain frequented the northern coast hunting right whales and to render their blubber on onshore try-works. One such location was Red Bay, Labrador, and our next speaker, Dr. Brad Lewin, will recount the historical and archaeological inquiry on one unfortunate whaler, the galleon San Juan, that sank with a cargo of oil in 1565. Dr. Lewin is a professor at the Université de Montréal, where he's devoted much of his research to early Spanish seafaring along the Canadian coastline, and is currently studying indigenous contact with these early Europeans as well. He was part of the Parks Canada team that investigated the archaeological remains of the 16th century Basque whaling works in Red Bay, and a contributor to the 5-volume publication that resulted from those historical and archaeological investigations. Dr. Lewin's presentation is entitled The Wreck of the San Juan, a Basque whaler at Red Bay, Labrador, 1565. Brad?
I'm really happy to be here. I'll give you just a second to get used to my Canadian accent, so if I say funny things like doing things from A to Z, or at the end of a hard day of work, I go home to a place I call a house that has a roof over it, just bear with me and we'll get along well together. I would like to take you, just let me get this technology under control. I would like to take you to a place that's on the Strait of Belle Isle. That is between Newfoundland and Labrador. It's about 52 degrees north. It looks like this, or will look like this in about a month's time. And this is what they call spring. This is the spring. This is the spring migration of the harp seal. And if you live there, or if you have lived there for a long time, this is also what you call God's grocery store. This is what makes these waters some of the richest in marine mammals that you can find on the face of the planet. Before I get into the details of this, I need to get you into some context. The Strait of Belle Isle is the closest place to Europe that we can find in North America. Once the navigation season starts, all the navigation that came from Europe and went into the Gulf of St. Lawrence passed through the strait in the early 16th century. I'd like to take you to the year 1543, which is the first year that we know Basque whalers from Spain were whaling here in an intensive fashion. 1543, France and Spain are locked in one of the most murderous wars that Europe would ever know. Just to recall, Jacques Cartier, who was one of the founding figures of Canadian history, had just made 3 voyages into the Gulf. He had befriended the Iroquoian peoples in the St. Lawrence Valley. And just 2 years previously, in 1541, he had built a settlement near Quebec City. Rising tensions around this settlement called Cartier to be replaced by François de Roberval, who was a career soldier in the Spanish-French wars and who liked nothing better than to conduct these wars. A Spanish agent, a Basque from the border town of Hondarribia, had met with an Iroquoian faction near Quebec City and had convinced them to attack and kill about 20 of the people who were out cutting timber for the construction of the colony. So the fragile friendship between the French and the Iroquoians was falling apart. The final threat to this colony came in the spring of 1543, when 6 large, heavily armed Basque ships from San Sebastian and Bilbao came into the Strait of Belle Isle and set up to whale. With this occupation of the Strait of Belle Isle, the lifeline between the French colony in Quebec City and Europe was broken, and the order was given to evacuate the colony. As Chuck has shown, communications across the Atlantic were really good back then, and already the French had sent 6 warships into the Gulf of St. Lawrence to evacuate the colony. They were commanded by a pilot named Jean Alphonse, also known as Saint-Onger, who left the first navigational instructions for the Gulf of St. Lawrence, and he was the first person to sail into the Gulf south of Newfoundland. So the colony was evacuated, and for the next 36 years, no French ships sailed into the Gulf of St. Lawrence. So the Spanish won that one very easily. So those whalers in the Strait of Belle Isle were doing a little bit more than just whaling for a living. Each spring, a fleet of whalers would sail from San Sebastian and Bilbao and set up in the Strait of Belle Isle to make sure that the French didn't try their luck again. These whaling ships were much bigger and much better armed than the 300 or so fishing ships that sailed to the Grand Banks in Newfoundland every year. They stood 3 or 4 decks high, which made them from 250 to 400 tons. They carried 8 to 12 cannon, as quite a few pikes, as we have seen, and other hand arms. The officers on board, who were coopers and harpooners, were usually drawn from the civil defense forces of the different towns, and they were used to commanding soldiers. The Spanish crown also subsidized the construction of these great ships from the forest by giving subsidies to each oak that was planted in the Basque Country, to the construction of these ships by giving money to each ton of construction, over 400 tons. So these were big ships, and they were stronger than any other ships that were in the area. And to rub salt into the wounds of Spain's rivals, most of the whale oil was sold to France, England, and Holland, who found themselves subsidizing Spanish dominance of this northern area. So when we ask why Labrador suddenly became the world's whaling capital in 1543, geopolitics is part of the answer. Basque whaling sites at Red Bay. I'll just tell you about Red Bay a little bit. And here you see the Red Bay itself. You see the island in front, which is called Saddle Island, and the bay. And this is an extract from the National Geographic article in 1985 that showed the state of archaeology at that particular juncture. Here we have a drone's eye view of Red Bay back then. We see the ships that are anchored, and they're all anchored facing the same way. They're facing northwest. And on the shore, you see these try-works that are belching smoke from the operations of transforming whale blubber into oil. Each of these ships in the harbor would have its own try-works, its own facilities for transforming blubber into oil. And slightly uphill of it would be another building which was called the cooperage, or a general storage area. So for every one of these ships, one of these facilities was found on shore. There are 15 of them at Red Bay, which indicate the presence, simultaneous presence of 15 large whaling ships in this harbor. Whaling was part of a much larger transatlantic fishing industry. I mentioned there were about 300 ships per year that traveled across. Most of them were engaged in the cod fishery, and they would build these shore stations from which the smaller boats would go out every day, bring back cod that had been caught on lines. These cod would be brought on shore on the deck of a wharf that had approximately this appearance. They would be cleaned and dried in the sun and shipped back into Europe. We've heard a lot about treasure crossing the Atlantic, and that is in fact one of the reasons for transatlantic navigation in the 16th century. However, when you have 300 ships a year going across, bringing back cod, you have to think about another dynamic. And this is the dynamic that helps you understand why France was becoming a major power in the course of the 16th century and would become the dominant European power in the 17th. Fish was used as a commercial food product, and it was sold to people who were working too hard in textile factories and other industrial operations to do their own food production. So this is the beginning of the industrial food production era, and dried cod was essential to that industrialization. The Basques were an important part of it. Around the Gulf of St. Lawrence, up till now, we've excavated about 25 Basque sites. Here you have a view of them, where they're located with their numbers, and you can see that most of them are in the Strait of Belle Isle, which is where these whaling sites are located. The whaling sites are more obvious. They have these large ovens in which whale oil was made, and also there's less vegetation to cover up these sites. So this is where most of the archaeological sites we have are located. The Basque presence in the Gulf of St. Lawrence varied over time. Here, combining archival and archaeological evidence, we can see how the Basques, first of all, on the top hand on your left, we can see that in the early 16th century, the Basques set themselves up at the entryways to the Gulf of St. Lawrence, up in the Strait of Belle Isle, down in the Cabot Strait, and below in the Canso Strait. Part of their role was in effect to block the navigation of the French sailors into the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Subsequently, you see them after that blockade was broken, and we'll get to that, about 1580. On the top right, you see that the Basques suddenly penetrate the Gulf of St. Lawrence and set up just about everywhere. After 1630, they become really intensely involved in the fisheries, and this is the golden period of the Basque fisheries. And they're mostly Spanish. So when you think that the Spanish were actually disappeared from North American history, they did not. They were here up until at least 1760. In 1713, when Newfoundland became British, the Basques lost the right to fish in Newfoundland, and thus you can see on the bottom right-hand side, the Basques are reduced to only a few spots around the Gulf of St. Lawrence. So when we do our archaeology, we have all these different sites to look at, and we see the evolution of Basques from Spain over approximately 250 years. In Canada, we have 15, at last count, Basque ships that have been found and documented, of which 5 are small boats. So we have a fairly long record of Basque shipbuilding in Canada. At Red Bay, which was called Buitres by the Basques, Buitres, this is the name of a migratory bird, and we think that this migratory fishery, where the Basques would come every year and they would meet certain animals on the same route, we think that this is one of the reasons why Red Bay was called Buitres, in honor of this migratory bird that they would encounter. Here you see all the archaeological sites that are known today. In green, I've indicated all the try-works with their accompanying cooperages. You can see that they're along the shorelines. In red here, you see a cemetery. About 200 Basque sailors were buried at this spot. Here you have the major shipwrecks. There are 4 of them in Red Bay Harbor itself. And finally, here you have the sites that show Basque Inuit contact And we have learned in the recent years that the Inuit were also involved in the Basque fishery, either as winter contractors to hunt these seals that you just watched, that you just saw, or in other ways that involved cooperating on the whaling stations themselves. What we find on these Basque sites is quite varied, and I'll just give you a look at some of the ceramic records, because the ceramics are often a key to understanding where and when the people who lived there actually came from. So we find these abundant roofing tiles. They're U-shaped tiles such as you find in Europe today. We find them only on these Basque sites. So when we find them, we know the Basques were there. Some of the more interesting faience or majolica ceramics are from a place called Muel in Aragon, which is next to the Basque country. This is a small artifact called a porringer, and it would have been used for consuming small doses of wine or something like that in a ceremonial manner by officers. We find these olive jars, such as you have here quite a lot. They tend to come from Seville and Andalusia. We call them olive jars because we have no record of wine being shipped in anything other than in casks. These cooking marmites or cooking pots came from a place called Zamora in Lyon. That's on the Douro Valley near Portugal. And finally, we have these other pots that looked like cooking pots and were used for it, but they were used to contain duck fat, and they come from a region in Béarn, which is in France, on the French side of the Basque country. In the later record, coming to the 17th and 18th centuries, we have other Basque ceramics starting to show up, including this kind of material from Bilbao, which has a very pale paste like that and different colors of glaze. These are individual plates and pitchers that were used by the officers in their part of the ship. As for the rest of the sailors, they would serve their water and wine out of jugs like this. They're also from the Basque country in the area called Álava on the upper Ebro River. When we reconstruct the Basque supply networks that come out of this ceramic record, we see that, first of all, I hope you can see this in green, these are the crew's shared domestic tableware, which tends to come from very close to the Basque country, and this is what the Basque sailors would have been used to seeing on their tables back home. We see that the officers, with their majolica tableware and personal porringers, obtained their material farther afield in the major majolica centers of northern Iberia. And finally, when we think of what the outfitters supplied for the crew in order for them to eat properly along their voyage, we see that these materials came from as far afield as southern Spain and Andalusia, from Portugal, and from as far north as Normandy. So these ceramics tell us a story not only about how people ate and what they ate on board, but also the different social classes that were involved in building a voyage across Europe. If I can say something about that very quickly, we tend to see a voyage as being a single effort, but in fact there were three sorts of capital that went into it, and you can see them as being stakeholders in a voyage. The first one was the ship's owner, who would supply a certain number of materials. Another one was the outfitter, who would lend money and supplies for the voyage. And the last shareholder was the crew itself, that sometimes brought their own material with them. And so we can see that these networks that were used to supply each of the shareholders had their own imprint in the European continent. And over time, we see as well that the Basque sailors always got their ceramics from the same area, but the outfitters, here we see that the outfitters got most of their materials from the Spanish side of the Basque country, but in the 17th century, that shifts entirely to the French side, and the Spanish ceramics disappear. On the Inuit side of the equation, we see that the Inuit are fairly well represented on most of these Basque sites. We tend to see these glass beads as being a symbol of European objects that were brought over and given as gifts to Inuit and indigenous collaborators as signs of friendship. These are glass beads that date from the 17th century when we have most of them. And here from Red Bay, we have these, including one example, only one, and it's the only one in Canada, of a classic 16th century style star bead, such as is found in Florida, Central America, and in South America. So this is the setting in which the Basque whale hunt took place. And I'll just tell you a little bit about the whaling. This is shore-based whaling, where the harpooners with their 8-meter chalupas would set out every day from the coast. Chalupas which had a harpooner in front and a steersman in the back and 4 rowers in the middle. There was also a sail to take advantage of the wind. The whales were towed back to the shore station where they were flensed and reduced into oil, which were then put into casks we called barricas, and put on board ship. In order to energize the crew to make them more efficient, 1/3 of the cargo was reserved for the crew. Now remember that the shareholders of the voyage are divided into 3, and the profits equally were divided into 3. So 1/3 of the whale oil barricas were given to the crew. For example, on a ship of 250 toneladas, a full cargo would be 4 times that, so 1,000 toneladas, and it would have a crew of 65 men. So each of these 65 men would get their part of 330 barricas, which was the equivalent of about 5 barricas on a voyage. That was actually quite a bit. In my PhD research, I worked on these casks, and I found that the typical cooper on board would make 3 voyages, after which they would cash in their chips, buy a house and a workshop in town, and they would cease traveling to Labrador. So this was the ordinary tradesman's equivalent of El Dorado. In 1554, the French tried to pierce the Basque blockade of the Strait of Belle-Isle. 1554 is the beginning of a war between France and Spain, yet another one. And the French around Bordeaux outfitted 12 ships that they masqueraded as whalers and sailed to the Strait of Belle-Isle and attacked the Spanish Basques who were at a place called Los Hornos. Having captured the Basques, they made them do their whale hunt and put the whale oil on the French ships and took them back and sent the Basque whalers home. This is not something that the Spanish Basques took very well. So the following year, 1555, they organized a squadron and sailed into Saint-Jean-de-Luz harbor and bombarded the houses of the outfitters that had taken part in this French venture. They said, "This is just so that you will know who we are." The bad blood flowed again in 1562 when a Protestant hothead named Johannes de Gabery and 50 men from Saint-Jean-de-Luz on the French side of the Basque country sailed into Labrador in fall and decided to stay there for the winter so that they could preempt all the Spanish ships coming in spring. Of course, this was already known to the Spanish Basques when they came in, so they sent an armed ship from Bilbao the following spring to oust their rivals and killed quite a few and sent them home. This is the kind of thing that leaves a fairly big paper trace in the notarial archives, so we can follow the story of these 50 Lusians that tried to do their part to oust the Spanish from the Strait of Belle-Isle. As a result of this renewed French menace, the Spanish crown increased their support for shipbuilding. They doubled the subsidies for the tonnage and also increased it to smaller ships, about 250 tons. This induced several new outfitters to take up whaling, and one of their ships, the San Juan, led by a first-time captain who was anchored here in San Juan, was fully loaded and set to go back to Spain in around Christmas of 1565 when a storm arose and broke the anchors and pushed the ship onto the shore of Santa Island. That's the ship that was excavated by Parks Canada. Here you see the operation that Parks Canada set up after discovering the ship in 1978 and excavated it for every year up till 1985. You see the barge that was put over the hull, and you see how the ship had broken open like this. This is because the following year, in 1566, Basque salvors had come over the boat, over the ship, and had dropped hooks over the side of their chalupas onto the decks, and with a rising tide, broke the decks open, and the barricas floated to the surface. They did that to the upper deck and the main deck, but they couldn't get to the barricas that were below the lower deck, and they were found on the archaeological project. Here you see what remains of that ship. You can see how it was broken when the sides fell apart, and this is the site plan that was made of the remains. You can see that the site is actually extremely well preserved. The ship is entirely in place up until the waterline, and the parts above the waterline that were broken when ice came over it fell on each side of the ship, and then when the ship opened up, they covered the upper works that were disintegrated. 3,800 pieces of wood were taken out of that ship. They were dismantled individually and drawn. Here you can see how it was done with modified jacks underwater and saws to cut the tree nails. Here you can see some of the timbers starting on their way up to the surface with slings. You see the keel coming up. You see futtocks coming up on a large lot. And here on the surface, you see them being put onto the barge and eventually being recorded individually. Each one of those timbers was photographed and drawn in 3 dimensions on a 1:10 scale. And then subsequently, the timbers were put back underwater and reburied in a large lumber yard that was carefully numbered, and in the end, 90 tons of sand were put over it. That's what it looks like underwater. It's held up fairly well. One spring, an iceberg settled on it and rocked back and forth for a couple of weeks. The following year, it was found to have done some damage to one of the corners, but the timber supply itself was good. As for the records, they were used to build this archaeological model of each timber. Here you see Marcel Gingras at work building each of the models from those 1:10 scale drawings. This is what the ship would have looked like. This is a reproduction at a 1:20 scale with the rigging up in place. That kind of study, when you dismantle a ship and you take all the pieces apart, you record every one of them, allows you to do fairly detailed studies. Some of the lessons from Red Bay include how the Basques typically put together their lower frames assembly. You see what we have come to call a dovetail mortise that link the floor timbers and the first buttocks, along with the fasteners that go between them. This is the kind of diagnostic trait that archaeologists use generally to identify Basque ships. Here you see the reconstructed main frame of the ship, which is probably good to about 1 centimeter in real life. That's the kind of detail that you can get out of these drawings. Below that first deck, that would have been full of casks. And here, in this underwater photograph, you see the casks being excavated. All the casks had collapsed, and they were brought up in lots. So you get all the staves from one cask and the headpieces that formed the one cast originally and had been collapsed subsequently. Once they were rebuilt, they would have had this look to it. And an interesting thing about these casks is that about 1/3 of them, again we get back to that number 1/3, had a mark on it. And these marks were unique. There were no 2 marks that were similar. There were 65 of them, and we think there were 65 men on that ship. So you see that they're quite varied. Some of them on top look as though they have letters in them. They're called chrisms because they're modeled after what's considered to be the mark on the cross above Jesus when he was hanged. And the lower ones, you can see that they're just made out of ordinary circles and straight lines. Deciphering these marks, in the Bordeaux archives, I found several marks that looked similar to them, and they belong to 2 brothers, Arnaud and Philippe de Minviel. And I'll just let you try to decipher them with me. So up in the top, you can see there's definitely an M in each of them. It's at the bottom. And if you go higher up, that that thing that looks like a 4 on top, that could be an A, and the next one you see a P, and between the A or P and the M, you see this mark that looks like a D, that's delta, that's been tilted over. So you see Philippe de Menvielle and Arnaud de Menvielle, and below you see their cousin, Bertrand, who used capital letters to make a B, a D, and an M, and because he thought he was special, he put a flag on top of his name. So if we get back to these marks on the Red Bay ship, you see some of them that actually look like these marks as well. And it's interesting to see that the top one, which shows ADR, could be the initials of Ramon de Arrieta, who was the captain of the ship. And the next one could be Andrés de Sugurrieta, who was the surgeon on the ship. And they may have been some of the few men on board that actually knew how to write their own names, as the others probably just used marks to identify themselves. So here you have an idea of how these sailors actually saw themselves on this voyage as shareholders, and that they saw this whale as part of their own property. We also see that the 200 barrels that were still below the first deck had already been attributed to each of these stakeholders. So all the other marks below the 106 barrels are like that. I see that I'm running over time. I'd just like to say something as well about this picture that you see here. In circles, I drew that I identified another fleet. These are the fleet of small whaling boats that enabled sailors to move around, hunt whale, and so on while the ships were at anchor. One of these was found below the main wreck that had been entangled in the ship when it sank, and it was found underneath it. This chalupa has been reconstructed and is now on display at Red Bay, which is a short trip by car of about 4 days, and 2 ferries. Here you can see how it was rebuilt in Ottawa and shipped over. You can see the mast step over here. You can see the rowing benches. You can see the top planks are clinkered and the lower ones are carved. And this was something that caught the eye of a Basque boat builder named Xavier Agote, who went there with Robert Grenier, who was the archaeologist who did all of that. And on that particular visit to Red Bay, Xavier had this idea that he was going to rebuild the chalupa and sail it back to Red Bay, which is what he did. So this chalupa was built in the Basque Country and shipped to Quebec City. And from Quebec City, it sailed, and there you see its route, down the St. Lawrence, across the lower part of the Gulf, and up the west coast of Newfoundland to Red Bay. That's the kind of boat it was. It was extremely high quality boat. It was followed by a Zodiac throughout the voyage, and at one point on the trip north along the west coast of Newfoundland, this chalupa was hitting 14 knots, and the Zodiac couldn't keep up anymore because of the weather. I'll just give you the end story to all of this. In 1579, by this time the Basques were sending 30 ships a year. They were exporting more and more of their oil to Northern Europe. And England decided that they'd had enough. So suddenly on the 1st of February 1579, they closed their ports to all Spanish oil. By this time, all the Basque oil was already en route to England. The Dutch followed suit and did the same thing. So the Basque ships who were sending the oil north had to turn back and go back to port. The outfitters lost their money that year, and they did not have enough cash on hand to set out for the 1579 voyage. So from 30 ships in 1578, the whaling fleet dropped to 0 the following year, and it never fully recovered. We never have records of more than 3 to 5 Basque ships in the Gulf of St. Lawrence doing whaling subsequently. So that's the end of that story, and you can see that your story here in the Carolinas fits into a larger picture of Spanish and French rivalry that played itself out right along the eastern coast of North America. and involved the Basques, and I'd like to just make a word for them. The Basques have always been caught in these wars between France and Spain, but they've also been agents of peace between France and Spain as well. So that when these two countries eventually became closer allies in the course of the 17th century, it was largely because the Basques decided that it should be that way and began negotiating their own peace agreements within the country that were subsequently approved by the respective crowns in Madrid and Paris, and gradually edged the two countries back to a more harmonious relation. That more harmonious relationship is why the Spanish Basques continued to fish in the Gulf of St. Lawrence until 1760. So that's the end of this story. Thank you very much for your attention, and sorry for getting over time.
So now for the awkward part. I have to introduce myself. So French activities in the New World during the 16th century, as we're learning, included exploring along the North American coastline, several attempts at colonizing along the coastline as well, and then of course the short-lived colony in Brazil. Also fishing for cod that Brad was mentioning about off the Grand Banks of Newfoundland. But another important facet of French seafaring during this time period was trading and raiding along the Spanish West Indies and the Spanish Main. And I will discuss that facet of our 16th century seafaring story today, and then also illustrate it with the wreck of the French corsair Le Prince that wrecked off Santa Elena here in Port Royal Sound in early 1577. Just as a reminder, my name is Jim Spyrick, and I'm the State Underwater Archaeologist of South Carolina. And I work at the South Carolina Institute of Archaeology and Anthropology at the University of South Carolina in Columbia. And I've been there now since 1996. And my interest in 16th century seafaring began as a graduate student when I was at East Carolina University. I had the good fortune of spending a field school a month in Bermuda, of all places. Very wonderful place. And we were looking at the Western Ledge wreck. As I mentioned, I had hoped to have Dr. Gordon Watts talk about the wreck site. But it was just a small Spanish dispatch vessel that had struck the reefs, and we investigated for about a month, and it also was recovered as well using the techniques that were used on the Red Bay wreck of lifting that up, and it's over at the Bermuda they've changed the name. I think it's now the Bermuda National Heritage Museum or something to that effect. Yeah, National Museum, used to be the Maritime Museum. So as far as I understand, it's still under conservation. So hopefully at some point in time, it might be like LaBelle and reconstructed. So I had my early taste of 16th century seafaring, and then as Roger was mentioning, I was hired on in Pensacola and began working with the Pensacola Shipwreck Survey, where we found another 16th century shipwreck, the Luna Expedition, and was fortunate to spend 3.5 years working on that site. So it became natural when I came here to South Carolina, when Dr. Chester DePrater said, hey, there's a 16th century shipwreck here you might be interested in called Le Prince, and it's very entangled in the history of Santa Elena. And so since that time, I've been trying to look for Le Prince. And so I'm obviously envious of the folks that are actually looking at 16th century shipwrecks, and we're still looking for it. So we've had fun in the archives. We've been remote sensing offshore, which I'll talk about briefly, and I'd hoped we'd find the first 16th century French shipwrecks in the New World, but looks like we're beat out by the Ribault folks. So my presentation is called He Who Has Weapons in His Fist and Who is the Strongest Carries the Day, French Corsairing and the Final Voyage of Le Prince. So there is a beautiful stained glass window in the nave of St. Martin Church in the small town of Villequier on the Seine River, located between Havre de Grace and Rouen, that depicts a sea battle. And we can see that it's a larger French vessel, the one in the background, that is attacking a smaller Spanish vessel shown in the foreground. And while we may wonder about the sanctity of showing a violent sea battle in a church, the scene reportedly commemorates the capture of 2 Spanish caravels laden with the first treasures that Hernan Cortez sent to the King of Spain following the fall of the Aztec Empire from Mexico, but was instead waylaid by 6 French corsairs cruising off the Azores in 1523. And these treasures included elaborate masks, bird plumes, pearls, bars and idols of gold, other valuable and curious objects that when they were brought to France caused a sensation, not only the fact of their valuableness as well as strangeness, but also the realization that there was some potential wealth in the New World and that France needed to get in on the game. And like I mentioned, the reason we're interested in this facet of 16th century faring here is because in Spanish documents recorded in 1577 or late 1576, this French corsair wrecked at the entrance to Santa Elena after a successful voyage of trading and raiding in the Spanish West Indies and along the Spanish Main. And so today in my talk, I'd like to go just a little brief overview of 16th century French corsairing in the Spanish Main and along the Spanish West Indies, and then of course illustrate this type of French corsairing by using as our example the Prince, and then also talk about our archaeological efforts to try and find the shipwreck site. So when the other half of the world was discovered, it set off a chain of discovery, conquest, and exploitation by Spain, but then also set off the political rivalry again between France and Spain about having access to these new worlds. Also then, as Chuck was mentioning, the religious animosity that was going on between French Huguenots as well as Spanish Catholics at the time, and then also the fact that the Spanish were restricting the markets, so French merchants couldn't get into that area. And so that sort of set up a conflict that these French corsairs are operating in during this time period. And so, as I mentioned, the Spanish Main is pretty much the Venezuela coast, and up to Panama, the Spanish West Indies are the islands. And at the time, though, the French called it Perils, so that's how they knew of the Spanish West Indies. So when we look at the historical documents, they're going to Perils and other destinations. And so as the term corsair or corsario in Spanish means one who cruises, and in the old world, that was usually met with a sinister intent, that they meant to capture your ship. So through privateering, meaning it was state-sanctioned support to attack another ship, to retaliate against another thing. So when you read about the 16th century, it's amazing any shipping's getting done. They're just attacking each other, capturing each other and whatnot, and then going to the other crown to try and get their shipping back or get punitive damages to that effect. So it's amazing that shipping's being done at all. In the New World, corsario meant that they didn't have a license to trade, although of course there was plenty of old world incidents in the New World of actual privateering going on, as well as just outright robbery, essentially, going on with the French. So there was some peaceful trading that went on between the French and the Spanish colonists at the time. They were bringing needed European goods to the Spanish colonists, especially in the remoter areas that were sort of left out of the major fleets that were going into Tierra Firme and to New Spain or Veracruz as well. And so the Spanish, the royal officials, that was their job, was to try and prevent this type of trade. So it also set up sort of violent conflict a lot that again was exacerbated by the fact that to the Spanish, all French were Lutherans and heretics, when in fact there were a few French Catholics around as well. So the term that the Spanish used was rescate, which means ransom. So they felt that they were being held ransom by these French. So at times, like I said, there was some peaceful trade, but a lot of times the French would use strong-arm tactics to get the trade deals to their best benefit. So they would hold local officials hostages. They would also hold a town, or like say, we'll destroy your sugar mill unless you trade with us, or delivered a certain amount of goods or products or something of that nature, and then they would leave and go on their way. So the corsairs would like to, pretty much they just operated on the coastal fringes along this, in the Caribbean Tierra Firme area, Venezuela and all, and as well as the islands as well. And sometimes these actions were, as I mentioned, peaceful trading, but then sometimes, again, they were violent actions. So a Corsair group would come in, and then they would bombard or do maybe a shorter hit and run, get what they wanted, move back out. Sometimes it was a longer duration, because sometimes it took the Spanish colonists a little while to get the ransom up, so they'd be there for several days waiting for the ransom. So typically, the French Corsairs like to operate away from royal colonial power centers. So they kept away from Santo Domingo on Hispaniola, Cartagena on the Spanish Main, and operated sort of in the backcountry areas of the islands. So in this case, this is a port up in the north coast of Haiti now, but Hispaniola. You can see little settlements and all, little coastal shipping. So this was the type of areas that the French Corsairs liked to frequent. Of course, they were not immune to attacking towns because that's where the wealth was aggregated as well, so that proved a tempting target. So sometimes a bigger, larger fleet would come. So in Santo Domingo, Cartagena, and then this woodcut showing the sack of Havana in 1555 by Jacques Sarès. So again, occasionally there were larger actions against these settlements. And then another aspect, of course, was the shipping. So the French Corsairs would go after shipping, which would include, the two main ones. They'd go after the New Spain fleets headed on their way to Veracruz or then headed out through the Florida, Bahama Channel. And then the Tierra Firme fleet, of course, was another tempting target as well. So either coming in to those areas or coming out was when they would attack. Also, they would attack the interregional, inter-island shipping going on, because there's still a lot of communication going on, and those were tempting targets for the French as well. Another strategy to get the shipping is you sort of constricted. You'd hit the choke points or narrow water areas. They'd station themselves there for a week or two, or maybe get chased away, but that's where they'd hang out. So they'd hang out at the Mona Passage, for instance, between Puerto Rico and Hispaniola, or say the Florida Straits between Cuba and Havana. And then also they'd hang off roughly around the ports as well, around Havana, Santo Domingo, and Puerto Rico. I will say at the time, Puerto Rico was a port and San Juan was the island, so it sort of got flipped around now. So of course, the Spanish have to respond, so they keep adding more defenses. I think Corey's wreck there with all that heavy armament isn't there for, just to have. It's there to protect themselves for these French Corsairs. And so they start building the cities up with more defensive structures. This is Havana in 1567. See sort of a innovative method of closing the harbor with stretching an iron chain across. You had that done in Santo Domingo. I believe, though, if you read Dr. Hoffman's book, they made it, set it up, and then they stored it, and then they cut it up later for ordnance elsewhere. So I don't know how well it was really used, but Cartagena had it as well. Another aspect of protecting themselves was forming militias, as well as also forming small armadas. So the local citizenry, as well as the royal officials, would gather together a merchant ship, and they'd promise the merchant captain if his ship was lost, they'd recompense him for his loss. So they'd send out, and actually, they had some successes every now and again to try and ward off these French Corsairs from the towns. And so, there was also militias formed. And then another aspect you get through all these letters is avisos. They're advising that there's something going on. So like in Santo Domingo, they know something's coming on. They'll send it out to Santa Marta or Cartagena that there's French Corsairs. So there's all types of intercommunications going on between the islands, warning themselves that there are French Corsairs around. But not every French Corsair vessel or voyage ended successfully. Sometimes they get cornered, and you hear crews being captured. And then as the Inquisition comes along, of course, there's some inquisitions going on. What's amazing, though, is that when they were captured, a lot of them would be distributed amongst the local townspeople and live with them for a while before the king said, yeah, okay, let's bring them back to Spain, and then we'll send them to the galleys or something to that nature. So it's pretty interesting that some of the French would live there for 2 or 3 years with these folks as well. I think I'd take off or do something. But so I'd like to then transition to our Le Prince. It was sort of just following in the footsteps. So early 1530s is really when this French Corsairing is starting to get going. And then here we have Le Prince in 1576, following along that footstep after all those years. And so, like I mentioned, a heavily armed French galleon called Le Prince wrecked in 1577 after a successful voyage of raiding and trading in the Spanish settlements in town and shipping as well throughout the Spanish Main and the West Indies. And we've learned about these voyages. There's a couple published documents out that are tied up with the history of La Florida, and then also with Pedro Menendez de Aviles with Eugene Lyon's work. Has got some information about the French corsair, about why we know about Le Prince in the beginning. But then I also wanted to go out and do some research on trying to find more original documents from the French perspective. And so this is our researcher, Dr. Bernard Allaire, who goes to the notarial archives. And so these are just a series of transactions. That's a ledger there of a notary public, sort of a blend between a lawyer and a notary, who is writing down all these transactions. And so we were obviously looking for Le Prince, what's involved with Le Prince. And so we found documents to the 1576 voyage, about only 2 or 3 of those related to that. But then we found a good series from 1575, pretty much the whole how to set up a voyage, in which Brad just mentioned about the shares. So captain's part of it, a victualler, and then also part of the crew, and other crew members all join in as thirds and shares to get this voyage. So, so that's what Dr. Bernard Allaire has been doing for us. And then on the Spanish side, we have a lot of the correspondence from the royal officials in Spanish West Indies and along the Spanish Main, who are writing back to the king to tell him what Le Prince is doing throughout that summer and fall of 1576. And then, of course, then when it wrecks, correspondence is coming from St. Augustine about working to hunt down these survivors. So here's an archetypal French galleon from about the 1550s. You see the forward projection or the beak there. You also see the forecastle and the stern castle with the poop deck, the real high, exaggerated upper works. You see that the pierced for heavy artillery. The ship was well armed. Also, you see the masts with fighting tops. They have some lances and everything to throw down on this crew as well. So the documents on the French side consistently state Le Prince was 300 tons or thereabouts, and it was a sizable ship for France, where there was roughly about 100 tons. So this is a fairly large galleon. It was heavily armed. It had at least 40 artillery pieces, we learned from the Spanish documents, and so it had been a blend of bronze and iron cannons. So they'd been sort of heavy ship cannons to attack other ships, forts, as well as settlements as well. And there have been smaller weapons like we saw with Corey, the Versa, sort of anti-personnel weapons to clear a deck or rigging from an enemy ship. We also learn, and then of course there's also personal items or personal arms such as pikes, spears, as well as arquebuses as well. And then we also know that based on the Spanish documents, is that it ranged from, they were saying there were like 300 men aboard the ship, but I believe it was probably more likely about 150 or 180 people were actually aboard the vessel at the time. So we'll take along and follow along its cruise based pretty much on the Spanish documents, blended in with the French as well. So the French documents tell us that it departed Brest in 1576. The captain of the vessel's name was Horatio Roux. The owner of the vessel was named Matteo Fabocca, so both Italians, and Italians were really into the French, and the French were sort of getting tired of Italians, but they were very much part of the society of that time period. It probably cruised over to Africa. That's what it did during the 1575 voyage. It probably went to the Cape Verde Islands or perhaps the coast of Sierra Leone, where it tamed refreshments, perhaps maybe did some trade before it headed over to Peru. And so when it came to the islands in the Spanish Main, it pretty much followed the paths that all the Spanish shipping was, how you got to the New World at this time. But we first learned of the corsair coming in. It was called Le Prince, but to the French it was El Principe or La Princesa, and it attacked and sacked the town of Margarita, which was the center of the pearling industry at the time. So again, a wealthy thing. Based on the correspondence, it turned out it was like a bust. They made the folks run. And that was the other defensive measure the people would take. They'd grab the royal strongbox and run up to the hills and hide and let the French corsairs do what they did. Once they left, they'd all come back out from the mountains or whatever. So they then went to Cumana, which was the center of hide industry. So cattle hides were another product that the French were after. It then went north to the Greater Antilles, off to coast of Puerto Rico, and sacked the small town of Guadanilla, and that was a mining industry area there. Then in September, it joined with 2 other French corsairs and attacked Santiago de Cuba, and apparently it was well defended, so they backed off. And at some point, they engaged with the Spanish Armada that we'd heard, the Spanish Coast Guard, essentially, and engaged in a brief action. I guess there was some battle damage. Some of the crew were lost, and then the vessel was chased away. We also then get correspondence from those same officials saying that Le Prince was very heavily armed, swift, and powerful, and that they had been chasing it around the Caribbean during the several months or so, and they had also succeeded in recapturing 2 ships that the French corsair had captured. So meaning that then they also captured some of the prize crew, so there have been some Frenchmen on there, so there's another potential avenue of trying to find out more about Le Prince's voyage. They must have been interrogated, so there must be some documents. So then it went to Havana, and it caused a little scene there because it arrived with a ship that it just captured, that apparently maybe just left Havana, so it captured that ship, and then the French prize crew and the corsair and the launch all went after a New Spain dispatch vessel that was headed to Havana, and so they were chasing it, and all the townspeople set up got the militia out there, and they were able to rescue the dispatch vessel, and it would have been a rich prize if Le Prince had captured it, because it had 60,000 pesos worth of money in gold. It also had cochineal and a cargo of hides. What is interesting is apparently most of that money was unregistered gold. So the captains and all the crew, so 10 people were hung because they were transporting unregistered gold. So I don't know if it would have been better to have been caught by the French. So then it went to Matanzas Bay. Apparently it needed some repairs. It needed refreshment, was low on water. So it went to a colonial ranch, and either through duress or rescate, hostage or whatever, they were able to get some food stuff, but apparently they didn't get enough. But then fortuitously, a Spanish ship with 300 arrobas, a lot of lard and meat and everything came in, and they captured that ship and got all their supplies that they needed. They then sailed north to St. Augustine and stayed anchored off there for about 4 days. There was rough weather, and then a storm blew up and blew it away from St. Augustine. It then went to a safe harbor, perhaps was why it was coming to Port Royal Sound in the first place, but then it struck the shoals at Santa Elena. What is interesting is it mustn't have been too violent. Everybody apparently survived the shipwreck, and they made it to Padre Island. They went to Santa Elena, which on the French map here is Charles Fort. So they went to Charles Fort, and they found the ruined town and abandoned town of Santa Elena. There were a couple cannons that were around, and they threw them into the adjacent creek. And then they went to their own area and somewhere in Port Royal Sound, and built their small triangular fort in which they survived. Apparently, they must have been there for several months before the Native Americans knew that they were there. The Native Americans had just driven out the Spaniards from Santa Elena earlier in 1576, and now all of a sudden you got more Europeans and interlopers in the area. So they attacked, apparently, as the Spanish said, unmercifully attacked them and whittled them down to about 40 survivors. So about 180 men down to 40, so quite a few folks lost their lives in the battle. So the 40 crewmen were rounded up, and then they were distributed amongst the local tribes around here in Port Royal Sound in about a 20-league radius, or about 60 to 70 miles. They were distributed throughout. One intrepid Frenchman made it up to the Appalachians. As Chuck mentioned about the gold in the hills or whatever, Appalachians were that was where the gold was. That was the El Dorado to the French. And so he made it up there, and he learned 3 Indian languages and everything while he was there. So when news reached back at St. Augustine, and Pedro Menendez Marquez, the nephew of Pedro Menendez, as well as the new governor of La Florida, this was the worst possible thing that could have happened. They've already got rid of them at Charles Fort, they've wiped out Rabault, and all of a sudden you got more Frenchmen in Santa Elena. So he mobilized a force in the fall of 1577 and went back to Santa Elena. They brought with them a prefabricated fort so they could build it very quickly, and then they armed it with about 53 men. So from about late 1577 to 1580, the Spanish pretty much prosecuted war, negotiated with the local Indian tribes to recapture the Frenchmen. So some of the Frenchmen fought to the death rather than be captured, and the Spanish eventually rounded up 20 crewmen, as well as the one from the Appalachians. They got the tribes to bring them back down to there. They also captured the reported captain of Le Prince called Nicholas Strozzi. So they then returned to St. Augustine, where, according to Marquez, justice was meted. In other words, they were all hung, for the most part. Some of them obviously they made some pleas. Some pleas fell on deaf ears, but the German gunner pleaded, hey, I was captured, so that he had a talent. He was a gunner. He was worth saving. German gunners were some of the best gunners of that time period. The barber surgeon, his life was spared as well. So they were entered into the king's service, and then also some of the young men and boys were entered into the king's service as galley slaves. So what is interesting about from our historical documents is we've been able to glean a little bit about some of the people aboard the ship. And so it was a mix of noblemen as well as gentlemen, and of course mariners and soldiers. And so I'd like to just mention about 3 of these people we've got some good information on. So that first person, Nicholas Strozzi, as he had apparently offered 3,000 ducats to spare his life, it fell on deaf ears and he was hung anyways. But like I said earlier, our captain's name was supposedly Horatio Roux. So why is someone calling themselves Nicholas Strozzi as the captain? That's how he was captured and referred to. He was the captain of Le Prince, but his name was Strozzi, not Roux. So looking at any documents, we had John DeBry, who helped with stuff. He had looked through the lineage of the Strozzi family because it was a wealthy and powerful Florentine family. There was no Nicholas Strozzi whatsoever in the whole family genealogy, and they even looked at the ones born out of wedlock as well. So, who is this Nicholas Strozzi? As I mentioned, Philippe Strozzi, he was a powerful infantry person. He was related to the French Queen Mother. So the name was well known, and the Spanish would have known that name as well. So apparently someone tried to pass themselves off as a powerful Strozzi family. So when the Spanish were capturing these folks, they'd sort of give your names of who they were capturing, and they said, we captured Mate. Well, Mate perhaps is Matteo Faboca, who was the ship's owner, the galleon's owner. So I would suggest that then the next logical person to try and be a Strozzi then would have been Horatio Roux, trying to align himself with a powerful family to escape the noose, but he was hung anyways. And then there was another interesting person as well, Felix. He was a pilot for the Prince. He actually escaped from the Indians himself and came to Santa Elena, probably hoping for mercy. So he floated down on a raft, probably maybe down the Broad River, and was recaptured by the Spanish. He was interesting because he had served aboard the 1565 Ribault fleet. I don't know if he was a pilot or a mariner at the time, but he was involved in that disastrous venture. He was captured. He may have been captured with a group of 50 folks who professed the Catholic faith, which Pedro Menendez spared. So he may have been part of that group. So he spent the next 3 years in 1565, next 2 years, 1565 to 1567, working on a launch going back between Cuba and the Florida forts. And so eventually, though, him and 18 other comrades were able to commandeer a frigate, and they sailed back to France. So he escaped the clutches of the Spanish. Then he comes back on Le Prince, but this time he wasn't so fortunate and he was hung. And one of the most interesting characters aboard the ship was the barber surgeon. His name was Jehan LeConte. He became known as Juan, and he lived in St. Augustine for 38 years. In about 1601, I guess he was tired of his measly salary of about 4 ducats a month and requested to the governor of Florida, 1, I'd like to move to Spain. 2, I'd like, some more money. So he wrote a petition, and the Spanish governor of Florida said, I deny your permission to move. You're too valuable. You're saving the men from dying like animals. Apparently he had a good skill. So they didn't want him to leave. And then the governor then forwarded it to the king of Spain, and he said, this man's worth 1,000 ducats a month. He's so valuable. Well, the king did grant him his salary increase to 10 ducats. So he got a little bit of a pay raise. So what's interesting is he stays in the historical record till about 1612, occasionally makes some more petitions. What's even more astounding is that Bernard Hilaire found a document from 1606 of a French sailor aboard a Spanish vessel meets Jehan LeConte, and they talk, and Jehan says, I was a survivor of Le Prince, and importantly, that the captain's name was Horatio Roux. So that helps put that together. That there was no Nicholas Strozzi as far as I can tell. So, like I mentioned, I've been working on other 16th century shipwrecks, and I wanted to get back in the game. And so when Chester said, hey, there's Le Prince is out there, I'll help you get going. And so we've been looking for that, mostly through archival at first, and then started our remote sensing going in 2001, in which we used a historical document. It said it wrecked on the shoals of Santa Elena, and then we used sort of coastal geomorphology, figuring out where things were in the past and this and that, oceanographic data, and tried to put a block out. And so we just put a 25 square mile block over the entrance of the Port Royal Sound channel. What's interesting about the channel is it's pretty much like it was. It's such a forceful ebb tide. Actually, the ebb is stronger, so that channel is fairly consistent throughout the centuries of going in this relative direction. And so we've covered the area using a magnetometer, which we've talked about before, ferromagnetic materials, iron cannons and anchors and things as our magnetic beacons. We've also used acoustic side scan sonar to acoustically picture the bottom as well. We towed our remote sensing equipment with a 26-foot boat, as well as we go about 20-meter lane space, and as Bardo was saying, just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And so here's actually this is our new get up and setup with our new boat and stuff. So since really from 2001, 2004 was when we were really heavily here, and we covered about 3/4 of our survey block, about 19.5 square miles. Back last year, we covered a little bit more, and again inspired by the fact that we had I'd given the talk, a different version of the talk in the conference 2 years ago. And so we want to continue moving forward on that. And so we're going to plan on doing about a week of survey in the upcoming months here shortly. And so, and just a sort of diagram, there's our survey lanes, about every 20-meter lane spacing. The red and blue lines denote positive and negative on the magnetic anomaly. So this one here is a fairly sizable anomaly. We like to see ones that stretch over 1 or 2, 3 lanes that suggest there is some size to it and a little duration, how long it lasts. And then it's overlaid the water depth there. And so, of course, then we prioritize our targets to go dive. And so, as I mentioned, we've only really found modern debris, but we haven't found the shipwreck at this point. But I always like to put the positive spin on it, is at least we know where it isn't. So we're closing the noose going that away. So this was, seemed like that was, believe that was that magnetic anomaly we saw. It turned out to be a big iron rectangular object that was probably holding a dredge pontoon for dredging operations going on. And then we also found this part of a car fragment, and actually there's a low seatbelt there as well. We also found the Ford Model A car there nearby as well. And of course the crew, being wise guys, they call that Jim's junkyard. So there's probably a few more cars we need to weed. And that's usually my rule of thumb, especially where humans are nearby in a harbor that we found in Pensacola as well. I always say about 98% is junk. 1.5 mildly interesting, Ford Model A. 0.5 is really what we're going for. And so it takes a lot of persistence to keep going to try and weed through all that stuff. So just to continue our project is we need to do some more archival research. We want to go back to France, get Bernard Hilaire doing some more work for us, especially at the Brest documents, because that's where it left in 1576. There should be a good repository of materials there. Also, some of the leads suggest that there's also documents in Paris as well. And we've also been finding a little bit earlier history of galleon as well, that it may have been in Brouage and La Rochelle. So we need to go there and find out some documents there as well. In Spain, like I said, we believe there must be some interrogation records that, from the captured folks. Either they did it willingly or they did it under the rack, but they told you what they were doing. But we need to find those documents. Really, the focal point, though, is do the remote sensing, try and find the shipwreck. So like I said, we're hoping to come back out a week here, in a couple months or so to do a week of survey. And then also we have a 2-year grant under review through the federal agency that would supply us for about 2 years. So we'd be out here for a little while, and we would finish that survey block, do some diving on a few targets, as well as expand our survey as well. So that's sort of our game plan, and we hope to find out early this summer if we do receive the grant. So in the end, the story of the saga of Le Prince is, it helped, it's a part of the historical and archaeological development of the North American coastline. It helped spur the reestablishment of Santa Elena. It had been abandoned, and then they come and the Spanish come back. But again, it was ultimately abandoned, but Le Prince plays a part in that, and the French Corsairing of that time period. Also, from a nautical archaeological viewpoint, up until this point, there's been no French shipwreck, French Corsair shipwreck found, so it would help plug in the archaeological gap that's missing, and so that's what we're hoping to accomplish through our survey project. Thank you for your attention. Now you just stay in place or move around a little bit. We'll have a concluding remarks. We're going to have Eugene Lyon wants to say a few words, and then I'll wrap up. I know I'd promised question and answers, but we'll stay here and answer some questions if you have it afterwards. We're sort of, I guess, staying on schedule as best we can.
I must express what you all must feel. Such joy at a rich presentation of early shipping and early ships. And every one of these presenters has made it their duty to present with us a marvelous program. From the very earliest culture of Spanish shipping, which Professor Phillips provided us with, to Don Keith's very complete and able description of how the early ships were built and some lost. To Paul Hoffman's narrative of the Lucas Vasque de Ayllón expedition and its ship losses, some in this vicinity of Santa Elena. And Bartow Arnold's telling us about the 1554 shipwrecks on the coast of Texas. To Roger Smith's showing us the losses from the 1559 expedition in Pensacola Bay. And John Bratton's addition to the losses of the same fleet. And then my very close friend and associate, Corey Malcolm's story of the wreck of the Santa Clara, which occurred off the coast of Florida. And then many arguments and considerations about the Ribault fleet. To Dr. Lyon, on the Basque whaler at Red Bay in Labrador. And finally, but not last and not least, Dr. Spirek, describing the loss of the Prince off Santa Elena. This has been a marvelous day, and one which is not going to be soon forgotten by any of us.
Thank you, Eugene. Thank you for agreeing to be the chairman for us. I'm glad you were able to make it up. So I don't know if a doctor can bestow a doctorate on someone, but I'm not there yet. Today, I'd like to just close up with the final closing, and then also, of course, some acknowledgments for making this event happen, of course. Let me get there. So today, is it on? Today, we have embarked on a voyage of discovering the 16th century through the maritime lens of seafaring and shipwrecks, seeking to increase our understanding of this important period of human history when the Old World met the New World. Individually, each of the endeavors today under discussion serve to illuminate a facet of the European efforts related to the conquest, colonization, and exploitation of the New World. In archaeology, a single artifact becomes more important when it becomes part of an assemblage of artifacts or features. And so too do our individual shipwrecks and endeavors discussed today provide a much broader view and understanding of the developments of the New World when presented together as an assemblage, as in this symposium, permitting us to see relationships and connections that otherwise we would not see between these disparate endeavors, and yet they are connected by the historical progression of the development of the New World. And perhaps these connections are best personified by Felix, the French pilot. Here he is aboard Le Prince, yet he was involved with the 1565 Ribault expedition as well. In addition to permitting greater insights of this time period, this collection of shipwrecks and ventures also reveal what is missing from the archaeological record. As you no doubt noted, our topics of discussion were primarily focused on Spanish endeavors and shipwrecks. Only recently has that monopoly been broken with the discovery of the shipwrecks associated with the Ribault fleet of 1565 that, when investigated more fully, will allow us a broader glimpse of the French maritime endeavors during the 16th century. As for any other nations active in the New World during the 16th century, we have yet to find a 16th century Portuguese wreck, an English wreck, or a Dutch wreck have yet to be discovered. So moving forward, there are plenty of research areas with associated undiscovered shipwrecks available to learn more about this period. And my colleagues here and elsewhere intend to continue our studies and investigations on these and other shipwrecks from this time period. And here in South Carolina, we have searched for Aeon's expedition. As I was telling Paul, it was nice to hear him to say maybe it is on the South Santee River. We are joining forces with a Texas A&M doctoral student, hopefully maybe starting this summer, to look for the remains of Lyon. We've looked in Winyah Bay area or off there, and now the next progression was to South Santee. So it was good to hear that. We're barking up the right tree. Of course, like he mentioned, there is a North Carolina-centric view, so we have people who believe we should be up on the Cape Fear River looking as well. And then, of course, Dr. Chester Prater and I continue to look for Le Prince, and we will hopefully continue that and keep you all updated as we continue the journey, and hopefully one day, through our systematic survey, find Le Prince. The historical documents say it's there, so it's just a matter of methodically moving back and forth, hopefully not for too long, before we find it. We have also, of course, with the future wrecks, so it's nice to hear that they will possibly be investigated perhaps sooner rather than later, that the litigation hopefully will be solved, and that these French shipwrecks will provide a much broader viewpoint of French maritime endeavors, plus of the Ribault fleet, which plays such an important part in the local history here at Santa Elena and La Florida in general. In Pensacola, we obviously hope to find, through John Bratton's work, as well as Roger's moral support, if not actually getting back on the boat or so, looking for the site, is that hopefully they'll find those 4 other shipwrecks to help bring the whole package. You've got the settlement, you got 3, you better find the other 4. So if we look a little further afield, there's another important set of undiscovered shipwrecks from the dawn of exploration that include those 9 shipwrecks associated with Columbus's 4 voyages to the New World. So we heard from Don and Roger on their searches, unsuccessful, but again, putting a positive spin, you know where they're not. And so hopefully start narrowing down that search for those shipwrecks. You may have heard in the news, I guess maybe about 2 or 3 years ago, that there was a claim that the now Santa Maria was discovered off the Haiti coast, but a team from the United Nations was sent to investigate that claim, and they found pretty much that the shipwreck and its features bore hallmarks from the 17th and 18th century. So beyond the 15th century, did not really match that, plus the location was wrong as well. So that was sort of debunked. So those 9 shipwrecks are obviously sort of holy grail wrecks to find in the early age of exploration. Now, just one more important set of collections of shipwrecks that have yet to be discovered are associated with the conquest of Mexico. So we all know that Hernan Cortez famously scuttled his let's make sure I got it right, 20 or about 11 ships is what he scuttled in 1519. And then the punitive expedition that was sent from Hispaniola to rein him in, since he was running beyond his royal decree, with the Panfilo de Narvaez's expedition in 1520. So you have 26 potential shipwrecks off the slightly north of Veracruz. And so we've just had a group of colleagues from Mexico as well as the United States have just begun searching for those wrecks, and they found a few promising magnetic anomalies, of which one of them turned out to be a 16th century anchor. So, you know, they're apparently in the right spot, and so they'll be continuing that search. So I would look forward to any more news as they try and whittle down the location of those shipwrecks. And just our symposium today was, devoted to New World shipwrecks, so from the 16th century. There are plenty of Old World 16th century shipwrecks that John had mentioned, the Catwater wreck, other wrecks that are out there that we use to help explain our New World shipwrecks. And so, some of the famous ones are the Spanish Armada shipwrecks from 1588, after they were fended off by Sir Francis Drake and John Hawkins and the other English sea dogs. They sort of rounded Ireland and got dashed across the shores there. So there's a collection of Spanish shipwrecks that have been investigated. But perhaps one of the more famous ones is the wreck of the Mary Rose, Henry VIII's warship that capsized during a battle in 1545. And so that shipwreck, what was left of it, was recovered in 1982 in Portsmouth and brought there, has been under conservation. It's finally completed its conservation. So a bunch of the artifacts have already been conserved, so now you have the shipwreck to view. And so I would suggest, if you do happen to find yourself in Portsmouth, is to definitely take a look at the Mary Rose Museum, because it'll give you a great idea of sort of state-sponsored naval activity going on during the 16th century. So over the years, as new discoveries of shipwrecks from this time period are made here in the New World and in the Old World, I hope that this symposium will have provided you with a fuller awareness and appreciation, as well as a need for the preservation of these unique archaeological sites as a means to learn more about this momentous period in human history and about why Santa Elena is here in the first place. And so, as one may surmise, there are many people and organizations that came together to make this symposium happen. I'd just like to quickly go through them. We want to thank Dr. Andy Beal and the rest of the Santa Elena Foundation for their leadership in presenting to the public through these forums, as well as through the Santa Elena History Center, the history and archaeology of Santa Elena, La Florida, and other aspects of the 16th century. I would specifically like to draw attention to Megan Meyer, the executive director, and Chris Allen for helping really logistical front and moving all the scholars in and around and thereabouts, and making sure that we're going to have a good time. And I haven't met Teddy Bright, but for helping put together a social media campaign and media for doing that. course, the Osher Lifelong Institute at USCB here for their for helping with the symposium, of course, and their obviously commitment to providing educational opportunities to folks who are interested in it. And of course, to the USCB Center of the Arts folks, Wes and the others who I may not know, for helping the technical aspects. It went really well, so I do appreciate that. And I'll put in a plug for the home office here for SCIA, Institute of Archaeology and Anthropology. Our general mission is to, of course, educate and make outreach opportunities to connect the folks with their archaeological record. And so this is a greater part of that, but going a little further afield as well. Dr. Chester DePratter, who would have been here, but unfortunately had to take care of a family member. He sends his regrets. But he helped help us on putting up the lineup and everything for the symposium as well. Ryan Bradley for his assistance, listening to me get things planned and all for the symposium. And then, of course, Dr. Smith for his support for all our work that we do. And, of course, to our generous sponsors, including the South Carolina Humanities. I don't know if Randy Aker is still here, but... Okay, so he, for an award for helping us to put on the project, and there was also funds from an anonymous donor. And of course, there's a heartfelt thanks for all my fellow colleagues who decided to come to Beaufort, South Carolina, to participate in this special event and sharing their expertise and knowledge with you all today. And I hope that they have enjoyed their opportunity to present their research to you all. And I hope that so far they're having a good stay in Beaufort.